and welcome to day number 2 of the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. I am Zoe, and what else says holiday festivities more than some good Overwatch, hot cocoa? There's none in there. As a complaint to production, it's just a cup. I'm still waiting for it to fill up. Of course, you know, like a nice decked out set and an ugly sweater fashion show. I guess, I don't know, but that's what you're gonna get. I know no one asked for it, but we're gonna provide it anyway. First up, gather round, folks, for a sight to behold. A goody two-shoes, or so we've been told. But today, a twist in his virtuous tale and a demonic-inspired sweater. He sets the stage with a daring detail. Strut your stuff. That's right. Who are you wearing today, Jake?
Little fresh, hot off the press from Lilith. You know, that's my girl. Sold my soul for this, but it's worth it. That's that good stuff. I don't know what you're talking about, Zoe. This stuff is warm and delicious.
They do a believable fake drink. Sip like you mean it. Did that read cocoa to you? Wow, it's crazy.
Just, it's great to warm up in the cold winter time. Gather round, children.
He said in his demonic sweater. Love that for all of us.
Come to me, children.
Now up next, ladies and gents, gather near for a festive fashion spectacle that's sure to cheer. The one and only Jaws Fish Boy reaching for the stars with his starry night sweater. Fish Boy! Oh, he comes in.
Okay.
I like it, keeping it classy.
Ooh, wait, she's got the schmoves.
That's very impressive. Things I didn't know I'm gonna see.
No, I'm sorry to break the illusion.
Well,
Don't do that.
Don't do that. I can't suspend my disbelief. Now, last but certainly not least, known throughout the esports world as a fashion icon-ish, probably. Today he's sporting an array of knits oh so well. He's ready to cast and jingle his bells. Uber, aka Mitch.
Sit down.
God. Was that Ziz or what?
This is what I was made to do.
Dude.
No, this is the Ziz pose.
There you go.
It's that one.
Okay.
It's that one.
Okay.
That's like almost a Reinhardt pose though, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like
Very
almost
aesthetic.
Get him out of that camera.
aesthetic.
Very aesthetic.
I'm made for it. I'm born for it, baby. Am I going to find the couch here?
Guide him in.
Don't you say yeah? Sorry, buddy.
That's him trying not to show what's on the back of the sweater, since it may or may not be a different
Listen,
IP. We don't know.
Yeah, if you look, critters out there know exactly what I'm wearing. That's all I'm going to say.
Critters out there.
Yeah.
Critters in chat, say hi. I personally, since no one asked, but I'll tell you anyway, it's bedazzled, mind you, very important.
Didn't ask.
No, but I'm telling you.
Okay, all right.
Spreading some holiday cheer, you know? I hate this sweater.
Looks like
It's
something
really
my
uncomfortable.
3-year-old son would decorate on like a piece of paper.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was
Yeah, it looks good actually. It looks pretty good.
Like a child's
I like the little
project.
trees on
I
the
put it on the fridge, all right? I put it on the fridge. Incredible performances here across the board. Thank you, gents, so much. Of course, I'm joined by Jake, by Jaws, and by Uber. I'm Zoe, but still, no one asked. What we do ask for, though, still not asking. What we do ask for is a fantastic Overwatch, and I feel like the teams yesterday delivered. It's actually take a look at the brackets to see where we're currently at. We once more going to start with the EMEA region, as we already worked our way through the lower brackets, and now we're looking at the upper bracket here. This game is hopefully going to be a close one, hopefully going to be a banger. Which team do you feel like is the clear favorite? Is there a clear favorite?
Ex-Oblivione, I think, is the favourite. I mean, you can see their run-through's been pretty comfortable. And Oival Boxy is pretty good, right? We actually have some names that we especially saw at the World Cup, so I think that team's got a lot of potential. I think an Oival Boxy versus SRP check in that lower final might be particularly compelling. Obviously, Hybrid, we've seen in the league before. Maimona, of course, multiple times at World Cup. Cronus as well, representing Scotland, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
So we've obviously seen a bit of them play.
Look at that.
So stacked.
Look at that roster.
Sorry.
It's not even fair. Like Kev, Shockwave, Backbone, Psycho, backline. You have Sky and Astro, and then
The only thing-
Christopher.
These guys
on
were
the
like,
roster
you know,
is
we could
tagged,
make
by the
2
way.
teams and compete,
Yeah,
or we
exactly.
could just win.
The only
So-
thing they're missing is for Smex to randomly find his way onto that roster.
Oh, yeah.
Then it would be like a true European superpower.
Maybe he's like the honorable coach or something like that, probably somewhere in the back there. Yeah, so it's going to be an uphill battle here, of course, for Einieville in Neuvel Boxer.
Neuvel Boxer.
obviously.
Neuvel Boxer, yeah.
Yes, that's a word for sure. Now I'm ready for this game. You guys should be getting ready, so I'm
yeah,
sending
let's
you
go.
over right there.
do it,
And
baby.
while still walking, not talking, I'll be talking. In fact, Beautiful.
Thank you.
Love that for all of us. Really
I can
spreading
really just
holiday cheer.
really just sit down.
Now, whilst they're getting settled and mic'd up, I want to remind everyone at home that you not only get treated to fantastic Overwatch, you can also get treated to some cool skins. All you have to do is connect your Battle.net account with your Twitch account, and the drops will. It's gonna rain.
It's going to rain. The drops and the skins, they're going to rain in chat, yeah.
That's right, that's right. Now, I'm really excited for this one. I'm just going to assume we all went for Ex Oblivioni.
Easy.
Easy.
I think I went for the 3-2, honestly, because I want some good Overwatch out there, but really, 3-0. It's probably going to be a 3-0.
We're manifesting good Overwatch. That's all we can ask for. Well, let's see if that's what we're going to get. We certainly will be treated to a great cast because we have no other than Jake and Uber on the mic.
She actually says it much nicer when, like, it's me and you, but when it's you two, she's like, there's always, like, backhanded.
It's true.
You know?
I do that because
when I'm
I
next
love
to the award winner,
Tough
I get a
love.
little aura of protection, you know. So she goes for the throat, though. When I walk
It's a
away from the
cheerleader
desk.
effect, like just by association.
You know what? I feel the
nice.
love. It's because you appreciate me so much on the couch, and so you know what? I appreciate you too, Zoe. That's how I respond to this love. Is with love.
Big shout out, of course, to obviously Hardy, who is representing none other than like a Saudi Arabia flag.
He's got the KSA flag in the lobby.
He's like still cheering, obviously, for them winning that World Cup. Of course, Hardy,
He's ready.
had a stint, obviously, with a team, obviously, in that E-League, and has had some time in between now and the World Cup, as many of these guys have. But like, this is like the all-star team for EMEA, Ex Oblivioni, right? I think it's kind of hard to. Picture them.
It's like old British Hurricane almost.
Yeah.
They're like the most dominant team, and they're probably going to be dominant here.
Back when you were chilling in Kiev.
Yeah, that was a good time.
Overwatch.
Negative 5 degrees walking to the studio every morning. Felt pretty good.
That's where Jack was. What was that, 2018?
2018, 2019.
Good times, man.
Yeah, felt pretty good, yeah.
So I don't know about you, but like it's kind of hard for me to see this being particularly close. If you watch Ex Oblivioni's run through the bracket so far as well, like their scores have been very, very solid. I feel like they can really pull out any kind of style here.
I think what you're hoping for as an Oval Boxy is just that a little bit of overconfidence. Maybe you can pull out some sort of comp that, you know, honestly, if I'm Ex Oblivioni, maybe I'm just like, you know what, hey, Kesters, what do you feel? Play some Sojourn. I don't know, see what happens, right? And I think the hope for an Oval Boxy is maybe something like this May Reaper comp with the Moira. You know, sometimes these top teams, they don't want to play these comps that are a little cheesy, a little more team-oriented and chaotic. They want to play the high-skill heroes because they know they're the best players. Sometimes that can be hubris that bites you. So we'll see if it does in this series. However, I do feel there's so much talent on this Ex Oblivioni roster. Name value is so incredibly high. I do think, though, Hybrid and MyMoan can probably keep up, at least on the DPS lineup. But honestly, I haven't seen too much that makes me think the same of the supports in the tank.
Yeah.
Frankly, that's where I feel like a little more worried for this Oval Boxy squad.
Again, we look, Sky, obviously, we're familiar very much with Sky Reaper. Psycho, of course, your Austrian national, is sat on the bench here for Ex Oblivioni. Kevs May wouldn't shock me, right? It feels like we always end up regressing to the mean sometimes with these Reaper-based compositions, but if this is a Winston setup for Ex Oblivioni, that's fascinating into a potential Queen look here. Psycho locks that Tracer.
Surprising map to play Queen, honestly. Pretty long range. Could be hard to close the distance, but very, very good hero against the Winston. We'll see, though. I mean, hero players like Funny Astro, Skyrip, Kevster, these are the guys you're targeting down, and they're just such experienced players. Might be getting caught on rotation here. Perfect play, though. No one gets caught? Oh, no way.
MyMoan just pulls up a little bit short, and Kevster has enough time to pick Hybrid, of all people, off. Now he's comfortably sat behind the convex of his front line. It'll be a clean up here. And I mistel, of course, Psycho's in the server, obviously, on that Tracer. Something that, in the league, he showed us some fantastic moments on.
Yeah, these guys together on Sojourn, Tracer, I don't think the meta matters too much when you've got players like this on the server. Just give Kevster the Sojourn. And honestly, that was a well-executed rush by an Oval Boxy. Like, that looked good. It looked clean. That's what you need to do on Genji. You know, get Queen Shout, connect on the Brig. But the perfect save was there. And, you know, everybody, there's no mistakes from Ex Oblivioni. And that's what you need to force as Queen. Catching people out with a knife and, you know, forcing some kind of misplay.
Kevster again. Look, a bit of inevitability about him playing this off angle sometimes, or at least it feels. Hardy struggles there in the front line. It's not actually able to start anything up of his own. Is staved off and eventually is brought down by that spiky Junker Queen front line.
Yeah, I don't know about the Winston, I think, is the hardest hero here. Definitely the biggest potential to get caught by Queen. So could see a Doomfist swap coming out, but so far Hardy's keeping it, and our team's going to get honestly rolled in the respawn here. No way to refight with this many players down.
And again, no Lucio for this composition for Ex Oblivioni. So getting caught on the back foot like that means that an Oval Boxy can swarm over them. and also buy themselves enough percentage here to even up the stakes. Pulse Bomb here for Psycho, fair enough, but we're getting pretty close to some key ultimates on an Oval Boxy's end.
Yeah, I do think that Nano Winston can kind of change the game, though. He's able to get in the Queen's face, which normally is too scary, but Nano changes that. He's going to be connecting to the Primal, of course, with the combo. So big fight here for Exoblivione. They've got to win this retake.
Psycho's on the hunt. Spots Hybrid, who's got the short end of the stick in the last couple of fights, most often at the hands of Kevster. Really biding his time, though, the Austrian national now. We'll wait on this as a Katrina Rush comes in. Here comes the Dragon Blade now. Sky Reaper slept, maybe a deflected sleep onto the Ana, if I'm not mistaken. Sky Reaper just laying prone as my Moan went to town.
In the end, though, I'm surprised Exoblivione doesn't heavily commit to that fight. It's only the Primal. They still have everything else, so they have a good chance to retake. Chase Torch with the Queen. He's going to have to be very careful getting stunned by Brig on the rally. He could lose his ultimate, so Putting Astro for sure is going to be looking for that play in this fight.
My Moan looking pretty slick on the mechanical end of things here. And Oval Boxy have a healthy lead to work with, and here's the Rampage. Kevster surely top of the list target-wise, but a Pulse Bomb on a Hybrid is huge. Sky Reaper eventually able to drag Chase Torch down. And Exoblivione will be able to push back in, have to spend the rally in that fight, but hold on to a Nano at least.
And in the end, only 85% for an Oval Boxy, so even if they win a retake with all of their ultimates, there's probably still going to be one more fight for Exoblivione. So if they can just stall this fight out, keep delaying this Nano, which they've been holding on to all round, could be crucial for them. But Hybrid can open things up here with an Overclock, and to be honest, that can be really rough to deal with. Queen, Lucio speeding that hero around, very, very hard to escape.
Oh, that's nasty. Hybrid hit with a big biotic grenade there. That'll be Suzu'd off pretty quickly by Kanail, as it would have been all too easy for Hardy to capitalize on that, get a free kill, and potentially get out with Sky Reaper's Nano Boost. Over the wall he goes, Hardy just probing now, waiting for an Oval Boxy to overextend.
Yeah, and they're going to have to force something because time is starting to run down. 60% already for Exoblivione.
Here it is, Nano for Hardy. They're going to be going straight on in. It's going to be Hydra needing to pop the overclock here, and the Nano Boost rather. The sound barrier is going to give them the durability to play that much more aggressively, but Hybrid again gets brought down first. Sky Reaper eventually succumbs to the Carnage swing, but oh my goodness, the knife pull in. Psycho drawn to his own doom. Kanail's out of the picture though now. Crispy might still be a factor in the later fight as Hardy is removed. Note that Exoblivione are still in control of the point here now. A 2 versus 1 on the Brig, still a scary prospect now as my Moan has to respect that durability. And Kevster, he's still in the fight.
No way Astro gets out of that. There will be a Kiriko ult, could start to open up this fight on the point. However, you need to get kills as an Oval Boxy. You need to actually win the fight. Pushing these dive heroes back won't accomplish too much on its own.
My Moan's so close to a blade, can make it work inside the Kitsune Rush. If he's able to pop it, it's going to be a Primal coming out from Hardy here. Hybrid, a respective distance now. Here's the blade. My Moan managed to build it up just in time. He'll find one, and Sky Reaper surely has to be next. The Sleep though, what a connection. Sky Reaper this time holds his nerve, waits for the deflect, and does connect. That's CC. Over the top to the drum goes Hardy now, trying to play to that high ground. Exoblivione now get themselves a rally. It was a flip for an Oval Boxy midway through that fight here. And Funny Astro manning the front line. There'll be enough time for the rest of Exoblivione to return to the fray.
Everyone dropping low, though, just not quite enough heals from an Oval Boxy. Losing the Lucio is crucial here. Chase Torch with this Queen ult. That's the only way back into the fight, but it might be too little too late.
Psycho waiting for Kanail to try and move up here. Suzu's himself mid-air. There's going to be a pulse available. It doesn't stick. Kanail's able to step back of it now, and Chase does have that Rampage available. No opportunity to make use of it now. It'll be from the off angle. Kevster trying to connect. He's done his job, though, and Exoblivione able to hold off the Red Tide.
A tight round there. Dive does come out on top, though. For me, that's probably the most favored dive map in Busan here. So we could see these rush styles start to favor in Oval Boxy if we continue to see that mirror. I wonder, though, will Exoblivione just lock this in? I feel like there's a chance they're just, as I was saying, maybe it's overconfidence, right? Just feeling, you know what, we can play Winston Dive and just outclass our opponents time after time. Maybe that's true, but maybe I think there's a chance for that Queen Comp to punish them. Yep. And Oval Boxy's, though, maybe taking the mirror. For me, I think this is inadvisable. I think if you really just take this like pure scale mirror, I really start to favor Exoblivione. We'll see though. Maybe my Moan and Hybrid can prove me wrong. They did have big moments in that last round.
Feels like Hardy had to be pretty perfect, lest he get very heavily punished by the Queen in that previous map. My Moan on the Echo, as is Kevster here. So very much mirrored compositions now heading into our second round. Hardy already wants to try and take control of some of that high ground in enemy territory.
Yeah, map control really favoring Exoblivione right now. You see they're getting really wide, pushing the enemy team into the corner. Ana's caught alone there. Ooh.
Sleep hits. Get
Not
to sleep.
enough.
Kevster now trying to keep a respectful distance from the fighting inside that small room. That's where Chase and Co are fighting. Crispy very, very low here. Psycho looking at Canal for a time, but there's not enough healing for Chase. Sky going to be giving up though. Mimone able to burst forward there with those sticky bombs and bring his opposite number down, but the Echoes have both fallen. And a cap underway here for an Oval Boxy, but Psycho can intervene if he maybe had more teammates.
Yeah, the two supports staying alive throughout the fight, though, can keep healing each other, and that low numbers engagement tends to just be too much. So great mid-fight win, surprising victory there. And so now the question is that can Hottie connect to the backline as easily? Taking another wide angle, but will it be enough?
Bio there onto Chase as Kevster will be kept honest there up in midair, and Mimone's able to capitalize. Canal gets a couple of easy shots on the Echo, and very quickly Mimone responds. That's a great start here. Now that burst damage really off the table for you. Hardy a little out of position, playing for that off angle, and Canal is ready to receive it asleep. Psycho's able to get rid of the honor at least, but again, you're lacking that Winston for the dive to kick off.
Hybrid can answer this right back, though. This would really buy his team a ton of time. It is blocked by Astro, though. Beautiful play.
Yeah, sticky bombs as well. Hybrid can't get away from them. Kev's still waiting on that stairway, knowing that's about where the recall would take his foe. Psycho now trying to dodge away some of those tri-shots coming down from Mimone, who's very close to a duplicate. Kevster, though, is ahead of him. It'll be a flip for Oblivione, and Crispy is caught all alone. Mimone gets a nano here. Does he consider going for a dupe? Playing close to coast here, and you will. Copy the traitor. Kevster gets taken down by the sticky bombs there. Amped, of course, by that nano boost. Now the pressure's on Sky Ripper.
This is a very dangerous fight to commit to after losing players, and I think it's just going to be too much for Oblivione. And this whole time, they're just racking up control percentage, coming right back into the round. And now, in Oval Boxy, they used everything in that fight that was already looking rough. A little of a mark of an inexperience there, I think, for the team. Oblivione, they're happy to eat those ultimates up, now in control with ult advantage. A very rough situation for the retaking team.
We get it, Psycho, of course. A verified Overwatch League player. Close to another pulse bomb here. Mimone obviously goes for a dupe for survivability. Picking up that Tracer copy midway through the previous fight. Not able to put much of a scratch on the hold of Oblivione. Now it's going to be Kevster dupe in the Yana. Taking down Canal with the sticky balls before he goes into that metamorphosis, and Psycho's able to bring Crispy down inside rally. No opportunity for an Oval Boxy to benefit from that area of effect. And they get crushed in the second consecutive fight.
Yeah, rallying after losing Ana again. It feels like desperation to me. Like for me, you've got to find the moments to actually win the fight with an ult. And for me, it's just hybrid now, right? Like find me some kind of opening with the pulse bomb. That's always an X factor in this dive comp. But he's got so much pressure on him. It's not like you could just walk in. You're going to be forced to 1v1 by Psycho.
Hardy will be forced off the high ground at the very least, but he holds on to a primal rage here. So an extra moment of durability should it be required. It's Psycho trading blows here with Hybrid often going to be called on to watch some of those flank angles and make sure Hybrid can't get into the back line uncontested. Pulse bomb here for Psycho, maybe considering Canale here. It's going to go over his head though, no connection there. Funny Astro going to get nano boosted now though, and Hardy and Primal Rage can return to the point to stop this attempt at a recap. He should be pretty comfortable now as Hybrid can not really participate in the fight if he wants to try and do this. Maybe an Oval Box should just send him there and have an Oblivione ignore him. But it's going to be Crispy coming forward. Chase Torch, of course, with that Primal able to find 2 kills at the death knell. And Oval Boxy able to hang on.
Yeah, this time it's Oblivione not finding the ultimate value in that fight. Primal from Chase Torch, well executed. And with DPS ults, they're going to be able to play these aggressive positions onto the retake. And Oblivione, it's going to be tough. I could see an Ana copy here coming in on the high ground, getting nades on the backline. Very threatening dive potential, even though Astro does have the rally.
Hardy has to know Chase is just sat around the corner there. Getting all that information. Mimone wants to try and dive in the back line now. Chase going to throw the bubble down, but he still takes a licking. Hybrid sees the recall of Psycho. Trying to keep tabs on the Tracer, but Mimone was there quicker. It's traded out though. Funny Astro finds the whip shot. Now pressure on Sky, but he's unperturbed by Hybrid. Throwing a couple shots in with the pulse pistols, and Funny Astro's coming to the rescue. Canal gets brought down. Hardy's able to single out the Ana midway through the fight, and now the player advantage gets exacerbated by Oblivione. Kevster sat pretty on the point and has the duplicate should he require it. I suspect he won't. It's just Hybrid now, and the last vestiges of an Oval Boxy's resistance on Busan fade away. A competitive map to be sure, Jake, but Oblivione end up taking the dub.
And Novo Boxy honestly impressed me there. They made me believe they made it close, but there were some moments on the edges where I just felt, okay, there's just a level of polish here that is differentiating these teams. You know, whether it was when Psycho comes to touch the point, you know, Hybrid was just a few seconds late. He had a double blink just to get to point, just to stop it, and you know, you should kind of expect that on the retake. Tracer's going to touch point. It's relatively predictable, and just not being there in time, using a couple extra blinks. You know, whether it's Funny Astro blocking a couple pulse bombs with the shield there. They're small things, but when you're playing against Kevster, you can't be slipping up on those things. Like Astro and Kevster, these guys, they don't make mistakes like that very often. And, you know, one mistake can be enough to decide the round.
Gotta say, when it comes to like the Echo head-to-head, Mimone's having a really outsized impact
Agreed.
for Enoival Boxy, but there were a couple of fights where you were like, okay, it's just a pulse bomb here for Enoival Boxy. They really have to create an opening with this. They're not able to do that. The last couple of fights on Busan were odd though, because again, they weren't dictated by ultimate advantage. In fact, the team with ultimate advantage lost 2 fights in a row there. That last fight, midway through, Hardy's able to single out Canale, of course, on the Ana and just really make things very hard for Enoival Boxy to come back. Closer than I gave it credit for, I think, in the pre-game.
Agreed. Inches, not miles. Inches, not miles. For Enoival Boxy, I don't think this result, you don't give up on the playing the dive mirror. I do think that's not maybe their best chance in the matchup, but I don't think you give up. If the map comes to it, you feel like that's the right call, then I believe, you know, you can take it. Like one of those pulse bombs lands there, it's different.
We'll be back, of course, with more right after the break of your Overwatch 2 FlashOps Holiday Showdown. It's the first match of the EMEA region. Don't go anywhere. That's right, it's a mirror match in every possible sense of the word. Ex-Oblivione start 1-0 up against Enoival Boxy. I know you guys have been enjoying that so far. Jack, did you have a moment in between rounds of Fish Farm Simulator to get a read on that game?
Fish Farm Simulator. Is that the best fish game you could come up with?
Are there fish games?
What fish games
Wait,
are
what,
there?
what
I
fish
can't
games
say
are
any
there?
because we're on a broadcast and I
Almost
can't
got it.
advertise
But there's
anything.
so many. There's so many fish games.
Yeah,
so many.
there are
How
so
do you know
many.
it isn't even real? You know what I mean? Do you know?
Realistically,
All right,
in this day and age, it probably is real,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Like, be careful.
Again, it's kind of interesting, right, to see the opt-out of the Junker Queen comp and like
Sure.
the force of the Winston mirror by Enoival Boxy here into this Ex-Oblivione
Yeah, it's
comp.
crazy. You go up against a better team and then you decide to mirror. That's crazy.
I mean,
That's crazy.
To be fair, though, I would say, like, pound for pound, agree, stronger team here for Ex-Oblivione, but I think they made it very close. There were moments where, that big opening from Canale onto Kevster, finished off by Maimon. That's nice. That's good play.
Mate, I survived Maidong, E-United, We United, Reunited, FNRGFE. Like, this is nothing. We can do a lot better.
Yeah.
Sorry, like...
Don't
Try
challenge
again.
them.
Try
Don't
again.
challenge them, please. Please stop.
If the European regions know for one thing, it's trolling.
Yeah.
It's trolling the
I
broadcast.
thought
and
you
trolling
want to
the
say
casters.
putting something in pajamas. I thought
Oh,
that's,
yeah,
that's
I'll
the
say
most
that,
European
yeah.
thing I can
That's a
think of
global
in
phenomenon
esports.
at this point, though. Come on.
Yeah, that's very true.
That's
Yeah.
esports.
True too.
I mean, watching Rush mirrors can put me in pajamas sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad to see some of these dive mirrors come out here in Europe. Considering we
real.
characterize this region as being one that just wants to play Ramatra all the time, it was good to see a bit of dive. You kind of mentioned though, it's kind of the map that allows for it to the greatest degree.
And I think for top level players, dive has this certain siren call. It's just like, well,
Oh, really?
but if we're just better than you, then we can play dive. If we're good enough, you could always play dive.
So what comp do you force if you feel like mechanically you're on like a lower level than your opponent?
Right now, from what we've seen in the tournament, I honestly want to see this like Moira, Reaper, May,
the
like
zombie comp.
nobody can die.
All roads lead to the
Goats
zombie comp,
V2,
bro. Yeah.
whatever you want to call it. But honestly, that comp makes the game a pure team play exercise. It's all about ult efficiency. It's all about positioning. And so you can really limit the impact that not only individual mechanics, but individual game sense and read, right? That's one of the things that a lot of these ex-Overwatch League players have going for them is they just know exactly the moment to go in, but also exactly the moment to pull out. And that's precisely what you need when you're playing dive. No one's getting picked off. Everybody is, trading the aggression one after the other. And when you play the Moira Reaper comp, you just, you can stay a lot more stacked up. You can push in really hard as a unit if it's not a mirror match. And to be honest, sometimes that can just be too explosive, even for good players to deal with.
Okay, yeah, sometimes just that, numerical advantage you can almost
a
create.
queen mirror,
Okay.
huh? So these teams have a very different read on the meta from anyone else we've seen so far in the tournament. In the past, I think everyone has been getting off Queen, but I see the logic here. I think Queen is a very, very strong rush hero, and into the Moira comp especially, that anti-heal is like a team wipe, right?
Yes,
Like it just absolutely annihilates the enemy.
Because again, it's all about throughput, that backline. There's no utility, so once you take the healing throughput away, they have absolutely nothing to work with Kevster.
And this is another, by the way, very high skill mirror. Every single player's individual mechanics, from Kiriko to Lucio to obviously DPS and Queen, everybody's got to be landing shots, and that will decide this match.
Kevster Genji, though, we're getting treated to it, no doubt about it.
Oh my God.
Is under
Oh.
pressure. Drops to the low ground, and Shockwave got him with a headshot, by the way. Completely unnecessary, as your target had about 10 HP left. Well, there it is. Okay, Suzu has to be used there, but it's far too late to save you. And again, we talk about high-skill compositions. Ex-Oblivione, well, they've got that in spades.
Yeah, that's a rough start. Just getting absolutely worked on the Genji, trying to hold the high ground, doing what you can, and you just get ran down,
Die to
basically.
a rail headshot, no less. That's so brutal.
I mean, even he got lucky, right? Astro booped the enemy Genji out of the dash. Oh, okay, Kevster. Maybe a little overconfident there. Willing to take the risk, given that he has a much closer spawn. And honestly, it's not a bad risk from Kevster, because even though it goes wrong, his team won't be punished for this.
Yeah, again, plenty of time for Ex-Oblivione to regroup and make their way over towards this choke. Shockwave, a scary prospect on any kind of hit scan DPS, allowing Kevster to pick up Genji duties. They know, of course, the Junker Queen is just lying around the corner. Knife gets thrown on in here. Hybrid definitely feeling a bit of pressure. Hybrid under a lot of pressure in their previous map as well, if you think back. Trying to make things work as Tracer. Commanding shout here for Ex-Oblivione. Might speak for the durability, though. They're not looking to engage off of it.
Yeah, there might be a window to go in, but you just don't want to push through the choke as the defenders, and that's exactly why it's so easy to get punished. Now down Lucio, losing a ton of heals, hard to outlast, and Kiriko comes in. Oh, desperate commitment here.
Okay, they're going to have to make this work. Hybrid does, though. Sky gets picked off now. Now the commanding shout used by Ex-Oblivione. They don't seem to be in a hurry look like they're happy enough seeing that Kitsune Rush get drawn out of Kanela. They're just going to bide their time.
The spawn is just so much closer for the attackers. Trades tend to favor you. It is a 5-on-5 now. Everyone's back into the fight, so anybody's game here.
Oh, nice knife connection on Shockwave there. He was caught suspended inside that choke for a little too long, and Hyper brings him down. Sky Reaper wants to push up now, though, so again, it's a short-handed Kitsune Rush used by both teams. Definitely at least, like, allowing you to negotiate from a position of strength, even down a player.
Yeah, it's such a powerful ultimate. When it's not responded to, you've got to get out. One player is not as much as a value as a Kitsune Rush delivers. Respawn's coming back in, though. Should be another 5-on-5.
Shockwave, though, charged up. Here's that overclock. Tries to send a shot towards Crispy and punishes Chase, who's caught out in the open. Hardy comes in. Why not add the Rampage to the mix? And Mimone is caught in the Maelstrom. Another clean fight win. And we know, Shockwave, we know.
I will say, for me, that's a big mistake from Hadi. Like, that's a massive ult to drop, and Anoival Boxy's going to retake with 5 ults. Should be an easy retake for them, provided they can hang on to a couple ults for future fights. And they could be in a very good position. Holding this end point of second King's Row is a place a lot of teams get full health.
Here's that overclock straight away. Hybrid pops out, hoping for something early. All of Exoblivione, though, want to disengage entirely from this, so Hybrid will see very little action with this ultimate.
Still, though, opening up with Blade, I mean, as Genji here, I can tell you for free, it does not feel good opening up with a naked Blade into a Queen who's going to shout. I mean, you might not even get the beat out. This is a tough situation here for the attackers.
Exoblivione want to approach this now from that flanking position, but all of an Anoival Boxy push in their direction. Good poke damage for Exoblivione, but it's going to take more than that. Here comes the Kitsune Rush, and the Blade surely would soon follow if Exoblivione weren't already cut to shreds before the fight had begun.
See, this is the type of fight you really want in the comp. One ult overwhelms the enemy team, and you don't have to overexpend because, you know, usually the enemy team, they're so mobile with that shout, they can just run away, kite your ultimate. So if you blow too many at once, you can end up wasting like 2 or 3 ultimates and get nothing out of it. So one at a time is the right way to do it. And honestly, Anoival Boxy in this map, for me, has had better ult economy.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're still thinking back to Hardy's egregious use there of that Rampage. Here's the play for Mimone, forcing the deflect for most of it as he's happy enough to draw the sound barrier out. Here comes the Blade, though, and still Crispy doesn't have a chance to drop the beat of his own. He goes down before it. What a shot from Shockwave to nullify the Lucio. This is a scary prospect now for Anoival Boxy as that card is careening towards the Foundry.
Yeah, beat would have been coming down like a ton of bricks there, so picking off Crispy is an absolute game-winning play from Shockwave. I think without that pick, that's a very, very different fight. Could have been an easy win for Anoival Boxy, but sometimes it's just that one shot. We talked about this, Matt was mentioning it yesterday, right? That Sojourn, you know, all right, ult economy matters, but sometimes Sojourn matters more.
That's the volatility of that burst damage heroes you add to your composition here. Can let you turn around even in weaker situations in terms of ult economy. Chase Torch just gets mowed down there as Hardy walks the red brick road. The Kitsune Rush takes him to victory. Sound barrier comes out now from Crispy, and it's anything but compelling.
Yeah, beating into the Kiriko ult is a tough prospect at best, and without a Queen, Shockwave is eating them for breakfast right now.
My goodness. Shockwave
maybe
knows.
more like lunch in Europe.
11's second breakfast, maybe.
Second breakfast.
Yeah. All right, card's getting close. 2 minutes 50 on the clock. Crispy, half health already, trying to get out of spawn. Chase Torch. Oh,
Astro with the boop.
Yep, funny Astro. One of the most prolific environmental eliminators we've seen at the top level of Overwatch. Quite comfortable using boop to secure the round win.
Yeah, a lot of great fights from Anoival Boxy, keeping it relatively close, and then the individual mechanical outplays start to weigh them down. You know, piece by piece, they're cut apart, right? That Lucio, especially getting picked off by Rail when your team is counting on you to beat, right? Your team is playing as if the sound barrier is coming, and then when it's not there, you're done. You're done. You're overextended, no speed to get out. Shockwave basically wins the game single-handedly with that pick.
But virtually erases the impact of Hardy with an unnecessary ultimate through the streets phase, right? And that's what we're looking for a lot of the time, especially in these mirrored compositions. We are looking for fights in which, you know, teams with that greater ult economy don't win. And we ask ourselves why, and often it comes down to those small interactions. And that's why Sojourn adds that element of variance, being able to get those insta-kills with railgun headshots that can turn your expectations on their head in a moment.
It's such a great hero for the high-level play because it just works in any comp, any style, and it always has a chance to win. You know, even heroes like Widowmaker that, okay, theoretically Widow can always hit a headshot, right? But sometimes you just get swarmed on Widow and there's no way out of the situation. Sojourn feels like she can always just if played perfectly, right, dance her way out, you know, win that 1v1 when the last player catches up to you with that well-placed rail shot. So having guys like Shockwave on DPS is a real big lift to your team in such a heavily mechanically skilled composition.
And again, if you want to play like some of those more audacious off angles, you have the support of Kiriko that can play with you and then, you know, swift step out to the rest of the team if need be here. So you get a lot of resources to be a playmaker here. Hybrid hoping maybe to do that himself. He does force Shockwave up to the high ground with a disruptor shot thrown to pave the way for Chase.
Yeah, now it's Hybrid's chance to potentially strike back. Usually the attackers have better positions on King's Row first, so Hybrid really got to be looking out for him to find something, but Exfilione's not giving him any openings.
The rotations are so good, though, from Shockwave. He gets to a safe distance and then punishes Maimone, who went down to about half HP before that disruptor shot was fired off.
Yeah, Exfilione, in contrast to Normal Boxy's defense, they're bending but not breaking. They're pulling the opponent in and then striking hard and fast, punishing those off-angle DPS before the Kiriko can react, before the Lucio can get to the fight. And there's just a level of experience there, right? Funny Astro comes to the flank and helps the DPS instead of the more typical position of playing with the Queen.
Well, we saw Maimone get picked off out in the open, right, very early on that attacking push for Exfilione. Kevston not exposing himself to remotely the same degree. Hardy wants to flank. He wants to be just constantly in the back of an Oval Boxy's mind, making them think he could wrap, try and go for a rampage play or get in there with a commanding shout. Maimone does not want to be contesting the hotel right now. And there's the Carnage hit. It's going to put pressure on Crispy's healing output now. So we see Chase try and get elsewhere. Maybe try and punish Funny Astro's spot. Here it is, Funny Astro gets brought down, Sky Reaper does get the Kitsune Rush, but that's it. Maimone now is in a comfortable position to play from this safe spot, just poke away, as Chase is garnering all the attention on the point.
Kitsune just being 1 or 2 seconds faster makes all the difference. Sky Reaper gets it off, but dies after casting, isn't able to get re-healed, and isn't able to heal Funny Astro at that moment either. So, you know, it really is a difference of inches here. Sometimes that 2% faster cure goal decides the fight.
Sky Reaper can't be feeling good about that. You saw Funny Astro playing around the phone box, and he was essentially out in the open there. Now Exfilione have a veritable trove of ultimates to work their way through. How do they ration them over this next 4.5 minutes to ensure a stop in this second phase of the map? Definitely want to get as much value out of this beat in the next fight, as Crispy will have one to match.
Yeah, ideally, it's just the overclock, find some picks. Ideally, you fight even without ulting, right? There's a potential for that from Exfilione. See if Shockwave can just get his opener. Blade coming in very early, very aggressive, and could be kited. Oh, no, the dash!
No connection, Maimone. Can even get away from this. No, Kevster chases him down. And again, that's the difference maker. It's the little things here that end up being a big difference. Chase will be punished here. Exfilione now have a chance to really set the line of scrimmage very close to the attacker's spawn.
Oh, spawn camp incoming here, and this is a very scary place to get spawn camped. King's Row right here. This is a legit play. I mean, I wouldn't even call this BM. You do this against good teams too. It's very hard to break the spawn without over-ulting, and you're miles away from the cart. It's just rolling back. This is a terrible position to be in for a Norval Boxy. Even if they win this fight, it just gets you back to 50-50.
Exfilione happy to spend ultimates, I'm sure, even on trying to maintain this position. If they can force some out of their opponents, even better. Very quickly, though, in Oval Boxy looking ahead straight back towards the cart. They do get there, but Hardy, he's the cat amongst the pigeons. That's a big Carnage swing now. A rampage is on the cart. It's 5 players. A sound barrier just with the Doctor order there for Crispy, but still a punishing passage of play. In Oval Boxy, gonna have to par with some more of these ultimates now if they want to hang on in this fight. Hardy sees Chase go skittering past, but he had no connection, or at least there was a Suzu to stop that anti-heal. Chase gets brought down, and an Oval Boxy par with all of their ultimates to come up with absolutely nothing. That is backbreaking.
Yeah, backbreaking is exactly the right word. Wow, what an outplay, ultimate strategy. I mean, honestly, in Norval Boxy, great read, flipping the map there, exactly the right response in that moment. Nice flex on the spray there, by the way.
Like that.
Yeah, we know. That one. We know. We remember. I was there a couple times. But yeah, to win that fight, you know, the perfect cleanse on everybody when Chase tries to clutch. And Hadi, even though the beat comes out, he's getting infinite lifesteal from that ultimate. So yes, nobody dies, but Hadi can't be killed either. And the beat is just a pure defensive skill.
Does it stack with your Carnage connections?
Yes, everything stacks. It's out of control.
Oh, Crispy! Didn't have a chance to touch the ground. Shockwave allows him to live up to his name there as he serves himself up as a deep-fried snackaroony on the streets of King's Row. Exfilione now really starting to get out to a solid lead.
That's a lesson everybody gets. Everybody gets one. You got to learn your lesson. Stay out of the air against top-level hit scan players, you know. But one time you better learn it, because guess what? You go there again, he's gonna cut you down.
Groundhog Day, absolutely in session here. Once more, an Oval Boxy will be stuffed back to whence they came. And as we know, Oblivioni are happy to invest ultimates into fights from this position. It's a one where they're feeling much stronger here. And they can give some ground. They can still force an Oivalboxy to fight in an awkward spot.
Yeah, it's going to be another map flip, but this time Oblivioni very well in position, going to retreat to the choke, and again, it just feels like the game is stalling out, clock running down. Defenders very, very happy in this situation.
Blade available for Kevster. Sound barrier on deck. Funny Astro has a significant ult lead that could be huge in this next fight. Here comes the Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier popped in very quickly, and Oivalboxy trying to go back to whence they came, but Shockwave once more will take care of Crispy. And an Oivalboxy, they're far from done. They're going to be held in position now and staggered out once more.
Oh, a late commit with the blade. I mean, to be fair, if he gets a single kill there, it could get them a later advantage, but now everyone getting spawn camped, and we're really starting to feel the difference between these two teams. I feel like the game is slipping further and further out of an Oivalboxy's hands, not just in terms of economy, but just there's a vibe check here. You know, you're getting smoked, guys. Oh, no, you're dead.
The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Yo,
okay, Mamone is not getting away with that one.
Spawn door, my friends.
He's able to get away from the fight in the spawn, is Mamone. Funny Astro does fall, so Hybrid does find that pick, but at the cost of an entire overclock.
Honestly, I wonder if Oblivioni is even going to back out. They probably ought to down to Lucio, but hey, maybe just fight it out here, take the respawns, and reset. I mean, if they win this 4v5, I don't know what to think anymore.
Rampage available here for Chase. Again, they have that sound barrier advantage. But how do you get good use of it here? Okay, 2 players caught with that. I think Oblivioni might just concede.
Kevster bleeding out.
He's not going to make it. But again, you can fall back here, you can buy a little bit more time, force overtime maybe to begin.
Yeah, and Oblivioni, with their experienced players, are going to go die on card here, and even a late pick from Hadi. Beautiful. That's going to give them an opener into the next fight. And overtime's already begun, and we're only at the beginning of the Streets phase. Funny Astro will take an overtime death, so he's going to be relatively slow back to the fight, but he's Lucio. He's the ideal hero to be the last one coming back. And a player like Funny Astro, you know he's got the rollouts down.
Kitsune Rush. Overclock here for Oblivioni into the sound barrier of an Oivalboxy. They'll have the Kiriko ultimate online as well. And again, yeah, we see that sort of slow return to the fray for Funny Astro, despite being rather sprightly.
These knives from Hadi are really just getting better and better. He keeps pulling people, and no pick there, but just that chance. It's very, very scary. Shockwave with overclock. You can beat into it, but very passive Kitsune Rush as well. Hard to push in with that.
Defensive, yeah. How do you advance sort of past this here? Shockwave also dissuading you, I think, with his overclock getting popped. Here's the sound barrier now. Funny Astro builds his just in time, though. And Oblivioni are in a position where they can stand their ground. Crispy gets removed. Mamone seen better days, to be sure. Barely a sliver of HP as he slinks away from the fight, but Kanale and Crispy, the healers, already down, and that'll be that. Oblivioni shut the door on an Oivalboxy on King's Row. A game that started looking pretty competitive, right? Once the spawn camp began, I think the fight after that first spawn camp when Oblivioni rotate back is one of the most disgusting I've seen. You force those attackers who are waiting, right? They're sitting on their ultimate, like 5 ultimates, to get out of spawn. They use them all and get absolutely ruined in that fight.
Yeah, I just felt like it feels like Oblivioni is only heating up in this match, and the Oivalboxy are starting to feel the limit. They're getting desperate. They're popping ultimates down players, and it, you know, it just. I'm feeling the game is slipping out of their hands. Vibes are not in their favor. They're gonna need to like mentally reset, and for me, maybe bring a different strat. Like, yeah. I don't think you're winning this mirror,
guys. But you point out that like Mamone pops a blade. I think in like a 3v5, they're getting spawn camp. You say, okay, if they can just get 1 kill, then they can work with that. But he gets nothing. So all of a sudden, you're even further into the red at that point, trying to fight your way out of such a difficult situation. These teams are familiar. They've been here before. But Oblivioni definitely shows that there's a reason why their name is red left to right and not right to left. I'll tell you what, they're definitely feeling good about things so far. This is the all-star team. This is practically the very best players in Europe all coming together under one banner just to show up the rest of the competition. But I like to see this. I like to see them plunged back into the ecosystem now. The rest of Europe, as the rest of EMEA, is going to have to get better. It's going to have to lift to meet them here. And again, there's a second chance for an Oivalboxy regardless of how the next map goes, right? They go to the lower bracket. I think that might be the game of the day, right? Seeing them take on, you know, like whoever's
SRP check. Yeah. I think that could be very competitive for me, but honestly, it's hard to look at this match result and not over yet, but it's hard to feel like anybody can complete with Oblivioni. Just the way I feel right now is that these guys could take on the world.
Yep, clear front runner in the EMEA region, 1 map away from moving into that final. It's Oblivioni going from strength to strength. Don't go too far. Map number 3 in this first to 3 is coming up.
Well, well, well. There's a bunch of enemies over there. I like it when the prey fights back.
You do not want to hear me roar.
Try and stop me!
We are the apex predators.
You will not be tased again.
I am a sly and stealthy hunter.
It's hammer time!
A steady blade never falters.
Blast it!
Working hard or working harder.
Let's go sledding. I've always wanted to try that.
A most impressive display.
Let the festivities begin!
We are 2 maps into our upper final here, the Overwatch 2 FlashOps Holiday Showdown, and so far there is a clear front runner in EMEA, Jake. Ex-Oblivione look incredible on King's Row. I mean, it's the map where you get to see the teams really show what they're capable of, even outside of just their fundamentals, but they were well ahead in basically every metric, I feel.
Yeah, Noivelle Boxy are getting slapped around a little bit. That's how I'd put this one. It's starting to, the vibe check, I mean, this is the point in the match where, you know, Ex-Oblivione is starting to laugh, starting to have some fun in the comms. People are maybe the hard comms. I'm speeding. I'm healing. I guarantee if Funny Astro's hitting 1, I'm healing. I'm speeding. I'm healing. I'm speeding this game. The Lucio troll comp. But honestly, as we go into New Junk City, I'm really worried that this is just going to be a 3-0 because this is such a DM-heavy game type. You've got to just outmatch your opponents on these like little one-on-one flank engagements. The opening fights of each point are really crucial and decisive. Often, you know, that's dictated by just who's the better deathmatcher. And for these teams, I'm feeling the limit, and it's a good Queen map as well.
It's a good Queen map.
Could just be a hard repeat of last map.
Couple of things that we've enjoyed so far is, Hardy, his knives, like you pointed out, they're really consistently hitting them off and dragging some of those less durable targets into some really compromising situations as the front lines come clashing. And Shockwave has been absolutely terrifying on the Sojourn. No two ways about it.
Okay, in Noivelle Boxy, though, they are bringing out this May Reaper comp, which I think is the right answer at this moment in the series, right? You're feeling the limit. These individualistic comps aren't playing to your favor, and so maybe you can take the game in a very different direction, make it very chaotic, messy, brawl-heavy, and I think more is just the ticket for that. I wonder, will Ex-Oblivione be able to answer this, or will they be forced to take the mirror? This is going to, I think, say a lot about the future meta of the tournament. I think even the NA teams are going to be watching this game and thinking about, is there a viable answer to this Reaper Mora style?
So first question, do Ex-Oblivione feel like they have to mirror this comp after a difficult fight or two? Or can they prevail here against a comp that is pretty straightforward? Oh, Chase! Shockwave, man, tell you what, you give him an inch, he's going to take a country mile. We're in the wrong region for that, but you know what I mean. It's another one for Shockwave as my moan falls down, and on an individual level, again, Ex-Oblivione are delivering.
All right, question asked and answered, maybe. Okay, you don't need to play more Reaper. You know, I think the Queen theoretically should be really strong against this, really punishing them for grouping up with those giant Carnage swings. That skill, if you land on targets, you get a cooldown reduction. And you start hitting 3 or 4 people, you don't even use your primary fire. You just axe. You ask a lot of questions with Queen. That's all I got to say. And Chase Torch, I mean, he's got to just run headlong into Shockwave Sojourn.
Right, yeah.
That's rough. You need a perfect Mei wall from Maimon to open the fight, or you're not winning it.
And again, you're dealing with a tank in Junker Queen that excels up close and personal, whereas Ramacha's a bit more balanced between that short and long range combat. Here it is, Nemesis form, Shockwave pops that overclock. How do you even find a target amongst the massive bodies? Sends one in Hybrid's direction, but the Coalescence is going to keep an Noivelle Boxy topped up there. Canale making it very hard for anyone to find purchase on this Noivelle Boxy team. They'll be able to flip the point now.
the Cole is a pretty overwhelming turn here for the Moira comp, so very important that they're able to win it. I do feel, though, Shockwave, I mean, he did have his chances there, right? If he lands one headshot, it's a different fight. Even picks off the Reaper, right? Different fight, different situation altogether. So still, for me, looking winnable for Exoblivione on the comp they're playing, and they haven't even found their strongest turn, which for me, it should be when, especially Kitsune Rush, like even the Moira Reaper might not be able to stand up to that level of value on the battlefield.
So again, you give over the point for 40%, and you're very quickly back in the fight. Hybrid here on the Reaper has one directive and one alone. It's get into the front line and put pressure on Hardy and co. Rampage is an option here. Hybrid got caught by the knife, so now actually has to burn his Wraith Walk to get away. Chase and Hybrid both get hit with that anti-heal here, and Hybrid will not be picking himself back up. And again, there's no protection Suzu here for an Oivalbox's comp, so there's no way to get that anti-heal off your tank.
The difference in durability on the Ram when he's anti-healed, it's night and day, right? Normally this hero feels like he cannot go down, but with no heals coming in, like, yes, that block is nice, but you're getting swarmed. Genji can get on your back very easily. Doesn't even worry at all about the power block. Yep. And Reaper sometimes, honestly, just feels like when you play against Queen, you're like, what? That hero's stronger than me.
We talked about it before, right? There's the Moira Lucio is like a lower utility, higher throughput backline, but if you deny the throughput via an anti-heal, then they are not really good at all. They will never stand up against this Kiriko Lucio setup. Exoblivione get a free fight here in the transition phase. That's got to definitely be a buoyant force sending them to the next point.
In the end, though, Funny Astro has to expend a beat to win that, and in Oivalboxy, they're coming up on 5 ultimates, so this is the fight you have to win for free, but it could be a scary one. With Sojourn in the mix, it's like, yes, you have a big advantage, but if Sojourn gets a kill before you pop an ultimate, you start to question, should we even commit? Things can go from bad to worse, you can waste your resources, so still potential for Exoblivione just because of their raw mechanical skill.
Yeah, it'll be that volatility that prevents an Oivalboxy forgetting to execute a fight the way they draw it up. Hybrid, though, going to make his way around the backside here, and yeah, Coalescence is tough to deal with. And hey, if you can win a fight here with just the use of that one ultimate, that is so high value.
Yeah, well done here, well executed, and it's exactly the type of fight you want. Get that early control, and now I really want to see how Mei plays these fights. I think Maimon is the crucial player. He's got to find walls that isolate Hadi. Yes, Skyripper could always TP in, but sometimes it just doesn't work out the way you want. So, you know, splitting up the team comp, denying the Queen from the rest of her team that are going to support her and protect her, very, very important.
Yeah, even being able to TP to your tank, you know, won't necessarily be able to save them is the issue. I think I've seen this one before. There's a Reaper guy. Kevster just got obliterated as soon as that Death Blossom got popped. Suzu used there on Hardy, but it won't be enough to keep him alive. That's 2 consecutive fights. And now we start thinking back to Funny Astro burning that sound barrier in between these 2 flashpoints.
Yeah, Shockwave, maybe a bit of overconfidence there. Trying to clutch with OC, really, really questionable for me in that team fight. It didn't look possible at all. Theoretically, you could just hit every shot, but honestly, pushing the limits a little too far for me there. And still, sound barrier's ready, so Hadi, Kevster, they do have ults, but it's got to be one to bait out the sound barrier and another to win the fight, and you have to survive to make that possible.
Already in Oivalboxy trying to leave upon Exoblivione as they look to regroup now. They drive a wedge in between 2 sides of the team. Sound barrier has to come out. A 4-player Rampage. Hardy, who would have had so much free healing if he just stayed on the map. It's such a classic Hardy move. Kevster, though, on the point. He found Crispy with the blade, and Mimona's already taken down here. A token resistance for Exoblivione eventually fizzles out as Shockwave has to commit to the point and face the music. It'll be 1 apiece in flashpoints.
Getting the Cole out, though, in the end there, it feels pretty nice, right? So far, that Cole has been really the scariest ultimate available for a Oivalboxy. It's so flexible, it keeps people alive, at the same time adds to that raw throughput, cleaving up all those heroes who want to stack up on Queen. And so, to be honest, you feel okay about this for Exoblivione. Like, more ults available for a Oivalboxy, but for me, the Kiriko ult is the most powerful ultimate on the server here. I'm not sure the Reaper can even stand up to that.
Hardy Kilo does want to take an early fight. Sees an Oivalboxy coming and will allow them to take the
point and just cap with it. That's exactly how they're going to play this, and it's very hard to respond to.
So they rotate now, and Oivalboxy trying to chase them and just continue to take the stronger positioning. But they will allow Exoblivione to set Shockwave up on the high ground. Flashpoint now unlocked. It's going to be Kitsune Rush on the point just the way they drew it up. It's the Blizzard being deployed here by Maimon. And Exoblivione able to get out of it, though. Chase trying to come forward here with his annihilation, but the sound barrier comes at just the right time, and eventually the Ramatra gets dragged down. The high ground's still being commanded now by Kevster and co. Hybrid is like 5 HP by the time he touches down, and Kevster was waiting for him.
Yeah, the Sojourn is just so uncontested in this matchup. I mean, that's really the main weakness of the Reaper comp, and a beautiful, nasty delay on Maimon here. This is how Overwatch is played. I always get mad. You can tell in the green room, Mitch. I'm always like, why don't they stall these kills?
Yeah.
This is why. It's so annoying to deal with. Now, if a normal Boxy is... If they're not disciplined, they could get chased into the spawn right in here in 4v5.
Shockwave's thinking about it.
Yeah, just costing them so much time. They might only get one more fight on the point. They do have the Cole. So far, that's been huge for them, but even with Coalescence, right? Overclock always has the chance to turn it with that one crucial headshot.
Often that pulse bomb may be intended for the Moira Coalescencing, but now she can fade during that ultimate animation. Just not an option now anymore for Kevster.
Oh, fade used, hold up. Okay. Kevster being careful.
Absolutely biding his time now, but he's got a pretty good...
Bad call. They're not gonna be able to push with it, and honestly, Shockwave's gonna be happy with this. He doesn't mind, and yeah, Novoboxy forcing the push here. No Cole value, I think, hurts more than no overclock value.
Absolutely. Kevster now gets to walk in, sees Crispy drop to the point pretty low. Chase spotted there as well. Wall thrown up on the high ground by Maimon. Okay, not quite a stick with the pulse there. Kevster was hoping someone would move back onto it. It's going to be Maimon at least able to take the kill. That's a second for the May in this fight. Hardy forced off the point at 99 for Rex Oblivione. And Overboxing now will give him a wide berth, surely?
You're crazy if you fight this, Hardy. This is a really risky...
Oh my god! Sky got there! He's got Kitsune Rush! Here's the swing with the Carnage! He's going to dash off out of the Blizzard!
This is really sketchy from Hardy. Like, it's so hard to win this fight, even with the pick. Bunny Astro does find one more, but I still feel like this could be a throw.
Yeah, sound barrier here for Crispy, though. They get it out of him at the very least. Hardy's, though, back close to full health here. And there's a sound barrier available for Bunny Astro. The point's still being contested, and Canale's gone down the lion's share of the healing now. In the absence of the sound barrier means that a Boxing can't stand against this. That is absolutely filthy. What does it take to make you think you can hang around as Hardy and commit to that fight? That is absolutely insane.
I honestly, that's a little bit there's a lot of confidence right there. For me, that's a very risky fight. You have the chance to throw the game there. You could just reset, come back in and cap with Kyriel, but he felt, you know what? Hey, we got Kyriel. Go hit some headshots, bro. Like, I trust you. Sometimes that's the call you got to make. And when you lose those fights on the Novo Boxy, those really bite. Those are going to start to affect the team's momentum and mentality.
One more flashpoint stands between Ex-Oblivione and victory. Force the fade there. Canale into the Coalescence. Despite having used it, so they've got to go aggressive. Fortunately, Canale able to get away from the harrying of Kevster and immediately generate an elimination from that Coalescence.
Yeah, that quick value into the Kitsune rush. Winning that fight's crucial because, as we talked about Cole being crucial, I think honestly Kitsune is even more important for Ex-Oblivione. So not winning that fight, pretty painful, and they're forced to retake with relatively little here. I mean, it's all DPS ultimates, it's all variables, but to be honest, that's what the Moira comp is perfect at dealing with, right? These Tracer, every single hero has an escape.
Here it is. Canale wants to push forward again. Look at that quickly. He'll be generating that next Coalescence. Ex-Oblivione opt not to stand and fight there. Kevster on the point. It's going to be another shockwave. Opener, and it gets Crispy. Instantly generates a key kill with that overclock. Not much Hybrid can do here except try and close the gap under Wraith Walk, and Shockwave keeps him at a respectable distance. Still an Overboxy. Sat up here on the point. It'll be a slow bleed out, but eventually Ex-Oblivione should have control here.
Yeah, just going to be a stall game now for a Novoboxy, trying to get as much point progress as possible. Could help them out later in the round, but beautifully played by Ex-Oblivione, right? Every time this Moira rush comes in, Kevster's back on the point, instantly capping. Everyone else kiting out, not getting caught by the rush. And the point just ticks up and up and up. And Novoboxy, they're looking for those catches, but they're not finding anything. Getting, frankly, just outplayed on the map right now.
Novoboxy start with a point. It's all because they get a nice sort of decisive Coalescence from Canale, and they push straight into Ex-Oblivione after they pop the Kitsune Rush. Now, again, they're going to be generating a lot of those ultimates very quickly. They're going to have Coalescence online already. A lot to work with. And my own Blizzard, you pointed out you want to see how those walls are going to be used by the May. We haven't really seen a ton of situations, given that the previous point was sort of the one that featured high and low ground respectively. But here you might have a chance to see it in action. Hardy thinking about lining up, I'm sure, a Rampage.
Yeah, and the beat's all going to be available for Crispy. He got it just in time, so answers available here. Oh, he bursted though.
Sound barrier came out from Crispy just in case there was a connection from that Rampage. Hardy loses the ultimate though. He went for the channel and gets picked off midway through. That's got to be a flashpoint for a Novoboxy.
Yeah, we are going to go to the final point here on Flashpoint. So this comp matchup for me, from a meta perspective, I'm starting to favor the Moira
Moira
Reaper.
is so good
To be
here.
honest, since the way this match has been going, if this is even close, it suggests to me that the Moira Reaper is probably the stronger comp with how the other maps have been going.
Sure.
But I think that's what I talked about before. Sometimes that ego can bite you. You want to stay on the high skill heroes. You want to pop off individually and flex your skill. Sometimes that can punish you because sometimes it's not the best comp in Overwatch.
Kevster here, playing their periphery. That's a Death Blossom being thrown in by Hybrid. Only Hardy really being impacted by it, but the Junker Queen kill might be more than enough here as Exoblivione still expend the Kitsune Rush and now have very little way to take advantage of that haste effect.
Yeah, and it could be another early point cap. Exoblivione, they're still going to fight, but it looks pretty difficult, right? Losing those core center heroes in the fight. You know, you can't really stand up to the Ramattra anymore without that devastating lifesteal that Queen brings to bear.
All right, not a great start for Exoblivione here. Spending a pulse bomb there. Kevster with no connection in that previous fight. Again, we'll probably be looking at Shockwave to open up the next engagement with a well-placed overclock. Still a Blizzard for Mimone, being kept for the last 2 to 3 fights. Hoping maybe to set something up here with a wall, a player isolated, and then a capitalization with that player advantage generated. Hardy caught by this one. Crispy going down early, though. It's a trade. You've lost your Junker Queen at the expense of your opponent's Lucio, and you get a call out here.
Huge from Kevster.
Oh my god! Okay. Shockwave, not only did they get the back cap here, Jay, yeah, crucial, but also an important pick off. Now some stall on the point. They'll just die here.
Yeah, not too bad though. You know, getting the back cap really means that, you know, the fight ended up being almost for free, and that's much more important ults from Inovoboxy. I was gonna say, you know, they're in control of the game. It's their game to lose. That fight was well played from Exoblivione. Even though they lost it, I think they clawed a little bit of position back in the map overall. And Kevster, I think, forcing these back caps time and time again is really a great decision on the Tracer. It's very hard for the Moira to deal with that. Splitting her formation is not what she wants.
Kevster just forced Canale's fade there pretty early on in this engagement. Maybe there's an opportunity there to really exploit the lack of mobility on the back line here. Hybrid's very low. Sound barrier for Funny Astro now. I'm healing. Here's the beat. Hardy just stays alive. And he's building now towards a rampage, but the damage keeps coming in here. We're at 99 for Inovoboxy. They're going to be popping. Now the Annihilation for Chase. They get a sound barrier as well for Crispy. And this time, Inovoboxy able to come out on top. A slow start for them on this map. But Old Economy favors them so heavily here. Their execution of their win condition with this Moira Reaper, spot on.
And sticking with it throughout the map, I think, was crucial, right? Like, you know, you could have taken those first few fights and started to feel, okay, maybe we have to change back, maybe we have to take this mirror. But they stayed consistent. They stayed believing that it's more about execution. And I do think if the Mei finds that wall, isolates players off, that's when the fight gets really hard for the Queen. That's what she can't really deal with effectively. And Kevster being forced to the Tracer, switching to a more back cap heavy style, I think is the right move with Queen, but it's just hard, right? That Moira Reaper is so durable, so good at getting back to the fight and just outlasting their opponents.
Hybrid there drops in with a Death Blossom, finds that insta kill. And again, we sort of talk about, you know, right at the start of the game, like if you feel like maybe you're not on the same level, you know, maybe just fundamentally you want to try and derive some advantage against a team that feels stronger, going over towards this Moira Reaper, the Mei composition here, some flashpoints, like, they don't work well with Mei. Like, it's not as easy to create the picks with walls. But of course, I think we head over towards bomb flats for that last one, and there are opportunities. Mimone able to demonstrate a few of those here. But the Moira, to me, felt like the most impactful hero on the map by a long shot.
Yeah, that coalescence, it just comes up so dang quick and synergizes so well with the overall team comp. That ult typically, I think, is one of the weaker ults in the game. Usually you can respond to it and deal with it. But when it's backing up heroes like Mei, Reaper, Ramattra, sped around by a Lucio speed boost, it just gets out of control. You know, when you're hitting 10 heroes with Cole, it's a broken skill.
Not only you're
hitting
heroes with damage mitigation inbuilt and with lifesteal, right? So it all sort of multiplies that much, and it makes it very, very hard for your opponents to find out where to start pressing on your composition to expose some of the weaknesses there. Regardless, the Inovoboxy stay alive in this series. I think we didn't talk about Preds on the couch, but I know quite a few of us had them taking at least a map here. Nice to see them at least being able to achieve that. So map number 4 in his first 3 is just around the corner. Can Inovoboxy continue what may be the beginnings of a reverse sweep? And there it is, some life in this Noiville Boxy roster as we turn around to New Junk City and they make it work with that Ramattra, the Reaper, the Mei, the Moira. Like we talked about in the break, Jake, it's a great map for that composition. I feel like it really suits that style quite well. Maybe moving on, though, might not be so easy to make the comp work.
You know, Lucio and Mei joining Talon like that, despicable. Despicable. To work with Moira, Reaper,
Law mentioned?
Ramattra.
Law?
Unacceptable in my eyes. But yeah, to be honest, it's a great comp, great at those close quarters maps, and I called it, Mitch. Esperanza coming up. Yeah, this map is going to be pretty rough to make that super close range brawl style work. Maybe Rush Comp Mirror coming out, but I think definitely Sojourn, such a valuable hero on this map. A lot of open space to play with, and this is a clear signal from Exoblivione. They're just like, all right, yeah, whatever. You win the Moira match. Now let's play some mechanics map. Let's get wide open and see who's got the better hit scan.
Do you think we get Winston comps here?
You can, but I mean, that's crazy. You're getting crazy if you're playing a Winston comp here. I mean, it's doable, but I think you're better off playing a Rush Mirror, but just the Sojourn, right? It's like so wide open. Reaper has to cross these long open spaces. There's not that many tricky corners to TP on. Mostly it's just, I think that hero alone is going to really suffer here.
I think back to what Houston tried to do in the grand finals on this map and make a Winston composition work, but that's definitely not really... We're in Europe here. We need to remember that. We're back in the EMEA region. A region that loves to play these brawl compositions here. What do you feel about the Orisa in the head-to-head with the Junk Queen, if we see that come out?
I don't mind the Orisa at all against Queen in particular. Oh, it is the Winston. And honestly, I think this is a big mistake. Against Queen, at least, or maybe it's just a great read from a Noiville Boxy to bring out the Queen here, because I think this hero should counter Winston. For me, a Noiville Boxy is favored. I think this is a 60-40 matchup at best for Exoblivione. But there's always that outplay factor. It's the Sojourn factor. It's the Ana finding those big nades. We'll see.
We saw it. We talk about Sojourn factor. It's Hybrid actually that opens up the account here for a Noiville Boxy. We saw this on our first round on Sanctum, right? Rather, as we went over towards Busan right at the start of this series. Hardy plays a Winston into the Junker Queen. They find success, but maybe not because of the tank matchup.
Yeah, inadvisable for me to be running the Winston here. I really think Hardy's going to have an extraordinarily tough game on his hands. And on top of that, I just don't think Winston's his best hero. I mean, he's fine on the hero. I don't think he's a one-trick, but I do think he's better on other choices. And for me, this matchup is going to be very hard, particularly for the Winston. So much pressure on him. You jump in, you think it's good, and then the Queen puts that knife in you, and you can't leave.
Hardy here, just as you mentioned it, that's the third for Hybrid. Basically, the only player getting eliminations here, and they're all important ones. Sky Reaper forced to play in front of Catacombs here. It's an easy lineup for Hybrid.
Yeah, and really, I mean, Hybrid's got no pressure on him, right? Because Hardy cannot jump into the backline. He has to respect Queen. He has to do these passive soft jumps, just touch the car. But that leaves Hybrid exposed on the high ground, and we're starting to see what he can do. He can definitely keep up in that pure 1v1 with Shockwave now that his team is a little bit better positioned to support him.
Hardy again trying to stay at a line of sight of Hybrid while also being able to set up for a dive here to the high ground. Who joins him? Kevster. Surely chomping at the bit to get involved. Maimon on the Tracer this time around here. No Mei action. There it is. Okay, finally. Again, a Sojourn that really is dictating the pace of this game. Shockwave almost getting accosted there by that knife, but able to slip away to safety.
The top of your screen might confuse you when you see 5 players on both teams. Actually, this is a Sojourn 1v1. Oh, Tracer getting involved. All right, all right.
Great to see. Also on Funny Astro here, so able to get around the shield, and Shockwave now gets punished. Just as Hardy tried to counter dive up there, he's a split second too late.
Yeah, this Winston Queen matchup, it's hurting. I don't like it. Hardy is staying for the Primal, but this is what, his 3rd death without Primal. This game is, and especially on push, right? You know, you throw away an early advantage,
it's like
things go from bad to worse, right? Especially Esperanza, this high ground control. The attackers don't have to do anything here. They will wait for 7 minutes and 30 seconds till the game ends, camping this high ground. Exoblivione has to push in. At least the dive has some chance to retake the high ground, but it's not easy. Well positioned by Chase Torch. Not being on the car, he just has to defend his backline from the Winston. That's his role here, and he's playing it to perfection.
Exoblivione have to fight their way out of this corner they painted themselves into with this Winston composition. Hybrid looks like he's firing on all cylinders this time around. Been very, very hard for Shockwave to match him, and now he has a high ground advantage that is going to be really hard for Exoblivione to retake, even with that dive comp. Disrupt the shot thrown down there.
Nade misses.
Bio nade, yeah, no
Shockwave.
connection. Shockwave, seen better days. Here comes Hardy. Will he primal for this fight? No, instead he opts to back away. Then Nano Shockwave, but he's got no targets.
Yeah, Nano OC for just OC. Great fight from and a Noiville Boxy. They finally got me. And now they're going to be able to retake with the Queen. Hardy's got Primal, but it's hard to even Primal into a Queen sometimes.
All right, Hardy now with the Primal again. Kitsune Rush might be an issue. Mamone will stick to the periphery for now and has a Pulse Bomb ready to deploy.
Oh, Hardy.
I mean...
No, you can't leave.
Man, these... Again, you have to feel like the... Oh, the stick! Oh, nice. It's good! Mamone for 2. And Exoblivione now starting to get absolutely thrashed here on Esperanza. And Oival Boxy will push ahead now that we're happy to occupy the high ground and let the bots stay, but now with such an advantage, they're headed into the next phase.
To me, Exoblivione, this is overconfidence. I mentioned this at the start of the series. That is your Achilles heel here. That's the only way you're giving up this series, is if you just refuse to take a good comp matchup. And Oival Boxy, no such qualms about playing the best heroes for the situation, playing a punishing matchup. I think this is a huge mistake. They could be throwing the series away right now, Exoblivione.
Okay, so trying to just conceive of a way to disrupt this high ground presence from an Oival Boxy. A Pulse Bomb, a decent way to do it here, but so much mobility. Canale just backs away now. At least it gives Hardy a chance to alight on the bridge for a moment. But how do you break this?
It's a beautiful defensive chokehold on the map, the patience, and as soon as you try to push into it, that's when they strike back into you and they get just a little bit more progress. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe try and make some progress, but I actually love the patience here to not aggress. This is discipline, this is patience. Most teams, you pick a tank, you're like, all right, let's go. They know how good this position on the map is, and to be honest, they've just been holding this forever. The one time Exoblivione pushed them off was a nano OC that was just kited.
There are very few moments in Overwatch, especially these days, when this happens, but our team that are leading are not incentivized to advance the game state. It does happen every now and then here, so they will hold the bridge. The onus will be on...
Not getting flipped though, beautiful rotation.
Like that now, Pulse Bomb there, thrown down by Kevston, no connection, but the rally from Funny Astro means you can really start to get your hands dirty. Here's the Rampage, the one catches 3. Sleep, no connection, and Funny Astro's down. Eventually Sky will bleed out, and things are only going to get worse for Exoblivione.
This is, frankly, a masterclass in how to play Overwatch from a Oival Boxy. They might have better, like, individual mechanical skill on Exoblivione, but it doesn't matter in the face of a strategic outplay. So, for me, this is peak Overwatch. This is what I love about the game, is that if you have a better strategy, better read, you can outplay stronger players. For me, that's what makes Overwatch so exciting. And right now, we're seeing an Oival Boxy get right back into the series because of it.
4 minutes to play, plenty of time, really, but Exoblivione have barely made a scratch on the map, and Mamone drops it down.
Sick.
Stork delivery. And Sky, crushed under the weight of having to raise Young, will be sent back to the spawn. Now Hybrid here again can fire off this overclock whenever he so chooses, but oh my god, Exoblivione hamstrung without their Ana in the game.
Time and time again, it's just this defensive position. It is going to be a commitment to the low ground, honestly. So an Oival Boxy maybe changing the mind. Nope, beautiful reset to the high ground. This is beautiful, guys. I know people don't like this, but I love this. I love a strategic outplay, and that's exactly what we're seeing. Kevster almost finds one, but Hybrid finds his first.
There are no openings. No openings for Exoblivione to exploit here. Hybrid there shuts Shockwave down instantly. At least Shockwave's still able to hold onto that overclock here. Hybrid now trying to play a little safer. This could be compromising. Yep, chased down. Canale also picked off in the background by Hardy's Primal Rage. He's healthy enough now to be able to hold on, and Exoblivione finally, they break out of the chokehold here, but they've got so far to go.
4 ults for 1, and they win the team fight. All right. I mean, in the end, in Oival Boxy, if you can just deny a snowball here, you're still good at that. And the late pick by Mamone, that is back-breaking from Exoblivione. This was their chance to come back into the game, and the last player who dies is the slowest one off the respawn. Oh, that is painful for Skyrippa. This should be a very easy retake now for an Oival Boxy, and frankly, Exoblivione could find themselves right back in that chokehold that they've been spending the last 6 minutes.
Crispy also picked off Funny Astro.
Yeah.
So both supports got killed late in the fight. So all of a sudden, any advantage you might have derived there from that 4 versus 1 ultimate exchange and fight win, well, it's been reset. At least now we're back to parity in terms of bot position, but Exoblivione have better get their skates on.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive dive from Hardy, and the team's not quite ready to follow up on it. Hardy gets turned on, focused down. Queen is so good, and the Cure Gold as well. Gonna get a huge cleanup here.
Oh, buddy, Canale with 2. Those kunais flying thick and fast, claiming 2 heads. And once again, Exoblivione getting stuffed back into this extremely oppressive scenario.
These guys, I'm channeling them to go back to the high ground right now. they could consider trying to make more progress in this position. I don't think it's crazy, but I think going back to the high ground might be the highest percentage play.
Is it necessary to keep moving up here?
Exactly, it's not. You've done enough to win the push map. I mean, this is really, I think this is great for the people at home to see, because this is how push is played. This is a masterclass in clear, precise execution. No overconfidence. You know, that's so many times that's what costs teams the lead in push, is overconfidence, and just a display of incredible discipline by Noivalboxy.
As the stick, Hardy is down again. Noivalboxy did retreat back to that high ground, as you sort of intimated. They're going to have to try and make use of the rally here, despite lacking their Winston, who would have had Primal, and he stayed in the fight. And now, this is absolutely brutal. Ex-Oblivioni have not been a part of this game for the last 7 or so minutes. Still struggling to make an impact. And again, this reverse sweep, it's well and truly underway.
I gotta call these guys out. Like, get off this comp. You guys are getting smoked. You have not had like one single good ultimate trade. You're getting comp gapped right now, guys. Like, if I'm the coaches right here, if I'm Christopher watching this, I'd be seething, frankly, for Ex-Oblivioni. You've got to switch off this matchup. You're getting absolutely brutalized.
Maimone and Kevster. Kevster looking for any way to derive an advantage. Both players recalling back to the similar position there. Nice intuition for Kevster to be waiting for Maimone. So again, another little overextension. We saw Hybrid do it last time, and it did turn into Ex-Oblivioni getting back onto the map. The late kills from an Noivalboxy was what slowed them down. Again, Canale there moves out into the crosshairs of Shockwave. That's 2 with the overclock. It looks like Ex-Oblivioni getting more comfortable, spending more ultimates here just to get back into the game.
I do think that Lucio helps this matchup, has a better individual fighting chance against Queen, can kind of speed out of trouble. I'm still worried for Hadi, though. I think it's still difficult. And Maimone, if he opens this up, oh, that was so scary.
The one clip almost there. Maimone not able to take Shockwave out of the fight. 7 seconds left in the round, and a heck of a long way to be pushing here for Ex-Oblivioni. They haven't even gotten that first checkpoint, so the game will, or the progress of the bot will stop entirely once they get there. Carnage hits on towards Hardy here. Pops the Primal. Chase does, of course, have this rampage up, but Hardy's able to find Hybrid here. Sojourn off the map for an Noivalboxy.
Still an opportunity to reset here in Noivalboxy, getting out of the fight or dying on card. This is the best plays right now. Just take the reset and get one more fight. But Ex-Oblivioni, through individual mechanical excellence, they have earned themselves a chance to win the map. But it's, I mean, frankly, this is this is a 90-10 fight, and Noivalboxy should be open and shut. I mean, pressure's on. Kevster coming up on Pulse Bomb. I think if he misses this, the game is over. You do have a player like, I mean, there's few Tracers in the world I'd pick over Kevster, though, to be in that spot.
Shockwave as well can generate insta-kills out of absolutely nowhere. Oh, okay, Crispy goes down. My goodness. Hybrid, though, able to return. Hardy has fallen. Pulse Bomb here for Maimone. Now in a 4 versus 4.
Out of ult.
No connection there. Yes, no ultimate here for Chase. He can't connect with that rampage, and Shockwave's found him. Hybrid trying to wrap around the side here and find an insta-kill, but Maimone gets accosted instantly, and Ex-Oblivioni in the 90-10 are going to come out on top. Now they're in a position to assail this 110-meter total from an Noivalboxy.
Tactical outplay meets raw strength and power. Just better players in the server right now, disrespecting the matchup completely. And now Ex-Oblivioni in the position to clean up the map, the one that they were behind all game long. Incredible fortitude and presence of mind.
They have Sound Barrier available. Pulse Bomb there for Kevster as well. All of a sudden, they've pulled themselves out of the doldrums, out of the old trough. Within striking distance of shutting this down. Kevster cleans up Maimone, and the Sound Barrier now is almost superfluous. Chase falls to the Pulse Bomb, and out of absolutely nowhere, Ex-Oblivioni descend upon an Noivalboxy, snatching it away. One of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen on a push map. How about them apples?
These guys had no business winning that map. That is just... That is an unreal player gap to bring that back. That fight, not only is it the pick on the Lucio, but Skyripa finds the sleep onto the Queen ultimate, canceling it. Then they can clutch the fight from there. Oh my goodness.
That's not right.
This is definitely not right. They just won. I feel like that's for me, that matchup is 60-40, 70-30. It is heavily favored against them. And they just don't care and disrespect it and still win. They're starting to look untouchable in the tournament right now.
They walk into that one of the last fights there, and you say it's a 90-10. Kevster has a Pulse Bomb and nothing else, and they don't even really win the fight off that Pulse Bomb.
They don't need it.
Bros.
They win without it.
Well, you know. How the hell did they win that? What's going on?
Europe.
This is just ultimate player
But
gap.
like you said, Jake, like if there's one person you would trust with that situation, it would be Kevster. And he just like goes off and runs with it, and Shockwave like chimes in, and it's like all going downhill from there.
He's like, anyway, time's come online. Anyway, 6 kills, kill 6 people, Pulse Bomb, and then yeah.
But that is this meta, right? You never have a deterministic fight or result when Sojourn is in these compositions. Tracer even more so, right, because of what Pulse Bomb can offer you. even Kiriko, like the volatility of like the kunais just getting insta kills, Jake. It's really hard to predict how these fights go just based on ult economy alone.
And this is really the reason these high-skill players really love coming back to these heroes, is because you feel that the game is always in your hands. There's always a potential. And I think in regards to that last fight, I'd be remiss if I didn't really talk about Skyrippa. That pick on the Lucio, it comes from a nade onto the Lucio. Follow-up damage comes from the divers, right?
Sure.
But without the nade, you don't get that kill, no matter what the DPS and the tank can do. Then he sleeps the Queen ult. For me, that's Skyrippa masterclass, right?
Yeah.
Exactly the right cooldown, the right moment. I mean, if he plays less than perfect, if he plays 90% to perfect, they lose. But he plays 100% perfect, he hits everything. And, you know, okay, yes, you know, the 90-10, you can win if you, sometimes you just play, you don't miss, just don't miss, man.
There's still room for a little bit of magic in competitive Overwatch, make no mistake there. Psycho obviously comes in on that first map, looks really good on the Tracer here, Shockwave and Kevster, which is just an undeniably disgusting combination of names here at DPS, look very good. We're going to say though, on a couple of occasions, we are seeing Oblivione choose to play a comp that's maybe objectively a little bit weaker, right? And we're sort of pointing out and saying, hey, like this is not, like, you know, we talk about the Ramattra rush and they're trying to play a Queen into it and then playing the Winston into a Queen comp on Esperanto. It's like, it can be done, but it's really hard to do.
I just don't, like, why not play the Queen Mirror? You just smoke them in the Queen Mirror on King's Row. You know you're gonna, I mean, you should believe you're gonna dominate them in the mirror. And you play, I mean, that's a flex. That's an actual flex beatdown. They're like, stay off our team name. You guys are getting a little too close. I mean, this is, for me, this is like full capping on push. It's bad manner. It's just letting the other team know you don't respect them. And honestly, for players this high caliber, there's a reason they have that confidence, right? Because they actually do deliver in these, what looks like impossible scenarios.
That last fight is wrong. I mean, actually, they built that sound barrier going into that engagement. They don't have in the previous fight. It's that second last fight that really makes the least amount of sense to us here.
It's just like boom, 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 boom. It's Oblivione, his opponent's just...
See? We're working up his improv. Now he's using props. I'm really enjoying this this development. Love to see that. Let's hear from you guys here as well. I'm sure, Jack, you sort of ruminated on some thoughts there, seeing your home region.
We expected Oblivione to win this, obviously, but we were very ready to give them grief for choosing a suboptimal comp, you know, for at least two of the maps, starting with Flashpoint. We saw a lot of Junker Queen before that, and the Ramattra just seemed to look a lot better on the Inovial box.
It doesn't matter if you're good.
Yeah, but it turns out you can also just roll up with the Winston and just nothing matters.
No, I think you are right. Like they probably are the fairest, them or SRP check, and they had like an unbelievably close game in the first round. Literally, they were map after map after map, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and it feels like they're just probably going to meet them again in the finals. I mean, SRP check are just battling their way through, well, battling, like they're just kind of walking their way through the lower brackets right now.
What's with the stubbornness? Like, for example, on this last map, they won it on the back of like just insane individual performances. What's the stubbornness about though? Like, why do you stick to a suboptimal comp?
I mean, maybe it's just like confidence in the comp and confidence in the rest of the team. It's like, okay, so we've just kind of practiced this comp on this map, so if we just kind of stick to it, something will work out in the end. And obviously, it did just kind of work out in the end. But yeah, it's just, I mean, maybe it shouldn't have. Yeah, maybe it's just pure confidence that's winning them over. But honestly,
look at that dexterity. Did you see that?
Oh my God.
So smooth like that.
Yeah,
He's very smooth. God damn. You got that jumper? God damn.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy holidays.
Have to break.
This is a real gift of the season. That fanfic writes itself, loving that.
Oh no,
for
sorry,
all of
don't.
us. I'm just throwing it out there.
Do not Google it. Do not Google it.
There might already be
I've learned enough.
something out
I've learned
there.
enough over the years to stay off Google.
Have you ever Googled fanfic of yourself?
No.
I have read some fanfic of you.
Don't tell me that.
It was very disturbing.
It doesn't exist if I don't know
Someone
about
linked it to me. It was out there. All right.
I love how you. I love how you got that way through the fanfic to go, oh, this is disturbing, and not like clicked off it immediately. Unbelievable.
I'm a completionist. I need to know.
Clearly.
Like even when I watch a bad TV show, I need to stick it through to the end because I need to know what happens. And usually that pays off. As we saw on that very last map, you stuck through it to the end. That was crazy good, actually. I should get an award for that one. No, but like, you know, I stuck it out through the end. Yeah. They won it all. And now we got the man of the hour himself, who I actually wanted to give some flag. Hardy, we need to talk.
What's up, legend?
Hardy.
What's up? What's up?
What is up? We wanted to give you some flag about just sticking to what we call suboptimal comps.
Why are you guys playing Winston?
Yeah, what was that Winston?
Crazy. But you are just different.
I think the comms are fine, but comms are fine. But maybe like on Junker Queen on New Junk City, maybe I should like work on staying on the map. You know?
That would be typically advisable.
So true.
It has been a constant pointer in scrims as well, just to stay on the map on my Junker Queen ult.
You get the best coaches in the world, you know, they can keep you on the map, right?
I mean, they keep telling me, but it's just execution. It's just player problem, you know. I'm just uncoachable.
Player problem.
Seems like.
I can actually imagine Christopher saying that as well in his voice.
Yeah, I heard it too.
And of course.
Player problem for sure.
Of course.
Do you think you're going to go up against SRP Czech in the finals? Because you had a really close match in round one, and they seem like the other favorites.
I think so. Yeah, that was a banger game. Was a really good game. Was SRP Czech. I feel like if I would have predicted it, like I'm thinking we would go against SRP Czech, but the ex Oblivion, like the team that we just played, they always say that they have really good results was SRP Czech in scrims. So I think there could be a world where we meet again, you know, like either team, I feel like.
Which one would you rather meet?
Or SRP Czech. I think XXO would be a game, but SRP Czech is like really fun and a fun challenge. So
you mean a Neuvel boxer? Because we don't know a team.
Exactly. I can say that.
That's crazy.
They're totally normal.
Say that.
Well,
yes.
I mean, you and your team clearly like one, if not the favorite team in the EMEA region here. How sweaty did you guys get for when you prepared for it all? Because obviously with the rule removed now that you can only have so many contenders or out players, like there's a lot of big names out here. Did that maybe encourage more practice or no?
No, we're trying really hard. For like the qualifiers, we had a lot of issues because like I was in NA, people were like on vacations, we had subs, everything was like big issues for the qualifiers. But since like this elimination bracket, we're like trying really hard. We're scrimming a lot. The only thing is like we're also streaming our scrims if the enemies allow. So wanna call out all the teams that don't allow us to stream the scrims because we're just trying to get some content going.
Seriously, for the people.
Exactly.
Hotties are
yeah, call them out.
These other teams, guys, it's the new meta. You got to be streaming your scrims. This is true. Overwatch. Get the content out there.
Of course, we got to be screaming. Yes. It's good content. It's fun to watch. Fun for everyone. Everyone gets the plus. You know, the fans are involved. It's amazing to stream the scrims. So please do it, guys. Please.
There you go.
There's your PSA from Hottie. Thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your next game. Can't wait to see what else you guys got in store for us. And we are now moving back to the lower bracket of it all to find out who they will be facing potentially in the grand finals. For now, we're heading into a very quick break. We hope that you also heard Mitch chewing on things in your ears as we just did. After that, we're back with more Overwatch action, so don't go anywhere.
Gross.
Welcome back, you beautiful people. This is the FlashOps Holiday Showdown, and if you came to watch some incredible Overwatch, well, you came to the right place. We just got treated to a really great first game, which ended in a fight that should never have existed to begin with, and yet here it was.
That's Overwatch.
Can I say that is like the best Overwatch though? Because like we spend so much time like trying to project who will win based on like ult economy. And I think the most exciting moments in Overwatch happen when that gets flipped on its head or like that expectation gets subverted. So I'm really glad we got to see that. And that's where like that individual skill expression in this game, that's where you realize it's really catered for. So I found that incredibly exciting, that last match.
There's like 10 steps. You can't miss a single one to win the fight. And when it's just somebody makes that happen, it's magic.
It really is, and we hope to see a lot more of that today. For now, we're going to head down to the lower bracket of the EMEA region. Of course, you know, in the post-game interview with Hardy, we already spoke as if SR Peak Check are going to meet them again in the final, but they still have quite a route to go through here. Oh yeah, is going to be their next opponent. After that, of course, we have, I'm not even going to say the name now. So usually I try to like cheat somewhere so I can read it off because there's too many letters which shouldn't be in the sequence.
You mean in Overboxy?
Yeah, those.
Oh, yeah.
It's like my last name. Like people look at it, it's like, yeah, I'm gonna skip that.
Yep.
Thanks. But yeah, no, we're gonna have going up against SR Peak Check. Now, of course, there's a lot of familiar faces in SR Peak Check. Maybe not as familiar. But
Trackball God Zergy? Anybody?
The trackball wizard from like, this is a long time ago. I used to cast Zergy when he used to only play Doomfist. He's an incredible hitscan player as well. Like in general, his tracking is crazy. His POV always looks so weird because he's just like spinning a globe on the desk and he's trying to aim.
Speaking of Doom only players, Danhead's on SRP as well. Like
two old like Doom, not one tricks, but like Doom specialists back from like Overwatch 1 times. Yeah, it's kind of wild to see some of these names again, but it's a good thing. I love it.
The name that pops up to me is Chasm. I mean, this guy's a ball specialist. I started to wonder, like, will ball come out here? You know, I think actually there's a potential for that hero for the few players who've mastered it to make it work in any situation.
And will certainly throw a wrench into the
exactly,
works.
but is it good enough against some of this just like absolutely monstrous Moira Reaper run you down?
But that's the thing though. I feel like if you feel like you're getting skill gap, then you gotta throw something wonky out there.
There's magic in Overwatch, but it ain't that magic. There's always, you know, that hidden flaw in the hat where you pull the rabbit out.
Magic-esque, magic adjacent.
I don't think we're going to see ball.
Personally, I mean, I'm a fan of getting outstratted. I like a good outstrat. I like a good punishing strategy.
Jake loves it when they sit on the high ground for 4 minutes and don't do a damn thing.
It makes me mad when they push off the high ground. Don't do that, guys. Sit on the high ground.
Maybe, you know, within the holiday spirits, maybe we're in for a treat. We'll never know. We'll never find out if we don't get that match started. So please, gentlemen, head on over.
Okay, dude.
Unnecessary. I'm throwing props.
Oh, okay. I was like worried it would hit the.
My mom brain immediately goes like, something's gonna break. This is not safe.
Yeah. Clearly, my dad's brain did not kick in at all there. Shocking.
Now, as they're getting ready, I once more want to remind everyone that Calling All Heroes actually just recently wrapped up their regular season. And if you missed any of the matches, well, you know, it's not so bad because you can still rewatch all of it over on youtube.com/playoverwatch. Well worth taking a look at. Great games, great players, lots to support and to cheer for. And same thing we got going on here in FlashOps, of course. We got some of the best players, some more unknown players as well who are, you know, taking an opportunity, shining a spotlight on themselves. This is a great platform to do just that. So let's see if they can get something done here in our lower brackets. Mitch, Jake.
We've got the best players in EMEA and an absolutely haggard group of casters. Matt couldn't even make it to today. That guy is struggling. Big shout out to him, of course. Again, so we talk about SR Peak Check as if they'd be in this sort of lower final. That's not set in stone. But if we have a look at the sort of the journey for all year and then sort of try and make an evaluation of their team strength based on sort of, you know, how known their roster is, definitely feel like they're maybe not the favorite team coming into a game like this. SR Peak Check with like 4 or 5 league coaches on their team. 2 of them, like McGravy, Face, Gunba.
For those coaches, though,
Cloudy?
they face a tremendous test in their opponents here in because there's a lot of unique specialist players.
That's
I
true.
think Kaya plays Junkrat. Nekros is like known to be a Genji maybe not
player.
one trick, but pretty close to a one trick, at least from what I've seen. Chasm on the ball, so I really have no idea what they're going to come out to play. I think if it is like a more of a expected, stick into the meta match, okay, yeah, it's probably going to favor SR peak check, but to be honest, I don't think we're getting that. I think we're going to get some chaos here. We're going to get some of those silly comps, and probably going to be a lot of fun stuff for you to try out in your own games. Yep, already with something unique.
I want to say that Gala has re-established themselves, I think, as one of the very best support players in Europe. Full stop. A playmaker on the Kiriko. Switching over to the Lucio as well, having some really impactful moments. I think they are really impressing me so far over the course of this tournament. And also getting plenty of love, I think, on the town squares, the discussion centers online here. Do we get the junk out of the gates for Kaya Jake? This is for you, my guy.
This is. I mean, he's a legit Junkrat player.
Go!
I'm not a believer in the hero right now in the meta, but we'll see. It's a very different look. Hot Babe 35 and Cool Babe 163. The support line here.
That's a problem for me.
It's Sojourn versus Junkrat though, and Sojourn for me much more consistent, much scarier hero. I think Junk falls off pretty hard against the top level of play, but maybe Kai can make me a believer again.
Remote mine there over towards Vistola's head, but he's really shrugging off a lot of this poke damage here. Whereas Dark Cetaphil will see better days, but Sorta's going to fall down to the burst. The remote mine claims the Mei. Kai is showing that sometimes an individual mastery of a hero can make a big difference.
Yeah, and it also is helped by the knife pulling in by the Devil Queen, but a kill on the high ground. Junkrat unable to take it. What a one-shot up there. He's making it happen. Gala with the second kill of the team fight, so it might all be for nothing. Everyone down to the low ground, no map control, and now look at Sana, wide flanking on Soldier. Very punishing position for a hero like Junkrat. Very hard to connect to this high ground. We'll see if Kai can make the magic happen with another jump up and combo in the air.
You have to give up the point though, is all right now. You've got to play with inside that small room, and every time Dark Cetaphil peeks out, they've taken about 50% of their overall HP and damage. So again, look to try and reassume that high ground here. Maybe give Kaya a decent angle to send some of these grenades in, but Sana far too spry to eat too many of those.
This is just a beautiful playstyle from Sana. Yeah, he's just grinding them out. No threat, no hit scan on the enemy team, and now you just play double hit scan sitting on the high grounds. Normally you'd be punished by some kind of aggression, but it's too hard to connect a Soldier in this position.
You want to dive in this. You're not playing a dire composition. You cannot reach the Soldier at all. Kaya, despite this, determined to stay on the Junkrat now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like to call players one tricks too much, but I think this guy's a one trick.
Immortality Field has to be used there, but Ghost finds both backliners here for And this is starting now to spiral out of control. Vistola moves up here, will set the line of scrimmage deep in territory.
Yeah, very aggressive. Could force an ice block out. Well played, though. Good position from Kaiser. Staying alive in the Mei wall. Does ice. Got to break that wall here. Sojourn out. Oh, not in time.
Cookie falls. Dark Cetaphil able to find the knife here. Nice isolate as 5 versus 4 unfolds for Lost Sauna as well, so no DPS standing for SRP check now. It's a sheepish back away from the point.
Support's hard to pick off, though, and Vasola wants to fight it out. He does have 2 supports to pocket him. Might be able to stall a very long time with this block.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of resources here, but even with the damage reduction, straight now into the Annihilation. It's so hard to get him. Also, the Kitsune rush off the map. Oh, goodness, Hardy looking on and saying, I told you guys. It's hard to do.
Oh, boy, that's a classic.
You've thrown the map away, 100%. Yeah. Vistola there should have been dead to rights. You anti-healed him.
Kaya trying to get out, jumping up the pipe, but it should be a late death for him. He's all alone. Good patience from Cookie, not over pushing it, not giving the Junkrat any opportunity to get back into the fight. And that Ramatra is so durable with 2 supports alive. They just come back in a 3v5 there.
Here's the Doom Fist. Gonna take more than one punch for Dark Cetaphil to work his way through. SRP check. Caught inside the small room, and after we saw that Junker Queen head off the map, we knew it was about done. Still, I think like a 3 versus 5 there. Vistola gets the healing resources of Ghost and Gala is able to pop that Rampage, that extra durability straight into Nemesis form. Very, very hard to pick off.
Yeah, this Junkrat, even with initial opening kills there on the mid-fight, looking very good, like hitting a ton of his skills, in the end, you're just allowing SRP check to play double hit scan and double flex support. You're just giving up so much value into the map by not playing a hit scan. There's all these heroes that normally they'd be scared from a Sojourn rail. Normally they'd be hiding away. Instead, they're standing out in the open and just unceasingly shooting back at you. So really, this is the cost of running a Junkrat right now, is that for good players, they're going to just go to the most pressuring aim skill heroes, play wide on the map, and poke you from every angle. And what a better hero to do that than Iliari. Beautiful strat here. I think Aya is in a very rough spot. I think they're going to get mass flanked on this map.
So obnoxious now. There's so many different axes at which SRP check can find sightlines on you. You're playing the Orisa setup here, so you really are trying to play around your tank.
This comp is very bad from Aya. This is irredeemable. The only redeeming factor here is like the Bap Zen, maybe the Mei, maybe they could get some long-range pickoffs. That's what they have to do, I think, to find this fight.
Kaiser already pops an ice block here. Dark Cetaphil getting shot from literally every angle for now. Can you get Discord or value somewhere? Healing Pylon taken down, but Sauna is relentless. That's an Immortality Field now being thrown up. Kaiser should have your ice block available once more. Sauna will get healing from long distance now. Has to throw up his own ice wall. There's no reason not to push that as Sauna. That's such an elementary 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Junkrat's just doing absolutely nothing here. And there's nothing he can do because his hero is very bad. So if I flame you in my rank games, this is why.
You thought you'd appease Jake by selecting this hero, but you actually need to play it well. It's not enough just to bring him into the server.
I mean, he is playing well, that's the thing. I don't accuse this guy of being bad at Junkrat. He's good at Junkrat. He's doing what he can. It's just a super open map against basically 4 hit scan heroes. It's an impossible situation on Junkrat. He is going to go over to the Torb, but this is a very poor man's hit scan. It's better than Junkrat though. At least you can shoot back at hit scan heroes.
What do you think is the value proposition for a Torb switch here?
Hit headshots, like roleplay as Widowmaker.
All right, turret thrown up here. Vistola trying to force Kaya away. The Vortex will grasp at him.
Yeah, Dark Sea Devil not really able to find too much on the Doom. Is distracting. Maybe a headshot again from Kaiser. He's hitting big snipes on this Mei, but it's not quite enough.
Dark side Phil getting very little done there. Gala here, again, playing it off angles, only Iliari can. Working down that turret here, probably trying to be cognizant of where, the Torbjorn will be looking to get up close and personal, but with Outburst still available, you always have a get out of jail free card here. Hot Babe's able to find Sauna though across the map. Kaiser though, with the Blizzard, very little follow-up. Discord and anti-heal on that Ramatra is going to be enough to bring Vistola down, and starting to even things up here and capture progress.
I feel like Kaiser is really putting the team on his back here. So many of these long-range Icicle headshots are starting off the fights for me that's like their hope in this match, is for someone like Mei or Zen to find random headshots across the map. SR Peakcher though not able to get any ultimates off in that fight. Pretty rough there. Wouldn't hate to see a Kiriko swap come out. Echo another great choice though. Again, this is the price of not running hit scan, right? You expose yourself to these very greedy and punishing counter picks. Like if they're on a hit scan, you're not going to play Echo here with 0 heals for Echo, by the way.
Yeah.
He just doesn't care because he's not going to take any damage.
Sauna here, hoping to drop down on Hot Babe. Gala now, Captive Sun activated, but where do we send this? Okay, that's enough to catch on towards Cool Boy, who does dispense that nano boost. At the very least, Kaiser going to benefit from it here, an odd choice. Cookie just taking a moment to get rid of that Torb turret. Now starting to light them up. Kaiser, Dark Side Field both picked off. SR Peak Check now can move back in onto the point. Sauna now can play that much further forward here and be even more of a menace.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe they'll be able to retake. I mean, that does cost a ton of ultimates from SR Peak Check. However, the retake is a very difficult proposition with the Mei and the Torb. Last time, it came from big headshots from Kaiser, opened the map up. Now, with Echo on the field, could be a little bit more difficult. Cool Boy has a tough situation here. He's got to heal Doom, he's got to heal Torb, and at the same time, he's the hit scan who's going to shoot back at Echo.
Again to the point goes Darkside Phil, now up to 60% for SR Peak Check. Blizzard available, but who the heck do you catch in that? That's a tough one to pull off. Here comes the Molten Core. Just to canvas the point here and make it harder for Vistola to hang around, but he's completely unbothered.
Yeah.
He is flourishing Moisturize in his lane. More than happy to continue contesting now as we are even in capture progress. Sauna here, slowly making his way around the periphery now. Vistola will be frozen stiff here, but there's not enough healing to keep him standing as a nice Bionade connects from Cool Boy.
Yeah, he's going to regret walking up onto the point like that. Taking the enemy side makes him much more vulnerable to the Blizzard. It's going to be a full commit from Sana onto the Doom. Can't get the ult off, though.
Maybe he can work through Darkside Phil there. Cookie assists. They get rid of the Doomfist. That's massive. Kaiser now under some pressure. We're going to see Hot Babe as well continue to keep this Mei in the fight, but Sauna is absolutely going to stick around. Here come the reinforcements for SR Peak Check, and with that amplification matrix thrown up there, Kaiser living dangerously, peeking out into that sight line. They'll get Sauna though, nice little right-click finish off, and now there's pressure on the ground. Kaya looking for Cookie, finally switching over to the Tracer.
Yeah, it could be a good pick in this circumstance. But Kaiser, he's been making magic happen in this game. It's been his openers that consistently get, back into the team fight. I mean, he's fighting back against Sojourn. This is like, we talked about this hero as being so dominant. I really feel like Kaiser is heavily outperforming what's expected of him on the Mei. I mean, he's showing the true potential of this hero to really be like a secondary sniper.
Odd Baby here hoping to get a free pick if someone unwittingly walks out in front of them here. Again, with how spread out SRP Checker playing with his composition, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Captain Sun has to be used there just for the escape. Gala was hoping to preempt, I think, the recall location of Kaya.
It's good trigger discipline, though. He baits both of those escape skills and ends up shooting at the Ana, who's 1 HP if he gets cut. Yeah, dead to Sunstrike.
Yep, Cool Boy forced out of that line of sight anyway, so they can't even heal effectively in the interim. Now you've got a very healthy Orisa on the point. It's just Darkside Phil to try and make things happen. It's not going to be enough here. Very interesting comps, quite competitive in that second round, but ultimately SRP Check will take the first map.
Yeah, you know, is some unique compositional matchups there. I will say getting off the Junkrat helped a lot. Not a good hero on Busan Sanctuary. I will tell you that for free. It's
and then the
free
Torb,
coaching.
What are your thoughts?
Better than Junkrat.
Okay.
But it's, I mean, you just need a hit scan there, right? Like, that's the reason we see hit scan so much at the highest level of Overwatch, because it oppresses the enemy team. It makes them scared. The potential to get one shot from long range is such a big threat. It just changes the face of the map. And to be honest, I'm impressed that they did as well as they did. I think mostly it came from Kaiser was a proxy for a hit scan there, right? He's doing what you expect a hit scan to do, get those long range kills. Mei shouldn't be able to do that consistently, but if you're just an absolute freak of nature on the hero, you can make it happen. Not enough for the map, though.
So what do you do when you see, like, Baptiste Liari, like, Sojourn, Echo? Like, how do you punish a team that wants to spread apart so much there and play, like, their own sight lines?
Play hit scan.
Okay.
Yeah, shoot
So
them.
just challenge them on like an
You're
individual
right,
basis.
it's just like, if you don't have hit scan, the enemy's going to split. They're going to take every angle on the map. They're going to be up in the air, flanking you from all sides, because there's nothing that's going to shoot back at them and scare them. And so that you're going to get surrounded, and the game starts to feel really oppressive.
For the tank especially, right?
Exactly. You're surrounded from all sides. I think the Doom is the right idea. That's one way to avoid it is, okay, maybe we just jump on them, don't let them take the map by diving them with Doomfist. And I think it's just Kaiser hugely outperforming. Yeah. I feel like I have to keep talking about this guy, because if he's not hitting those headshots,
they're not even getting.
They're going to get surrounded and smoked. But it's his consistent ults, consistent position, and incredible aim that's keeping this remotely competitive.
Hybrid is up next in this series. Remember, this is a lower bracket match. Both SRP Check and are on their last legs in this competition, fighting for survival, fighting for a chance to advance further. Stick around for more from our holiday showdown after the break. don't know how they got their logo through the approval process, but REA's logo really matching how they're going to be feeling after that first map. My goodness. If you know where that's from. That's all I'll say.
I feel like everybody knows where that's from.
Yeah.
I know
Do
it.
you know?
Come on. It's a childhood classic.
How do we get away with this stuff in the current age? I mean, it's better than in Nox. I can't remember how to say their name anymore. Anyway, Jack, big Torbjorn aficionado over here.
Yeah,
absolutely cheesing when you saw they get locked in.
Yeah, man.
How do you feel about it?
I was a bit disappointed on the turret placement. I'm going to be honest. Maybe if you
He's a Junkrat one trick. Cut him some
turret,
slack, man.
no, maybe if you flank with the turret and then you go on the other side of the map and then you start shooting with 2 dragons.
Yeah.
Thoughts on that?
Just flank and fight the Illari and the Echo.
Yeah, you
It'll
just
go great.
shoot the healing turret. That's how you kill it. You know, summon versus summon. One summon can shoot bullets. The other one shoots.
It's Overwatch, not Pokemon, brother.
That's crazy.
One of them goes on the ceiling.
Yeah, also true.
Look, I don't know, Zoe. I think our expectations are kind of met in terms of SRP check. They look like they're pretty comfortable, even though that last round was. I mean, they get to play like. We've called that comp greedy before. Like the Batista Liari setup, right? Like it feels like if you're playing that, you're brimming with confidence.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, why wouldn't they? I think they just want to make that quick. I don't even want to. I think they don't even want to have fun with this. I think they literally just want to like. Okay, bye. Get through it. Wrap it up. Wrap it up.
Wrap it up.
Well, they had to fight through the lower bracket, right? Like, so they have a.
It's a long day, potentially.
It's a long
couple
day,
of days.
exactly.
Yeah.
So you know, just gotta get that over with.
You want to have confidence going into the grand finals, right?
Exactly.
You don't want to be making this sketchy, thinking about these weird heroes.
And
All that. You want to be focused on your next
You should have that
opponent.
confidence, considering that you already had a really, really close match in the first round. You know, against the probably best team in your bracket.
And now we go to Kings Row for our next map here as well, which is getting selected pretty consistently here, up second. And I think it's a situation we've seen SRP check on this map, right? We've actually seen in some series where like Vistola has had to like be more flexible and switch it up more, but generally like he's really preferring to just play Ramatra if he can.
And I will say this is a map that kind of, it's going to especially highlight Kaiser, you know, being able to get a little bit more value on the Mei.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really, I mean, he's been, for me, the shining star of the team. I will say, though, as much as I liked the Illari when I first saw it, in hindsight, I think the Kiriko is probably a better choice for SR Peak Check, right? You've got to respect that Blizzard potential. You know, we saw Vistola get caught alone with the Blizzard, and they're happy to take one kill with that. And so if you have Kiriko, you know, you just have that more consistent response to it. Illari does a lot on her own, but frankly, so does Kiriko, and then you've got just a little bit of a better ultimate-to-ultimate matchup there. Or not all, just cleanse the Blizzard, give Vistola out of trouble.
Also having the anti-heal as well, just to punish the Ramatra, sometimes both, right? It's like an insta-kill.
The cleanses could be just so much value, getting all those skills off. I will say this is the opportunity for...
You can play Rat here?
Yeah, I mean, this is much better than Busan Sanctuary. That is probably the worst map in the entire game of Overwatch for Junkrat. It's like really unforgivable to play Junkrat on that map. But you know what? He tried. Even he felt the limit. Even he went Torb, and I mean, that's still better. I will say Kings Row, there's a lot more of these tight corners. You know, there's a lot more opportunities with cheeky plays, you know, well-placed traps and you know, interesting pathing for the Riptire. I think Junk is better here. I still don't think it's good, though. I still think like good players are going to find a way to punish it. Would love to see Sana come out on the Echo and really threaten the Junk. This is, for me, one of the hardest matchups in the game for Junk. Such a hard hero to ever catch as Junk, and Echo can just eat you for breakfast.
Cookie on the Hanzo as well, so a lot of long-range pressure, and also, as we know, it's just, unless your remote mines, of course, can catch an Echo player by surprise, but Sona wasn't born yesterday. Like, there's just no way he's going to be... Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Cookie.
Kaiser is kind of filthy.
These guys are very good at what they're playing, so it's, you know, I think SRP Chick has to be disciplined. If you just run it down, you aren't going to do so well. These guys, they know how to pilot their run tricks, so you've got to play smart and punish them for their tactical weakness. Don't expect to just out-mechanic them.
That's 2 hits consecutively on Sona there. Oh, my goodness. They are really having to tend to the Echo here. Wall comes up, actually gets removed there, as Kaiser seems happy enough to let SRP Check take that left-hand side, and Cookie's already found Hot Babe here, so you're on a clock already. Baptiste Ana, what a support duo.
Maybe this is the, all right, well, my DPS won't play hit scan, then I'll play hit scan, but honestly, these heroes together aren't a very synergistic combo.
Bizarre.
Yeah, there's a reason we don't see this every day. It's not good.
All right, Darkside, Phil, and Vistola duking it out on the point. The former has to retreat, though. Heads back towards the hotel now as Sauna sidelines get opened up, and so does the cranium of Kaiser.
Vistola doing a great job hiding in the corner there, not really getting poked at all by the window, and now the point cap should really start to come in when Windows goes down. I will say Darkside Phil, he's got a ton of healing throughput from Ana and Bap, so this Orisa is like nigh immortal in the comp.
Sorna going where he absolutely pleases. Probably aware, I think, of Kaya being close by. That's a dupe Darissa. That's wrong. Okay, Hot Babe now is able to avoid the energy javelin, but not the spin, and Kaiser going to be forced right back into the corner. It's an ice block drawn out of the Mei here. And Sorna's more than happy to stick around for the duration of this duplicate. Darkside Phil going to offer himself up there. Cannot quite win against Vistola. And again, you can jump out of that blizzard there. You see, you know, Cookie just jumping outside of it. Sorna sat on the point there. Drop the bag. Get that checkpoint and off you go.
And there's just not really good follow-up, right? 3 players dropped to 1 HP.
Zarya!
Could have, all right. Okay.
Sorry?
I mean, all right, so in theory, I think Zarya has a sort of decent matchup into Echo, but ooh, these saves against Grab, and honestly, Zarya is gonna get punished, I think, really. I think just staying alive on this hero is gonna be really tough. Like, again, you have tons of heals, you know, to maybe just get tanked through everything. Wouldn't hate to see Sana even bring out a Mei Mirror here to just catch Zarya. Even a hero like Bastion could be good to punish it. But now it's on Kaya, right? Can he find value with the tire? So hard against Immortality Field, though. Typically just a easy hard counter for the ultimate.
You talked about
Back
some
when
of
I was
these...
playing Junkrat, Baptiste didn't exist.
You talk about some of these circuitous Riptire routes. This one less so, far more direct to Vistola. Can't be saved by the Immortality Field. It's a little bit too late from Ghost. So, trading a Riptire for a kill in the current year, Jake, can't feel terrible.
Yeah, getting one is nice. Getting the tank, force a reset, but it's only going to cost, you know what, 15 seconds for the attackers. They're going to be right back in, and of course, the answer is no longer available. Now the key for SR Peak Check, though, is they need to not get baited into focusing the Zarya. I think you have to get behind, have to punish DPS. If this Nano comes onto Zarya and allows her to turn a fight, things could get bad.
Nicely done by Kaya there. Remote Mine with the insta-kill on Gala. Vistola caught by the wall, wants to go for it here. Hot Babe, okay, they're in trouble. They're in deep trouble. Okay, Bubble and the Immortality Field thrown down, but Cool Boy dispensing all of that life-saving utility for his teammates, can't keep himself in it. Eventually, Darkside Phil able to trade there, but Kaiser gets picked off. SR Peak Check now are in a position to advance.
Yeah, Sana is just slowly eating them alive one by one in the backline. Once one support drops, it just gets really rough. And now the Zarya Mirror comes out for Vistola. I actually don't hate this, right? You can, you know, get on top of the enemy Zarya. You have more consistent DPS.
Free charge from the Junkrat.
Exactly. Junkrat gonna feed you to 100 energy all game long, and it's gonna allow heroes like Echo to get really crazy, and you're probably gonna see a double Zarya fight here. This is pretty terrifying. Copy Zarya, maybe even get a grab to combo with Dragon. A lot of options in this team fight.
Grab Dragon?
Could be in current year.
Oh my goodness.
Remember when we used to see that every single game?
We are throwing it back. My goodness. All right, here we go. Kitsune Rush comes down, and Matrix for Sola's got to be careful. Yeah, well-placed Immortality Field there to keep him alive. Kaya blown to smithereens there by Sorna's combo. Sorna just able to get out of the blizzard, but he's frozen for a moment. No need to use that dupe here. Darkside Phil, yeah, healthy enough, but can't keep the rest of his team alive. 2 projected barriers, not enough for that defensive utility.
Yeah, it's just ultimately the DPS, right? Junkrat, he almost makes solo kills there, right? Jumping up on the high ground, connecting well, but if you fail the one-shot, your fight is done. I mean, that's all the hero can do. He finds it this time, gets control of the high ground, crucial, but it just doesn't seem consistent enough for me, right? He is finding the opportunities, but you know, he's not putting enough pressure in. Heroes like, I mean, Sana's basically untouched in this game, right? Has he even died yet on Echo?
I don't
actually
think so.
I think he's 0 deaths on this map. I'm not sure, but I mean, he's definitely owning them.
Maybe when he duped the Orisa and ran the backline down. Yeah, that's... How does that happen? Wow. Darkside Field trying to get some charge and is struggling right now. Vistola making it hard.
Might need to just grab this. Might not get a better opportunity.
Yeah, fires it off there as well. No chance for Kinetic Grasp to interfere. The tire? Okay, Immortality Field was already taken down. Nicely done by Darkside Field. Paved the way for a multi-kill for Kaya. They've made it 3 now. And Vistola with that anti-heal will walk away after having built Grav.
You know, this is... Despite losing a lot of fights, this is turning into a sort of respectable defense.
It's respectable.
Right? It's like, you know, the clock is running low, but the ultimate bank starts to look really scary. This is the fight, I think, for SR Peak Check to close out the map. We need to see some kind of magic happen. I'd like to see Kaya maybe go for some kind of hiding play. I think playing front to back here is a huge mistake. You're going to get gapped by ultimates. You do have Nano maybe, so if Zarya can tank that grab, get nanoed, sometimes you can turn those fights.
Darkside Field trying to get past Vistola and put real pressure down on these backliners. Ghost has to work hard to keep Vistola standing. Often the chore here with Zarya in your front line. Sorna gets a bubble, goes up now, just assumes control of his high ground position for the time being. A great vantage point maybe for a dupe, but didn't see that remote mine coming. Free pick there for Kaya. Darkside Field full charge in the middle of the fight. Gala gets burnt down.
Nano Zarya so threatening. Vistola might be trying to clutch this fight out, though. If he can get healed on the Mega, I think there's a real chance.
Darkside Phil had a bubble. Going low now, though. So the Air Matrix for Ghost was thrown up to maybe hope for some extra DPS. Immortality Field has to be used, but Darkside Phil is charged up and ready to rumble.
Yeah, it turns into a bad commitment, and that kill by Kaya on Desana, denying him the chance to get a copy off, ends up, I think, being crucial in that team fight, right? A copied anything, frankly, on that back high ground would have been devastating. And so the ult combo's not coming to fruition for SRP Check. Oh yeah, they've gotten past the real problem fight, and now they've got Mail and Zariel. I mean, this is a deadly combo.
Very quickly, I think Kaya sees the Ashe there and just opts to give up that high ground straight away. It's far too easy for Cookie to put pressure on that spot. Sornakops are licking there from the Zaya Vastola. Has to be an Immortality Field used already, and here comes the Blizzard straight after. Kaya one more peek, and it would have been their undoing, but a great Immortality Field there by Cool Boy. Sorna forced to dupe Panada now, try and take the fight here. It's dangerous, but the sticky bombs find purchase somehow. Some way, Hot Babe stays alive.
And support ult's coming online. Nano could be big. This kill is crucial, and 99% of retire. Oh, that's painful.
That's scary. Straight to the high ground. The Kunai secures. Now Ashe can play from this perch position. Vastola, though, still feeling a lot of pressure, as is Ghost again. It has to be an Immortality Field thrown down. Ice block for Kaiser. Can they find a kill? No, it's Cookie with a commanding view of the situation to intervene. And there's 10 seconds left in the round. Recall instantly by Sorna there, but the Riptide now is looking to claim one or more kills. Kaya will wait on this one. Sees Vastola there. Knows there's a bubble available and nothing picked up. It's Cookie controlling from that position. Now dropping down as most of the dirty work's been done.
Yeah, the variable plays, they've been working out so far in the map, but it's not quite enough. And, you know, in the end, maybe the hard hit scan is exactly what you need here. Ultimately, I think, yeah, they're playing this composition pretty well, right? They're like pushing the limits on their heroes, they're finding their opportunities, and they're finding a way to clutch fights that they frankly shouldn't be winning. And yet, they are getting full capped on. And I also feel this is much better on the defense, right? The BAP on just spamming infinite heals into Zarya, saving her from everything. Pretty annoying to clear out. Junkrat, you know, is able to hide on corners on defense. Same for Mei, and kind of pop out and make plays. On the attack, though, it's a much more difficult proposition. You're the ones who've got to come through the choke. You've got to push across the map on Junkrat, and it's frankly the weakness of the hero. He just doesn't do it efficiently.
We're enjoying it, though. I think, you know, it's something that we didn't see at league level this year was that sort of individual expression, maybe, or some of those sort of comfort picks getting brought out. We were very drilled in protocols at the top level of the Overwatch this year. Now, oh yeah, they're showing us a little bit of personal flair. Unfortunately, maybe to their detriment at some points there. Cookie making the switch to the Ashe feels like that really sealed the deal.
I think this is great, though, for the folks at home, you know, who probably love playing Junkrat, right? Love playing Mei. These players are playing the heroes very effectively into a difficult situation. So I gotta compliment them that they are executing well. The question is, I think, can you deal with this attack? You know, the defense, King's Row, you've set yourself up so well. This is the map you have to win in the series. You know, if we start going, I'm really scared of stuff like Flashpoint, push, much more open. There's not these like little corners you can be tricky with. That's where the game starts to get really difficult. So will the Queen be able to find any kind of purchase? There's some very overwhelming poke DPS coming in from the defense right now. It's going to be a scary game for Kaya and Darkside Phil to just cross open space.
And a little bit scary for Cool Boy as well, as often the Baptiste is you know, on the receiving end of that long-range hit scan pressure as one of the priority targets. Here comes Darkside Phil, though, rounds the corner. That wall gives a little bit of protection now as they move on in. Carnage swing, it's there. Vastola now starting to feel the pinch a little bit more as Darkside Phil backs up into the hotel. So one of those in a pretty scary spot. He can dodge a lot of these grenades. Ideally, the Immortality Field, though, had to be expended. Ghost has to respect this now as Kaya.
The Kiriko junk flank is working out pretty well, though, pulling a lot of aggro to the flank.
Cookie now really needs to find a good sightline here to stop any capture progress from being gained while the rest of SRP Check pulled out of position.
Yeah, now the positions have stabilized somewhat. Both teams kind of returning to their respective flanks. Oh, Gala finds the opener. And two!
Bro, it's so good. It's gross, man. Kaiser able to bring Cookie down. That's really not going to be enough here.
It will give them this is a late pick, right? If you can just reset, you will have an opportunity to push where Cookie's still going to be walking back from the spawn. So Vastola playing very aggressive might have to fall back once the respawns come in from this offense team.
Again.
Oh man, he is nice with these kunai.
Yeah, Gala trying to also like feign strength, I think, on behalf of SRP Check now to play a disadvantage. Katsune Rush still available, right? We talked about it earlier. More than a one player values that ability. And Cookie, well, he returns to the scene with a flourish. It's a dynamite kill on Kaya.
Yeah, man, for everything Kaiser and Kaya can do, right, Gala's striking right back. I want to highlight as well, right, as much as these picks are really weird from Aya on the DPS and the tank, I feel like the supports, Coolboy and Hotbabe, are actually playing the best they can in the situation. They're flexing to enable the consistency and functionality of the one-trick teammates they're working with.
Yeah, sure.
So they actually are, the supports for me are playing really impressively on this team to make a comp work that isn't easy to play on support, right? You're not getting a ton of help from your teammates.
Nice knife there, but Garlic can just swift step back into position. Rampage on deck for the Junker Queen, but finding a good connection, a good line to take here might be tough. Maybe happy enough with just the Sigma. Vastola gets brought below hard. Darkside Phil taking a ton of poke though. Commanding shout being used to get everyone in position. Here comes a Kitsune rush now. Blizzard also being thrown on out. The Rampage also committed. Gala and Vastola both hit by that one. The ladder frozen solid. Can you Suzu?
Oh, Gala.
You can. Keep Vastola in the fight now, but there's so much pressure up close coming in from Darkside Phil. Another commanding shout now as there's more fighting to be done. Cookie caught with the knife, but Darkside Phil doesn't want to capitalize. Attack visor from an off angle. It's 2 kills already. Hot Babe has to intervene to get rid of the soldier.
It's such a chaotic fight, but it looks like potentially the attack could be flipping it. Still, though, a whole point to cap. There's a real potential, I think, for a retake fight here. If SRP try to go for it. I mean, it's a little bit of a risky play, but I think Vastola's back. I think he's going to want to take this fight. Full resources on Sigma right now.
Soldier running back on in. Kaya, though, wow, entrenched in this high ground. Vastola also getting picked off there just with a complete lack of healing, no immortality field available. So, oh yeah, get the point. They're on the road now. And bear in mind, SRP Check don't have a time bank to work with. And you see, oh yeah, aware of this, want to set up as far forward as they can.
And funnily enough now, right, I feel like for yeah, this is a pretty good comp. The Junkrat's probably the only weird hero here, right? Like Maybap, Lucio, Queen, this is a solid fundamental. And now SRP Check finds himself on a little bit of an odd comp. I wouldn't hate to see maybe a May or maybe a Bastion to come out for them, potentially oppress this Queen. But, you know, these players, they're used to creating chaotic situations with their hero picks. And honestly, I think they're making better late round adaptations right now.
Kai is a real nuisance right now. Ghost is trying to make it harder for them here, but Sauna almost gets caught out by that thrust to the high ground by Out Matrix available here. Gravitic Flux as well. A lot of stopping power here for SRP Check as Vastola goes for the ult. Who do we look to catch? Okay, Immortality Field was on the ground, deployed too early there by Coolboy, and will be punished.
Yeah, dropped low before the ultimate. Kaya does find one again with the tire, but will they be able to brawl this out late in the fight? Sana striking back from the flank. Kaya returns the favor though. Anybody's game, probably going to be a reset for the defenders. Kaya gets another, okay.
Kaya's dangerous on that flank, yeah.
Right, you know, Kings Row is a map with a lot of these small choke flanks, right, where, you know, things do get weird. Junkrat gets up close and personal, and your hit scan doesn't mean as much. However, great response, I think, from SRP Check, bringing out the May here. Be able to potentially stall out this Junker Queen's aggression with Lucio.
And Matrix, though, is going to make it hard to stand and fight. A later one from SRP Check. Can they benefit from it? Commanding shout. May wall thrown up by SRP Check to let them get close enough to contest. And Vastola just has his dukes up, sat behind the cart. Eventually, the Baptiste ultimates do dissipate. It's going to be Sauna, who stands under an immortality field to try and stay alive under this anti-heal. Darkside Phil removes it, but Sauna already had a chance to recover. The card is less than a meter away. Sauna trying to dodge. Consecutive hits from Kaiser forces the ice block once more, but the bomb into the corner. That's devastating. Cookie follows it up with the dynamite, and that's 4 for SRP Check. Cookie gets a team wipe, and there's a minute 20 on the clock for Aya to play.
Yeah, something like Bob, so devastating in those small engagements. Usually when you get the uppercut on multiple players, it is looking rough. And now, gonna try to flex back into a Ramatra mirror, but now I think the comp is sort of decidedly tilting against them. I think the May was a great choice from Sana. We are in Kings Row streets, right? This is always gonna be an effective hero. Kaiser might be a specialist, but I think anybody would play the same hero here.
Kaya falls Ghost, finds the Junkrat at the start of the fight. Now SRP Check get to extend their positioning somewhat. Good immortality field there to keep Vastola up. It's probably going to take more than that. Cookie sees the projected barrier there. Nicely done. That dynamite's going to bounce on off and have no deterrent effect whatsoever. Blizzard in for Sauna? Oh, gets a freebie. Unreal. Coolboy in big trouble. They've just worked the backline. How do they touch, though? That's not happening.
Might not be possible. So it is, in the end, going to be a second cap. 2 minutes to push, though, and third point really starts to open up, starts to be a little more difficult for Junkrat. I think it needs to be a big snowball with Riptire. You got to keep this hit scan Cookie, keep him oppressed, keep him off of the high grounds, because he's going to be so hard to push into with, frankly, no one but the support shooting back at him.
Yeah, again, Cookie's going to make it so only people positioned on that high ground, or obviously that hit scan duo in the back line, will be able to pressure the Ash from a high ground spot. Right now, Gala here trying to make it so Kaya can't wrap around. They've had to swift step out though, so Gala steps up a bit more. Okay, Air Matrix here. That's cool, boys. It's going to force now the fighting to go into the peripheral tunnels. Kitsune Rush here for Gala, just trying to keep Pistola standing. They do have Annihilation available. They're going to pop it straight away. But here comes Darkside Phil with a nano to boot. This is dangerous. Casey here trying to slow Pistola down, but he gets a Suzu out of nowhere. Cookie now wants to work the high ground, but Kaya also making it hard for the Ash to free fire from that spot. Darkside Phil gets so many resources in that fight. They prevail. They force Pistola out of the action. But Gala's always involved. He's always there. Look how low the Ramatra is. One more shot for Cookie, and Kaya's trying to turn it around with a double Riptire, but Bob is on deck. Cookie can let that one go. That will slow things down.
It's a chaotic fight, but I still feel Cookie on this high ground has not been dislodged, and now he's got Bob. Really going to be a scary fight here for Junkrat. Jumping up, you could easily get Coach Gun Bob and just shut down. So Kaya, he's got to find some tricky way to pressure the Ash. Maybe it's Kaiser to find a pick, but the flank goes his way.
There's the Bob. Cookie goes pretty low. Just as Kaya turns up on that high ground. That's a scary prospect for Cookie to try and challenge here. The Bob doesn't appear to do too much. Pistola switched over to the Orisa already. Has the Biotic Grenade on them, so we'll need to be careful. But SRP Check can buy some time. This is going to get Cookie back in the fight, and Gala well and truly.
Yeah, Cookie does survive, though, still winning those flank fights with the hit scan. Darkside Phil, we'll see if he's able to push in. So far, it looks very static, and Sana sitting on this Blizzard. This could be devastating right now.
Difference maker indeed. It pulls up a little bit short, though. There's the Maywall. Doesn't really trap anyone in. Darkside Phil gets a nano once more. Ice Block had to be used there by Kaiser, which means he's a little further forward than he would have liked. Kaya is down, though. Cookie, look at that side angle. Kaiser forced to hide behind the cart for now, and Darkside Phil a little exposed. Here comes the Kitsune Rush getting thrown down, and Cookie still controls that high ground. Kaya's not back in the fight yet. The Junkrat's going to be too late to the party by the looks of things. As Pistola forces Hot Babe to pay attention to him and not the rest of the teammates. Kaya is here, but is it too late? The Javelin spin to deny the Junkrat any progress. And that should be that. Darkside Phil here now needs to contend with that Immortality Field. It's too much to break through. An SR Peak Check, get themselves another map. Close Fort Kings Row.
Definitely.
Much more opportunity to get value as Junkrat. Still not enough to get a map.
Yeah, you know, there just reaches these certain moments in the map where Cookie on the high ground, so much value in that last fight. You know, and Gala consistently on the flank. I think his reactions to this comp have been, for me, very, very on point. It's not a comp you see every day. A lot of supports might react the wrong way, be like, oh, maybe I gotta hide, maybe I gotta be passive. No, Gala just ups the aggression. He recognizes, as Kiriko taking that 1v1 on the flank against Junkrat, you might be one of the best heroes in the game to do so, right? With that immortality, potential to two-shot him right back. Can be very scary. So I think Gala making great choices and being really fearless against heroes that he probably isn't used to practicing against in a competitive environment.
Again, you've got a lithe hitbox as well, so it's not easy outside of the remote mines to actually hit you consistently for a Junkrat player. We got everything here. We got a Zarya mirror. That was kind of wild. The Sigma play from Pistola obviously looked pretty effective. And then again, that sort of return to what Pistola seems most comfortable at, which was that Ramatra. This Bob here was, oh my God. That was dirty. Absolutely gross. When we saw the switch to the Ash, I think on the first half of that map, Cookie stayed there. I realized no one can really contest me. It's May and Junkrat. This really makes me think back to like the days of the APAC Premier Tournament where everyone was playing Reaper May, and that's when Cassidy started to get picked up a lot more, like these sort of mid to longer range hit scan, just to pressure these comps. That element of counterplay hasn't left the game. Very much still present.
You know, I think this is a fun match to watch because I think for a lot of the folks at home, this looks a lot more like the Overwatch gameplay than what we see usually in pro matches with, you know, like high-level strats, consistent mirror matches, things like that. So to be honest, I think there's a lot to take away from this match for the folks at home who want to just understand the game on a higher level. Looking at SR Peak Check's comps, they're well selected, showing the experience of not only the coaching staff, but also the players, because they've got to make these calls live. Like, the coaches, there's no way they're planning these out.
Yeah, you have to react to these weird picks, right? You have to make counter picks that maybe you're not used to going for. And again, coming up with it pretty much on the fly and getting a lot of value out of it. One more chance here for to put a scratch on SR Peak Check, or the latter will be advancing to that lower final. Stick around for more of your FlashOps Holiday Showdown after the break. Well, it's a date with Team Enoival Boxy and a chance to fight for the lion's share of $50,000 on the line here in this lower semi-final between SR Peak Check and Oh Yeah. It's a 2-0 already, as Oh Yeah have shown us the strength of their roster, something we expected coming in here. Oh Yeah have shown us a lot of diversity in hero picks and team compositions. A Zarya mirror, you love to see it. That's what I want as a holiday gift. So, I was being serious, Zoe.
Same. No, it's great to see the fundamental understanding of Overwatch on full display here as they showcase how to swap some more.
Jack,
what works, what doesn't work.
Yeah,
do you have a nice way of describing what we saw as well? Because I think
Jack's
Zoe's
not
done an
looking
excellent
nice
job.
right now.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I've been very nice.
No,
I
I
put
don't
a
have a
bow
nice
on
way of
this one.
describing that whatsoever.
We've seen a lot of flair, a lot of
flair.
flamboyance, right? A lot of self-expression.
Character, personality.
To be fair, it is fun to see a little bit more Zarya, but the problem is you just shoot her and she just kind of falls over.
Falling
Yeah,
over
it's
is not so good in Overwatch.
So what you wanna do?
So they tell me.
Prefer
so
to
they
be on
tell
my
me,
feet.
the pros.
I bet.
That's why we keep you here, Jack. That's why you make the big bucks, mate.
Is the ego satiated yet?
Never. SRP check it. Oh, yeah. Here we go, facing off on New Junk City now. A map that we've seen really lends itself to that Ramatra Rush style. We saw it in the previous series. It's why it went to 4. Enoival Boxy were able to win this one out. Again, playing that pretty straightforward composition against, Hardy, I think, was trying to play the Queen or... again, a comp from the Ex-Oblivione that wasn't quite tailored to the environment.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see maybe there's a sim style that Oh Yeah can bring out, could suit their strengths. I feel like Kaiser on the Mei, he's been really consistently strong on the hero. His execution's been great, his mechanics have been wonderful. And so if they build around Mei and have a comp that actually works well together.
Yeah.
I know this is a shocking analysis, but if they play a comp that actually works well together, I think Kaiser, he could be a difference maker on a map like New Junk City. However, I think for me, King's Row is kind of the high watermark when it comes to cheese comps.
Okay.
I think you're not having anything as good as that the rest of the series, that's going to enable heroes like Junkrat to succeed. So I think we might have seen all that Oh Yeah can bring. Maybe I'm ready to be proven wrong. I'm ready for something to change, but I think, to be honest, especially with Lucio in the mix, it becomes harder and harder to play these chaotic cheeses. And most people are going to run the Lucio on Flashpoint. It just gets you back that little bit faster, one more fight.
Reinhardt. Okay, the Queen. Fair enough. Again, Flashpoint is the kind of map where, each point is designed, I guess, to cater itself to different compositions, but you don't know which ones you're going to play. You have no idea. So sometimes going for the most well-rounded, sort of all-rounder composition seems to be the safest bet. So this is what we get from SR Peak Check. I like the Mei here, lots of opportunities on certain points to really just manipulate the terrain, and that flanking soldier threat is one you want to keep in your back pocket.
Yeah, and having Kiriko, maybe overextended though by Cookie if he gets caught here. But escaping is such a big deal, right? Baiting the enemy team's aggro. This is well played by Cookie. He's going to get right back into the mix, and he's such a thorn in their side, right? They've got no hero who can really reasonably turn on him and fight him without just dying 1v1.
Right, what is it, like a knife to yank him back, or a Mei wall to trap the soldier? That's it, basically.
Yeah, it's got to be the knife. That's the only realistic option, and that's tough to land against a soldier who's playing tricky, using cover. Cookie's been playing this very, very well, and look, he's just forcing so much of a response from the enemy team.
They get the point for free because they pulled Oh Yeah out of position. Oh Yeah couldn't even contest. Oh, that carnage hit from Vistola. Yeah, that's not good. Eventually, SR Peak Check have to stand and fight. The Queen comp finding some decent value here.
Cookie still has a chance here, though. If he can get one more kill on this flank, things, I think, become very, very winnable for the side of SR Peak Check.
They're so healthy, though. Oh, yeah, a lot of healing coming in from this Baptiste. Another knife hit onto Sauna, forcing the ice block this time around. Darkside Phil moving off the point, saying, okay, we have control right now. I need to deal with these people that are flanking, that are playing from this, high ground spot. Darkside Phil can't get much done here. The Mei is a nuisance. Kaya goes upstairs, though, and trades the kill.
Is that enough, though? I mean, I wonder. Ghost does window at 1 HP. He's got to stay alive with this Baptiste. It's only him as the healer. Even greedily saving his regenerative burst for his teammates. Well played.
No emo. Here's no immortality field for the anti-healed for Stola, but no one's looking at the Ramatra right now, and the Blizzard is perfectly timed. Ghost gets caught in it. So does Darkside Phil, though. And getting rid of the Queen is what allows SR Peak Check to regain control.
Yeah, let's see if Vistola can get any value out of this. Wants to just clear the map out, but yeah, a little bit scary to deal with Junkrat and Mei in these close quarters. Vistola is going to wisely just back off and hold the choke point. Kiriko ult though, Kitsune Rush, so much power, so hard to push in, and again, the flank, I feel like now SR Peak Check is really putting the pressure onto They're not letting Junkrat make the first moves. It's the Soldier initiating these fights.
So normally in like Ramatra Rush Mirrors, we see like a pitched battle around the outside rings of the point. Here, we're seeing like people try and take the high ground, like the Baptiste or the Junkrat go above that little archway there on the top right of your screen. It's a very different way to play New Junk City than what we're used to seeing. But SR Peak Check prevailed here on that first flashpoint.
Yeah, I think Cookie, for me, is the real linchpin to this strategy. The fact that he's constantly pulling the attention of the enemy team to the flank, that's one of the things Junkrat just has no answer to, right? You're a hero who wants to, you want to be the one flanking. You want to be the one sneaking up on people. And when you meet a soldier on the flank at mid-range, he's just going to smoke you and send you packing and then continue to pressure your teammates. So Cookie, just masterful performance here, not getting caught, but still managing to get big value. And again, Kai's trying to push through the flank, but we'll see if he can get past Cookie.
Favorable flip here as we go to vents for our second flashpoint. SR Peak Check already in position to rotate naturally there. The lost Darkside field. This Riptire had better find ultra value.
It's so low.
That's a wall!
Oh, on the
God.
Riptire.
Yeah, I mean, that's really hard. Against the Soldier as well, that Riptire has to be pretty sneaky.
Yeah. It's, with the rocket, right? The Soldier can just outskill you. In the end, on Junk, no matter how well you play, the Soldier can always just outskill you. You have to somehow trick him or make him make some kind of mistake. You don't really have agency in the matchup, and against really strong players, that hurts pretty bad.
Gala with a headshot there, keeping Cool Boy honest, and then a swift step back to the rest of their team. See Cookie now right at the back of this formation as the Doomfist comes in. Darkside Phil hoping to find a way to penetrate through this rather durable front line. Pistola has Annihilation available here. That's going to be an easy way to get back in an Nemesis form should it be required. Great Suzu. Love that. Gala to the rescue. Pulls Pistola out, who still has that Ramatra ultimate available and won't need it for this fight.
So well played by Gala, coming in with the cleanse and then uses Kitsune Rush back to his teammates to speed boost Pistola out of the Blizzard. Masterful execution.
Also means you have to push into the Kitsune Rush if they want to take a fight.
Good
there.
luck with that,
That's
right?
gross.
Hot Babe is going to stay alive on the flank. I don't love that. I mean, what do you I mean, I guess honestly, you need to make solo kills as Kiriko. You need to just carry the game on support here because your DPS aren't really contributing. Smile.
Yeah. Kaya having a tough time there, making the impact. Riptire is getting shut down. Hot Babe, no good. Forces a retreat. Kitsune rush down towards the low ground. A Darkside Phil. Not even being attended to by Vistola, by the way. I feel like Ghost and Cookie just worked their way through the Ramatra. That's 2 flashpoints to 0.
Here. He has ult. They don't. Oh, okay. They actually could have just not killed him there. I think the better team would have not killed him because he has Amp Matrix online. You could just let him shoot you all day.
And there's no way to environmentally kill yourself, right?
Exactly. You're very far away from the edge of the map. So honestly, another gift from SR Peak Check. So giving them some kind of hope here in the matchup. Darkside Phil on the Roadhog. At this point, why not?
Okay.
Oh my God, this comp is so bad.
Worth talking about the Roadhog at this point, right? Because we're seeing a lot of him played in ranked right now. Is this advisable at this point? You think this is still
at this
not
point,
good?
man? I mean, honestly, go for it. Go for it. Maybe you need
a lot of traps.
You need something. You need something. Yeah, you built a lot of stuff on the ground. All right, let's see what he's got. The thing is, who's even going to kill with the hook, right? The supports can save each other. I guess it's got to be Cookie, who's been a thorn in their side, but yeah, it's like one missed hook. This is going to be a signal for SR Peak Check to start really bullying in. Okay, Cool Boy finds something.
And Matrix thrown up there. Cool Boy able to get that solo kill. Here's the hook gone for Stola. Darkside Phil living the angler's dream right now. And push straight into the backline here. Finally, Roadhog mentioned.
Yeah, the Amp Matrix ends up being just too much value there, but SR Peak Check coming up on a massive stack of ultimates. Provided they win this retake, I think they should be in good position to close out, but you are retaking into Junkrat and May, right? These heroes may be very, very weak at taking the space, but when they can hold it, when they can play on corners, and, there's so many threats to deal with a Hog involved, it's easy to make mistakes for SR Peak Check. I mean, they still can play perfectly and win this, but there's just a lot of pressure on them to do so.
There are chokes here on bomb flats that you can get value out of your walls with, at least as you approach the point. Kai's Riptire, sees Ramatra, thinks otherwise. Vistola was low enough there and inside the Annihilation, so that's an ultimate down the Gurklick here for SR Peak Check. And they will get themselves a flashpoint off the back of this wacky switch.
All right. Able to end the fights before the ults come out for SR Peak Check. That's a nice situation to be in. Now you're going to get some late kills. I don't know if it'll be enough to get you an early cap, but certainly you can take position on the map. Coalescence could be threatening, but I like the Orisa. It's just Fortify, right? Like all these crazy tools, maybe the Hog hooks you and you're trapped by a jar.
The remote mine disruption.
Yeah, maybe you're caught by the May, but Orisa is just like, all right, guys, okay, nice skills. They don't do anything to me. Those are nice. They're cute, very funny. But yeah, Orisa, I think this is a great swap for Vestola. Able to hold the point even when somebody like Gala or Ghost is on the flank making kills. So gonna give more freedom to his teammates.
Tuna Rush available here means you can rotate those defensive cooldowns much more aggressively, as Orisa especially. Gala pops that straight away. They say, SRP check, we want to control the point to start with here. Swift Step has to be used there. There's still the threat of the rest of that Coalescence, but Hot Babe lets it expire. Gala taken down by a skill orb of all things. Bionic Orb claims that kill. Sauna now throwing out the Blizzard. And here comes the whole hog. Very terrifying stuff there, Darkside Phil.
Oh,
great hook.
Oh, the hook gets broken by the stair. That's so painful.
Here's the Energy Javelin, and Darkside Phil gets thrown on the rotisserie.
I mean, this fight was incredibly close. I think Gala was a little greedy there. I think he was holding his cleanse and...
Oh my, the Moira skill orb!
Not
the Moira! Unreal! And the point is still under Oye's control. Make it 3. Oh, you saucy, saucy human.
Moira.
Give me 4. Moira is inevitable.
For me, I'm pretty sure Gala has cleanse there and dies on 1 HP, just being a little greedy. Arguably, Ghost should have healed him up there, but I think for Gala, he's going to be kicking himself. Sometimes you just got to pop that skill, stay alive. If he had lived that team fight right, one more healer, it would have made all the difference, but Hot Babe capitalizes, and look at him on the flank on the Moira.
Give it up 4K,
man.
Jake.
Oh my god.
Unreal stuff.
That's what you need, though. You need mistakes, and if you can keep forcing them, you do have some chance to win this game. Cookie, though, beautiful wide angle with this overclock. Very scary moment. Oh, and the cleanse as well.
Cleanse came in, Cookie able to avoid most of that hook here. Darkside Phil is well and truly out of position, but soaks a lot of that overclock, giving time for KZ to find Sauna, and Ghost got caught in a trap somehow. I don't know what Cookie gets done here. They're too low. This is going to be a 2-2 game.
Yeah, these retakes have proved very difficult. Hard to dislodge a hero like Roadhog, and then that's where, you're buying heroes like Junkrat and Mei a lot more time to make their plays. So sometimes, lean into the silly. That's what I say, right? Your comp's getting crazy. Don't pick any normal heroes. It's better, rather than picking 2 or 3 normal heroes and the rest of them are crazy cheese heroes, just go full cheese and kind of attack your opponents from all angles all the time. That's when they're most likely to slip up. And as our peak check, they've got to keep the formation. They've got to stay together. Look at Hot Babe. He's ready. He's like, I'm not healing, guys. I'm calling the enemy backline. That's all I'm going to do this game.
That positioning is absolutely unhinged.
It's a rough point to close out on, though. So open, so much opportunity for Hitscan to find kills. Kaya, he's got to cross these long open spaces. Hard to see how he can make it happen.
Yeah, uncomfortable, for sure. Here's the Coalescence from Hot Babe, though. Maybe a solo kill attempt. Yes, they're wrapping.
They're just going to heal each other, though. Need follow-up.
Yeah, Sleep there. Doesn't need to hit the... Okay, there's a little bit of stress on the healing resources now. Cookie gets slurped down in midair. Hot Babe's going for it. Gala's in trouble here. Sauna to the rescue, though, but they've lost Ghost and Cookie, respectively. Kaya there to clean up the 3. Oh, yeah. They're making me feel some kind of way, Jake.
I'm feeling something. I don't know, though. I mean, so far, right, every time the retake has failed since the Roadhog and the Moira come out, right, being attacked from all angles, SRP check hasn't been able to respond to that well. I honestly wonder how a hero like Tracer or Brig would fare here and just cleaning out some of these flanks a little bit more consistently, not allowing yourself to get approached from all angles. But so far, yeah, maybe they found their footing in the series. Hook on Orisa shouldn't be too much of a problem for this hero, though, right? This is the strength of the hero. He just kind of walks out of there.
Yeah, wall gets broken eventually. Vistola just backs on up in Fortify, so the hook would never have found purchase here. SRP check are set up to have another crack at this now. Not really assuming the high ground to such a great degree, and Kaya is a very circuitous Riptide here.
Ooh, it's good play, though. There's a lot of pressure. Everyone's worried about it.
Oh, come around the outside. Kaya's found both backliners. Oh, yeah, going to win this map, Jake.
I think that's the map. Yeah, I think it's over. I mean, gonna be hard if these kills come in late, as they look like they're gonna be doing, then this is over. And SRP check, is the tilt gonna come out? Because this is a painful comp to take a loss to.
That's so funny. Prelude is all about the Romatra Rush comp on this map is really good. Like, play standard. That's where you're gonna find some success. Oh yeah, do exactly the opposite. Showing us again, once more at home. You can play whatever comp you want if you are well drilled and understand your win conditions with that setup. Darkside Phil finding Cookie there. The Sojourner now no longer able to dig SRP check out of trouble. And ladies and gentlemen, say it after me. We have ourselves a game. Overtime will tick down. That is the map. It's 2-1. And SRP check will be fuming about that map. I'll tell you that one free.
Now it's up to the coaches, I think, right? You've got time you're in the lab now. This is the one comp that you've had trouble with so far in the series. So what do they come out in the next map with? How do they respond? I think for me, there's 2 options. Either you go to a full Lucio rush and just chase down players one at a time, right? Especially the supports should have a hard time living. They don't really have anyone to protect them. Moira's splitting. Very scary to do that against Lucio. Or you just play a full dive comp, same thing, right? Punish these flankers. They're getting surrounded, and I think maybe the double flex support is a little too greedy into that style.
We've never seen SRP play like a full dive comp, right? I don't think we've really seen them go for it. Maybe on like Busan or some of the first maps in their series yesterday. But yeah, it's very hard. I mean, Moira playing this audacious sort of, flanking position. Obviously, like, you had decent damage output when you're combining the Biotic Orb there with that right click. This is really nice from Kaya. Never take the direct approach. Try and be as unexpected as possible. And you see the Roadhog take so much threat, garner so much attention, finding even a couple of kills with those traps here. In a good position to be very disruptive now. Not the result I expected to see coming out of New Junk City, but if we get Esperanza, can you get away with that?
I think it does get worse when it goes to any push map, realistically. It gets a lot worse. Flashpoint, at least maybe the Hog, that approach from all angles, right? So many times we saw the Moira setting up on the flank, coming from the back, and you can't do that so easily on push, right? That map's a little bit more linear, a little bit harder to create that separation, but I think there's still a chance, there's still some hope. I'd want to see an adjustment come out from SRP Check. I think they might be banging their head into the wall to keep playing that matchup. And just a subtle change, like just changing to a Lucio, being a little bit more centered as a unit, might be more effective for them in the long run.
There you have it. One map picked up here by Oh Yeah, sticking with a very unconventional Roadhog Junkrat composition. Will it help them any further in the series? Stick around. It's going to be Push coming up next. This one's for the real ones. All of you out there holding it down for the Junkrat and Roadhog mains out there in ranked. Oh yeah, making it work with a very unconventional composition, but that is what this is all about. Welcome back, of course, to the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. Mitch Leslie here with Jake Lyon. We've seen quite an interesting turnaround in the series that we honestly thought would be very one-sided, Jake. Yo, Jack, my guy.
What's up?
Give us your thoughts. How do they get away
pretty
with
good.
like the Roadhog comp? What role is it supposed to
They're
fill?
always, look, one trick's always going to get you once, okay? They're always going to get their one.
You got to learn your lesson.
Exactly.
What's your reaction here? What do you swap? You're in the game. What do you swap? What do you bring out?
What do I swap into
you're
the
Vistola,
hog?
you're
If I'm Vistola, I go hog.
You
just
beat
match
him.
him. You just match him. Yeah,
Wait,
you
low
match
key,
him. You
this could be
show,
big. This
you
could be
show
big.
them who has the better hog.
Here's the thing,
And
though.
then blame the supports for not choosing
I do
them.
love a
Blame
good
the
hog.
supports. I like that.
love a hog comparison. Big fan of that.
Honestly, though, if we're being realistic and non-trolly about this, yes, SR Peak Check may be a favorite going into this, but if you're looking at the lineup, especially the backline there with Ghost and Gala, those are very, very new players to competitive Overwatch. And if someone plays something so wonky, seasoned players might just be able to deal with it a little better. Like, Vestola might not have an issue here, but like the backline was being farmed here. Gala's like big thing this year, and there is no matches like team history of him anywhere further back before 2023. He played for Team Spain in this Overwatch World Cup, but that's about it. Ghost, same thing. Very new to the scene. So we shouldn't be too hard on SR Peak Check. Although they are the favorites, there's some new blood in there who still needs to learn not to lose to one tricks.
As Jack said, blame your supports.
Yeah, that's
blame the supports.
That's all you need to know.
Get blamed.
I don't want to propagate this. I want to have a good
I was
time
defending
playing
them.
ranked,
I was
okay?
blaming.
Yeah.
Jake, we got our new Queen Street on deck here. So not the Esperanza as we may be expected here, but is the concept still the same? Right, difficult to maybe find value out of some of these more off the wall picks.
I do think it's a more linear map, so it's less likely that you're gonna get flanked. I do think, though, maybe there's a chance for Cookie's flanking Soldier to make a return, right? That hero can take that 1v1 with the Moira on the flank, clear her out,
Please
clear out
kill the
heroes like
Moira.
Junkrat, right? And if you force this Aya team to play a little bit more grouped, a little bit more front to back, they're a known quantity. It's when they're hitting you from all sides. Like, I don't think you really can blame the supports, because when Moira's hitting you from one side, Junk's jumping on you from the other, Hogs, staring at you down the middle, there's too many threats to manage. I think it's really going to be imperative for SR Peak Check that they get back on the offense and deny this level of map control. I think being surrounded is what caused them to get that reverse sweep on Flashpoint.
Push map here, going to be crucial. Tell you what, if that last series was anything to go by, Push promises to be an exciting prospect. That was unbelievable stuff that Exoblivione come back here. SR Peak Check, though, probably expect to see that. I mean, the Sigma's pretty popular here. I sort of get it. Very, very sort of versatile composition. But, oh yeah, they are committed.
I mean, this is a porcupine of a composition here. If you come into the open LOS, I think this is the better response to Hog. There's a lot of people in ranked, I think they default to the Ana to respond to Hog, but I like the just raw DPS of Bap and Zen. You don't worry about Hog's heal. Like, you grind him out of resource completely, and then you don't have to deal with the heal anymore, right? Now that interrupting it isn't such a big deal. Sig is going to be just very, very potent into the Hog. I think it's the best matchup available. And Tracer as well comes out from Sana, right? Combination with the Harmony Orb. Now, Hot Babe is going to have his work cut out for him, just sliding through the flank at all.
Darkside, Phil is going to spend most of this game trying to heal. Like the little hook there, no connection. Look at the poke damage immediately. Forced to take a breather.
It's like, how do you stop Cart right now, right? Kaiser is coming up on it, but no one can really do this alone. No shield into Bap Zen. I mean, yeah, this is Gala's game to lose right now.
There it is. Now, again, no protection, no defensive architecture from which Coolboy can play behind. Even Kaya doesn't really get to have the most optimal sidelines, forced to play from the gym up on that high ground.
And every flank here is exposed and long range, so you can see the Junkrat coming, which is just crucial when it comes to dealing with the hero. Sojourn as well. By playing Hog into Sojourn, I mean, your teammates are going to be staring down a rail all day long, right? Man. Any of these moments can cost you the team fight.
Sona almost able to dive on Hot Babe 35, who I think found a health pack to stay alive there after eating a railgun from Cookie. Again, 24, 25 minutes is fine, because SR Peak Check, they want to retreat to these long sidelines. That's where they're way more favored. And Hot Babe gets a geology lesson.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is a beautiful response from SR Peak Check. Every hero perfectly selected. I love the full poke answer here. And also, just this Sojourn free, Zen free. I mean, if Zen dies this game, I'll be surprised, frankly.
Okay. Yeah, really tough to get to Gala.
This is like, for me, this is a full cap. You shouldn't lose a fight with this comp. The ults don't matter. Just keep left-clicking them.
Torp Turret can make use of those flanking angles. Jack, obviously, again, will be scrutinizing the positioning of those. Again, very easy to poke them down.
Darkside Phil is taking the car, though. Somebody's got to stop him.
All right.
Can be a little scary for Sana. Ooh,
no pulse stick.
But he does bait the drone out anyway.
Yeah, Mortality Field, getting drawn out there is pretty big. Transcendence comes through. Ghost here.
Does save Vestola. That's huge. Cole, though, no answer for Cole.
Yeah, this could be dangerous now. Zen getting pressured. Hot Babe, yeah, just not getting touched here. This should really wipe them out. Whole hog also to claim Vistola.
Yeah, the big ult commitment comes through, does win the team fight, that's important, but I think SRP Check is not going to be too worried about losing a big ult fight. That's the hope for EMEA to like come back into this, but realistically, it's these neutral games, right? This is Sojourn always having rail, it's Zen just free casting on you. I even like the soldier swap over Tracer, right? Why do you really need Tracer? Now that Torb's out, you know,
maybe
Soldier
just to capitalize on like a railgun here or there?
Yeah, but a Soldier can do the same thing, right? He can be hitting you from off angles and clearing out the Moira, and just another hero who can break Torb turret efficiently.
Good accretion. Darkside Phil thinks about giving up this high ground. He's running out of juice. Dropping to the low ground now. Oh yeah, actually get themselves out into the lead here. No checkpoint picked up yet, but SRP Check want to draw out the neutral game as long as possible.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing so far. Darkside Phil really needs to find some kind of opening pick as players falling around him, gonna grind him out. It is a nice Torb turret placement though, getting a lot of value in the team fight. It's a little fun note, even though they're obviously getting stomped, but you know, hey, smile. It's a good Torb spot.
Yeah, Kaya, yeah, obviously switching off the Junkrat, which just could not work.
I'm really curious to see Sana, how he plays this. I think he's gonna be able to expose the map and really punish the lack of flank contest here. I think this is maybe the thing that they were lacking when they got reverse swept on Flashpoint, is that hero to create off-angle pressure and keep the map control for the rest of his team.
Yeah. Solar here, happy to hold the front now as we have SRP Check nosing into the lead. Air Matrix on that off angle there. The May Wall not going to cancel it out so much, but Cookie has to jump away from the Matrix lest he gets frozen solid. Maybe thinking about body blocking for a moment there for Ghost, who eventually gets thawed out. Long-range Molten Core would have helped to that effect there, but Kaiser, high-value kill. Great target to get caught inside that gravitic flux now, and Darkside Phil is feeling the pinch, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, getting harassed from all sides. You can heal, but you know, he's out of resource there, and slowly getting poked down, and eventually it's just too much. He's still alive, but just like, what are you doing? You're just giving the enemy ult, right? And giving Cookie rail, and I mean, he's been using it to devastating effect. This hero comp does look really good. Another big ult cycle. There's some kind of hope here.
A huge, very open part of the map. We just saw the fight there, and I think SRP Check really take advantage there. Now at least you have that high ground advantage briefly for defenders, but the tactical visor is, well, hard to mitigate. You would at least have kinetic grasp from your Sigma as Darkside Phil has made the switch off the hog.
Yeah, I think the Sigma is advisable here. Be a little bit better at holding the front line. Sana, though, I think has big potential to open up a massive flank here. Nothing to really respond to him if he could get wide on the enemy backline.
Yeah, like Ice Block. Kaya switching back to the Junkrat here. Oh, goodness.
What is going on?
Hot Babe trying to make use of that verticality.
This is a sad POV.
With the Junk as well. They're both going for it.
The map could get flipped here, right? I think Sana could easily take a back flank. That is not enough.
Wow. That is not it. Oh my goodness, that is about as far from it as humanly possible. Right.
That's a yikes for me, dog.
Kaiser take it down. Kaya now can only look on as he's given away his position. Sauna now looks to just pressure down Darkside Phil.
Oh, if he dies this late on Sigma, it's very costly. Could be an overextension. Window, I think, well used here. Getting cleanup kills would be massive. Could cost the map.
Just got a Blizzard for
Wait,
free?
Kaya's still in the back line. He's still there behind. Do they know?
Yes, they do. Now to the high ground. Kaya drops a trap here. Sauna, rather, Ghost gets caught up.
He's doing it.
They just drew out the Blizzard for Kaiser for basically free. Sauna now and Cookie both still alive. You have that high ground control. Nicely done by the backline of EMEA to clear out those DPS.
Yeah, it is going to be ultimately a reset here for SRP Check. However, they've made massive progress, and I think right now what I'd love to see them do is just take that mid-fight high ground, play long, open sight lines, maximize the double hit scan, make it so hard for May and Junk to connect, and they're doing exactly that, right? Look at Vistola out here. He can go down, touch the cart, and you basically got, I mean, Zen's not a hit scan, but he might as well be. Everyone's going to take a powerful angle right now.
Darkside Phil just operating on the stairs here. Vistola fancies to control Tube. Kaya able to definitely avoid that accretion and still maintain some presence, but those bouncing hyperspheres, oh, he underestimates Vistola, who, by the way, by this point is an absolute Sigma master. Now moving back up with the bot here. No Junkrat, where the heck is your damage? Darkside Phil is going to get corralled, lassoed, and broken like a bronco.
One kill does come in for Kaiser, but Gala does have the Transcendence, so if things get too crazy, he can always bring that out. They want to win this fight with minimal ult commitment, though, and just secure themselves the end game. 3 minutes left on the clock.
Vistola trying to deny the healing from Coolboy. Oh, Kitsune rush here.
Oh, no, it hits the bot. It doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, that is a very short road.
No ice block. No ice block. He's in big trouble.
Dead. Yeah. Absolutely gone there. No immortality field in your composition for Oye. Very, very hard to save teammates from that gravitic flux.
Yeah. Some of the weakness here of the hero choice is trying to play around the Junkrat, right? Maybe you need the Kiriko to make some crazy flank happen, but then you're missing some crucial abilities in the Sigma mirror.
I'm okay with this, Jake. You know, not every Overwatch game has to feature a mirror match of optimal team comps. I did that for 6 years. I'm Gucci. Here's a Riptide.
As someone who's played some non-optimal matchups, I'd rather play the optimal matchup. I'd rather win.
Oh, man. Yeah, true that. All right, Cookie. Dusty's, yeah, a little bit of tickle from the back line here. Cookie in the flux.
So they have no hit scan, no follow-up.
Immortality field's right there. Cookie should be topped up in a few moments. Gala brought down, so harder to break the Sigma. Do you need the Zen against this comp anymore?
Yeah, now it's, I don't think you have to play it, but it's in the end, it's a Sigma mirror, right? Zen just does the most damage of any support by far, so I don't mind the pick, and no one to really shoot back at him. It's like having an extra DPS on your team, you know, why not?
Again,
oh my God, they're clutching this. Don't clutch this. This is unreal.
Yeah. That's filthy. Vastola eventually brings Darkside Phil down, and that bot is going to keep on moving. There's a nano boost here for Cool Boy, but there aren't any great candidates for it.
Yeah, they just 3v5'd. That's not good. Yeah, Nano onto the Sig. Okay, he's on Roadhog. Okay.
All right, throw it back.
Oh, Gala, go back to Zen when you die. We'll see, we'll see. Maybe, I mean, can the Hog even get anything done here? I think Sigma alone is such a, just a terrible matchup, frankly, for the hero. Doesn't care about getting hooked, can save his teammates.
The shield is like a nuisance for Darkside.
Cool Boy basically solo killed that.
Cookie's down, great hook here by the Accretion will break it. Gravitic Flux there catches Kaiser, I think, who gets picked off before they even touch the ground here. So very quickly, SRP check trade up in kills. Yes, they lose Sauna, still playing with 4. Gala are able to generate eliminations of their own now. It's a swift step forced as Hot Babe is on the back foot.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this choke point is pretty rough right now. This is a position where the Hog and the Junk can kind of hit you from this top right off angle, but SRP took no real interest in pushing more, right? They can just defend from this position, 30 seconds on the clock, and you've got to make something happen, get some kind of snowball rolling if you're, oh yeah.
Vastola, Immortality Field has to be used there. It's going to keep him alive, but the Riptide will come in after the fact if it wasn't railed by Cookie. Darksideville eventually is able to break Vastola's resolve there in that front line and find a second, but we have 17 seconds to play. Kitsune Rush just got used there and already one fight. It's looking tough for Oh Yeah.
It's reasonable to win a fight with 2 ultimates for Oh Yeah, but I feel like you need to do even better than that. This position is so rough. Yeah, at this point, really the screws are to you, right? If you lose a single player, you're going to be fighting in overtime and you know, having to contest that payload with Roadhog into Sigma could be rough. They've got to find some kind of opening pick here, I think, and win without expending too many ultimates.
Ghost here, just checking the flank briefly there, making sure no one can creep up. Not that the comp for Oh Yeah really caters for that. Here's the window, throwing up. Vastola's already found Kaiser through it now. The Blizzard is going to claim Ghost, but he's able to get an Immortality Field up that no one can answer because there's a gravitic, or rather kinetic grasp being used by Vastola. But he doesn't have it available when that whole hog comes to call. Still, Hot Babe's brought down by Ghost, and Darkside Phil is probably feeling pretty demoralized there by that ultimate, right? Can't do much as the attack fires are in play. The damage just keeps on coming and it don't stop. That'll be that as SR Pig Check close it out here on New Queen Street again. We at least see Oh Yeah sticking to their guns. Unfortunately, their guns are antiquated, they misfire frequently, and they got completely technologically boomed.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this. Frankly, this is how it's supposed to go, right? You know, like, yeah, you play these crazy heroes. You might make King's Row close. Maybe you can cheese Flashpoint, but eventually you get caught by good, honest Overwatch, baby.
Simple as that, ladies and gentlemen. I do want to. It was interesting watching Kai try to make the Junkrat work, right? I think there's still like a lot of lessons to take where, okay, you feel more confident on a certain hero. It's comfortable. You still need to play to the map. You might need to just adjust your approach quite a lot here. Playing against a Sigma is a really big ask. He's incredibly robust, right? Being able to rotate those cooldowns as effectively as he does means that the Junkrat has to go above and beyond to be able to have the impact that he needs to turn the game around. Yeah, at times we saw Kai able to do that, but those Riptides all got killed en route.
It's such an open map, right?
Long
you have to cross these open fields and hit scan. I mean, at this level, right, they're gonna break the tire. I think for me, I agree, right? I think he's doing what he has to do. You know, you give up the frontline spamming playstyle, you can't win that way. Take a more of a backline, you know, flanking assassin approach. I think that's exactly the right adaptation. But again, there's always responses, right? And then, you know, Cookie starts getting wide. There's 2 hit scans taking both flanks on you, and then now you're losing even in that adaptation. So I agree, Kai and Kaiser, you know, they're doing what they can. The team overall adapting as much as they can. But at some point, you feel the limit of the hero. and that's why these teams are ending up to advance, is because they're just better at the best heroes.
Yeah, look, more to talk about here for sure, but this is kind of playing out the way we thought it would. We're going to head over to the couch, going to discuss this game, and then we're going to set our sights, of course, to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, start talking about how this all ends here, the FlashOps Holiday Showdown. So don't go too far. Much to talk about here still on the EMEA side of things, and then, of course, we'll head across the pond.
That's right. Well, Jack, looks like good, honest Overwatch wins at the end of the day.
It prevails.
It shall prevail.
I mean, it was fun though. I think it's really.
Tell your face. You don't seem like you were very entertained.
No, I genuinely though.
You seemed like you were suffering and there was some pain.
That's his resting bro face. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Bro face.
You never heard of that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I've heard
Jack
the
is
other
catching
versions.
sprays out here, man.
Yeah, for no reason at all.
They just chose violence
They're not
today.
sprays, they are aimed at him.
It's weird. As soon as Matt's not here, they just all are directed towards me.
I was thinking about that last night. I was
That's
like, who's going to catch all the strays now? I
Yeah.
guess someone has
Me.
to. Thank you for taking one.
Who is really surprised? Nobody.
Oh boy, you put this in the highlights. You gotta do it like that.
And Hardy's so happy now because that's taken all the heat off him
Yeah,
for his
so
touchscreen play on New
See, it's easy. Look, anybody can do it. Everybody can just fly off the map like that using roll.
All right, I'll be real. I've gone off the map more than once on JP.
Yeah,
You know what?
exactly.
Sometimes you just see that 5-man ult and you're like, wait a minute. As soon as you cast
But
it,
if you
you're
hit
like,
the
oh,
5,
no.
then the team can follow up and your death doesn't mean anything.
Tactical
feed.
Sure, why not?
The classic, I'll be back fast.
What do you guys think about being able to cancel Rampage? Just like we can now with the Reinhardt charge.
Yeah.
I think it's
Are
funny.
we ready for that?
I mean, it's such
Are we
a
ready?
powerful ability. I don't think it needs to have that level of flexibility, right? It says a chance to team wipe and lifesteal for 1,000 HP. I mean, that's out of control, the potential of the hero.
This was
play, though, come on
nutty.
now.
I mean,
This game was solo queue. This
This is like
seriously.
everyone at home is like, I've been here, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
I've been that Kiriko dying to that Moira.
And I think that's what was fun actually about this series as a whole, is that these are actually things you're going to see in your ranked game sometimes. Hog is being played a lot in ranked because Hog is a very solo queue-esque hero. I think he could work at the highest level, and he has done a couple of times in the past, but flanking Moiras, random junk rats coming out of nowhere and then one-shotting your backline, that does happen in normal Overwatch, and it's funny to see.
I think it's really important for us to be clear about this though. This is a fully open tournament and the best teams in EMEA have risen to the top. So this is something that you can even do at this level. So even at your level at home, you can look to try and create advantages based on the strategies that speak most to you. That's why I think the game's in a great place right now, because even in the more standardized matchups, there's a lot of room for different tank selections. It doesn't have to be Ramatra all the time. DPS selections also being mixed up a ton as well. Game's in a good place for this.
Even if it's mirror comps, and we've seen that yesterday as well, with very little adjustments, you can play it very differently. So it feels like a different comp. So yeah, we get to see a lot more variety in the way to play here.
That ain't right. So that's an Oival Boxy versus SRP check.
That's right, that's right.
Yeah, in that third place game.
We tested you.
Oh, I see.
passed,
Sorry, that will be the
congratulations.
third place matchup, I think. Yeah.
Never mind, we did not test you. We tested myself, and I got it all wrong. It's all good though. It's all good though.
All chilling.
Yeah, I would say this bracket pretty much went as expected though. I don't feel like there is a big surprise.
I'm excited that it's a revenge match now as well. SRP check versus Oblivioli in the finals.
I think these are the best two teams in this.
Yeah, for sure.
And we love a salty run back through the lower bracket.
Absolutely.
That's
what these open bracket tournaments are about as well. Seeing these massive salty run backs. We've seen the league countless times, and it's cool to see it here as well.
And we might get treated to just that as well over in the NA region. So we're gonna head over there after a quick break. You don't want to miss it. Hello and welcome to a very special FlashOps segment where we're going to put everybody's holiday spirits to the test. It's the Holiday Showdown Gift Exchange. It
sounds really intense.
The first annual.
It will be.
We'll make their selections from the box.
It's truly the holiday spirits. All right, let's go over the rules. This is how it's going to work. All of us have already picked a number. Well, it was picked for us, kind of. Out of a hat, didn't happen. To determine the order where we'll pick our presents, right here on the table. And on our turn, we can either choose a new present to open or steal a present from someone else. Once a present has been stolen twice, it's officially frozen and can never be stolen again. Dramatic. I'm reading all of this off.
Scary.
I'm
Get
doing
your
it.
off my.
Okay, whoever draws the number 1 will not only start us off, but will also have the option to either
Who's
steal
number 1?
or
Tell me who
open.
number 1 is.
You.
Oh, right. God's sake.
That just means
There's
you're the first one we're
there's no
stealing
doubt.
from.
Oh, the last one to steal, baby. Last one. I'm watching you.
Yeah, so you can do it.
All right, okay. Here's what.
Got it?
Never take the biggest one. Never take the biggest one. I'm taking this one.
Whoa,
nice
that was so quick.
Is that it?
Look at you go.
That is
the commitment.
Feral.
Glitter all over me.
I don't even know what that's made of.
Okay, nondescript box. Not a great start. It's not branded or anything.
I do have to.
Sometimes, what is this?
Really? Okay.
Oh, it says Merry Christmas on it. So, real heartfelt greetings. What do you reckon, Matt?
Test it.
I don't know.
It's another box.
I'm not even opening this properly. It's a Pachamari, baby!
That's a good gift.
That's a pretty good gift.
That's
an incredible
against the rules.
Who's
Put it in
next?
his shirt.
Who's next? I don't know where it went. I don't know where it went. Who's
Well, now
next?
you're
We got it
ruining
on
it.
time.
Nobody's going to trade for that.
I do not want to steal what's touched your underside of your
Hey, I'm an Adonis, baby, all right? You'll pay money for that.
Keep telling yourself
One of them
that.
is fish themed.
No, it's not. He has no
Which
idea.
one then, Matt? Which one is
Oh,
fishing?
if you touch it, you have to take it, by the way.
I think there's one there.
Hurry up.
Well, I'm not going to
Do
Oh,
something.
really? Do something.
I liked the ribbon.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So, although
Doesn't
now,
go
yes,
with the
I also
wrapping.
have.
If I select that one and there's a fish
great.
in there,
Bro.
It's.
Yeah, Jack will steal it from you.
No,
I will steal it. Yeah.
Oh, excited.
What is it?
Is that a Funko?
Funko Tracer.
that's kind of fire.
Kind of nice.
Okay, nice.
It is.
When do I get to go?
Last, Matt.
I'll take this one because it's blue and sparkly and that is really inspiring. Oh wow, that was way easier.
Okay, yeah,
that
it was
came straight up.
straightforward.
Okay.
Someone like tape the ribbon together instead of tying.
These are well wrapped.
Yeah.
The
Good job,
the
Rex.
grandma in me
People on
wants
their
to preserve the wrapping.
Like, actually, they should have done it this
Jack,
way.
we're filling time, all right?
What's in there?
None of your business.
That
Woo!
looks kind of clean, though.
Help.
You good?
Okay.
Yo.
Lego?
Actually,
Wait.
Okay. All right. Jake.
That is.
You know what, Zoe?
no.
Lego. That's a nice Lego.
Nice
Thank
Lego,
you.
sorry.
It's mine now.
So we go again.
There she goes again.
I go
You think
again.
it's open 2 in a row.
Which is.
I
have
was
the biggest
going to pick that one.
Of course you would.
There may have been a hoodie in there.
There could have been. Yes.
There could have been a hoodie in there.
It must be nice.
You know, the one thing nobody can steal from you is the joy.
Okay.
Whoa. You're kidding me?
I'm winning. I want Christmas.
Oh my God.
Do I get the steal?
Yeah, you can.
You can steal it.
Oh, give me that. There. I won. I did it.
No, open another present.
I guess.
Wait, so who's... Then it's
The
me,
you,
right?
yeah. So shall I just give it to you before I
Zoe gets open because she lost it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that was
I'm
good.
not as excited. I'm just.
I love custody.
No, you
I
can't
am
do it.
custody. Yes,
Wait, can I take this one?
it's me. It's me now.
No, I have to take this one now.
Or you could choose another one, I think.
Open this one. You gotta choose this one.
It's Pachimari.
I take Pachi.
Okay. Jack, do you want to open or keep?
I'll open it. Yeah.
You know what?
Could be a fish in there.
Could be a fish. No, I did. Yeah, you know what? If it's not Matt, throw me the gun. Okay. Glad I opened it.
Yo.
It's not.
I didn't even know that
Lego.
exists.
That's pretty fire.
I know.
Yeah.
It does
You know
now.
the Hanamura?
Yeah.
I forgot all about it.
Good time.
It's seared into my mind.
Forever. Do I get this as a consolation? Because
You know what?
I
Because
know
it's Tracer.
Stuff stolen.
Yeah.
It's right.
All right,
Right.
whatever.
Well, that was I don't know how to wrap this up. I
like Legos.
We had a great time.
We had a great time. Everyone's a winner. And we, of course, have way more Overwatch coming your way, so stick around.
Stay tuned!
Woo!
What are you doing? Stop.
Celebrate it.
Fine.
This is mine. Mom said stop.
Welcome back to the Overwatch FlashOps Holiday Showdown. Sound effects? Anyone?
It's pretty generic, actually. I should have time to prepare my soundboard, but yeah.
I call you off guard. Like, I get it. Next time, be prepared to make sound effects.
Okay.
Jake, you should know better.
Before the show.
You've been on a desk with me before. That's the spirit. That's exactly what we needed.
What are we doing, sorry?
What are we? I'm glad you asked, Mitch. We are now continuing our wonderful day of Overwatch with NA as we wrapped up the EMEA region for now. Don't worry, there's more tomorrow. We will now be taking a look at the bracket for the North America region. We are going to find ourselves in the upper bracket first with, I hope, a banger.
There's no way it's not.
Yeah,
I know, no way.
Yeah. Omega stacked, Timeless and Primus.
I will say, Primus Tornado not really facing any resistance on their road through, whereas this left-right goodnight team looks pretty scary because that Timeless roster, yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, we're talking like it's the Seeker, Sugar-Free, Hawk, Vega, RuPaul team.
Yeah.
That is
insane.
Disgusting. That's gross.
But also, look at the opposition here. Equally as disgusting. And we're discussing.
Okay, I mean. Yeah.
I've seen this before.
Cal in the back line.
Yeah.
Sam Hydra and Kalush, I mean, that is just crazy. Also,
Mikey
Kalush
played in a grand final, remember?
Kalush DPS.
This is like the two shock tanks, right? In the 2020 grand final, Mikey ends up being the one that gets more game time and has to like just turn up and play like the Winston, the ball, even. Good times. I mean, these teams are stacked. This is the match of the tournament for sure.
I mean, it'd be hard for me to see another team as like the grand finalist matchup. So this might just be a preview. I think both of these teams, I even wonder, is there a chance you even consider holding something back and preparing for the grand finals? But I think you can't disrespect the teams in the lower final either because they could upset you, right? It's just enough of a risk where I think you have to try to win right here and assert your dominance.
Exactly. Well, I'm sure both teams are vying for that spot in the grand finals, waiting for the opposition there. Meanwhile, the other team has to fight through the lower bracket to get all the way back up there. And with that said, we're getting ready for this game. I'm super excited. Gentlemen, please take your stations over there. It's not a long walk, but make it impressive. Not impressed, actually.
Okay.
Actually, Jake impressed. He flapped his wings.
He did.
He was all over.
Something I'm pretty excited about here is to see Sam and Hydron play together. So I want everyone look out for that one here. I think like Sam didn't quite get a fair shake in the league. He's nasty. He might be the nastiest scrim god I've ever seen.
Nastiest scrim god.
He's freaky.
I want it in my bio. That sounds good. I like
god.
that.
Scrim god.
Nastiest scrim god, specifically. And now, as the gentlemen over there are getting ready, I want to once more call out that the registration.
Reykjavik? Oh, registration. All right.
Registrations for the Calling All Heroes Last Chance qualifiers are kicking up next week. So head on over to this URL. Where is it? It's right there. Ta-da! For a last chance to compete in the Calling All Heroes Championship. Make sure to sign up. Can't wait to see all of you, obviously, playing over there. But for now, I can't wait to see this match going on. And for all the action, we're going to send it over to Jack and Jake.
We made it. We didn't trip and fall or anything. It's all good.
It was really impressive.
That was good, yeah.
Couple
of steps. Jake kind of flew over
his
here.
Wings. Beautiful.
Great.
Preds, we didn't do them, but I want to hear them.
This is a tough one.
Yeah, dude.
I think I got Timeless right here. I think I got him 3-2. I think I'm feeling like this roster just looks a little bit tighter to me. A little bit, but it's close. For me, it's very. I mean, this is a 51-49 situation. I expect us to go to map 5. I'd be disappointed if we don't.
Yeah, I agree. Map 5 or bust. Primus Tornado 3-2.
Okay, yeah, I feel Primus Tornado. I'm vibing with this team.
Yeah,
OG Ultraviolet, Kaluge, Hydron, Sam. Sorry.
I was about to say that's for me. Tornadoes 3-1.
Oh,
Tornadoes 3-1.
Really? Wow.
Although Operation Get Hawky Boy a W is still in effect.
So true,
Still in
actually.
effect.
Roger that.
Get Hawk a trophy right now. All right, thank you very much, guys. Yes, Primus Tornado versus Timeless. Maybe it is the match of this tournament, Jay.
Definitely the most name value on any teams in the NA bracket. There's no contest here. The only player you might not be as familiar with is Vega, but I think he's, for me, one of the hottest up-and-coming prospects on main support in the tournament, in NA right now, frankly. So to see him come out on this team, for me, is no surprise. I'm not at all worried about his skill. I think just for fans of the Overwatch League, he's the one player you might not be familiar with on this server, but I want to see what he can do, especially in what I expect to be a rush mirror where the Lucio can have a huge impact, whether it's decision-making around beat or perfect timing on the amp, really adds to the team and is crucial when it comes to those ultimate fights.
Well, heading over to Samoa first. Nice new map for you on your screen.
I love this music.
Yeah, it goes secretly
It gets
hard.
me. It
Maybe
gets
not
me
secretly hard.
It gets me kind of grooving, you know? It gets me kind of grooving.
Which is heckling from the sofa. Bro can't
We got
be
a peanut
quiet.
gallery.
We've got an incredible match on our hands. And Mitch is screaming at us not watching the game, I'm just saying.
It is this, the Reaper Moira comp.
Yeah.
Looking dominant. I kind of felt that.
Not too shocked here.
Yeah, I think this comp is very scary. I think the triple AoE potential, Cole, Death Blossom, I mean quad AoE, right, with some of the ults online, very, very threatening. Can kind of chop through a lot of these traditional rush heroes like the Baptiste Immortality Field. So very, very threatening comp. We'll see how the execution comes down.
Yes, we will. They're going to be in the middle on the high ground. And yeah, we saw this comp yesterday a ton, Jake, of course. Like, nothing really dies until someone blows a crucial cooldown, like that Wraith Walk, like the Fae, like the block or something. And then, even then, sometimes it's hard to focus one person. All right, rotations to the point now. They're trying to pin Hawk in the corner. Kalush going to batter him senseless in a moment. That Nemesis Swarm coming up soon. Although, that wall proactively placed down by Sugarfree, so Kalush couldn't escape. Wonder why can use his movement keys just for a brief moment. Point capped by Timeless now as Hydron and the rest retreat.
Yeah, the positional game is going to be so crucial here because being able to be that team threatening the cap onto the point, especially on a map like this, it's a perfect situation to cut the enemy team apart with a well-placed Mei wall. So eyes on Sugarfree, his walls, getting some cooldowns out, and early Cole as well. They're trying to be very aggressive. We'll see if this pays off.
I mean, UV just got his online as well, so we'll see if he wants to use it in just a moment. They were able to stem the bleeding there from RuPaul's Cole. It's Timeless ends up backing all the way to the point. Now, Primus Tornado do have this high ground advantage. Coalescence used. The wall's going to block most of it, so just a little bit of extra damage on Hawk in the corner. Still Blizzard around the corner. A lot of AoE happening right now. They just got to keep their tank alive, but they're unable to do so. Primus Tornado just getting ripped apart here by Timeless.
Beautiful positioning by Hawk there, right? He recognizes that his team is taking a ton of pressure, and so he goes full passive mode, right? Hide in the corner, shield yourself, and then block, put the dukes up. And, you know, frankly, there's no way you're going to clear the point, no way you're going to clear the corner. Buys the rest of the team time to focus down Kalush with a mail. So, well played, and Timeless, they're in a really strong position to win the round here. Sam with the Blizzard, it's got to find value, or else this map could really get out of control.
Yeah, almost 70% hit for Timeless. Unless Annihilation is still available for Hawk too. Everybody's going to be grouped up, so it's going to last its full duration, you'd imagine. Nemesis Form coming out, so maybe ripping the Annihilation after this. Kluge is going to hit that one first as Sam launches the Blizz out onto the back line. A nice little block from Sugarfree is going to save him from being frozen up for the time being, but Seeker not quite so lucky as Sam is chased down eventually by RuPaul's Coalescence. Now the Vortexes are doing their fair bit of work of just isolating people and stopping people from using any nice little movement abilities, and RuPaul not quite so lucky, almost escaped alive, but just a little stall here from Sugarfree. He's going to clog them up, what?
This is going to be, basically, it's going to be one fight if they retake. Yeah, they should be winning this as a retake.
You take that.
But on the other hand, I mean, this comp, it's very easy to run it back to 100 to 0. So it's still very winnable. Ultraviolet as well with the Coalescence. We'll see if Timeless can kite as effectively as Primus Tornado were able to do when that aggro Cole comes in. So as the defenders, you might need to get aggressive with Cole, but sometimes that can be scary. It's easy to overextend into this mirror.
Extremely easy. You best believe they're going to punish you for it as well. Here comes the Coalescence, Jake. Oh, Seeker instantly taken down, but Sugarfree still unleashes that Blizzard. Sound barrier. I mean, the whole of Primus Tornado right now could just WM1. Logi's over health eventually wearing off. Vega does have their own ultimate available, but it doesn't matter, because that Death Blossom is just going to rip into pieces. Hydron with a nice little 3K as he teleports back. 40% online now for Primus Tornado. They're working their way up there in terms of percent.
It feels good to get a team wipe like that, but it's pretty costly using every ultimate now. RuPaul, I think honestly for Timeless, if you be patient, get this Coalescence charged up, it's a great opener. And Kalush, yes, he has one ult, but there's big responses on the side of Timeless.
Yeah, Primus don't have a ton to work with right now. Kalush is going to have to be the difference maker here with his ultimates. This Annihilation is both support ultimates available for Timeless. There's the first one, Coalescence, to kind of corral everybody into this high ground there as Timeless get the flip for free. Kalush jumps onto the point, Annihilation popped, hands held to his chest. Make sure he doesn't take an overwhelming amount of damage and just fall over, but might be a little bit more careful now as this beat gets unleashed by Timeless, and a Death Blossom for Seeker is still available. Pops into the Wraith form there to get back to the rest of his team rather quick, sharp as the Blizzard's laid on the point. OT is here and time is still control as Sam ends up going down. A late sound barrier from Primus Tornado does not help Sam stay alive. The beat to the Coalescence, everything thrown in here. Primus Tornado managed to build up towards 2 support ultimates in this fight, and now Seeker just needs to finish this one off. No Ray form available. It's up in a couple of seconds, so he will be able to escape if he really needs it. Hawk going down, and the rest of Primus Tornado running away from the point. They're pushed away, and that'll be Timeless even taking that first round.
Yeah, what a huge round. Really well played by Sugar Free. The Mei wall's consistent throughout the map. They're constantly cutting up the enemy team as well, finding a little bit more consistency out of the Mei ult. Just a very, very tight series though, and I expect to see more of the same as we get deeper and deeper into it. I don't think this is going to be a blowout in any way, but onto it a little bit more of an open map, and I think both teams showing maybe, yes, the Mortal Kombat is very, very good in those close quarters where, yeah, Mei and Reaper are just hard to evade, but when you get a little bit more space, we could expect to see Sojourns come out. Both teams starting on Sim, very curious to see, do they keep the Sim, do they prioritize that TP mobility, or do they want to play wide with the Sojourn, flank a little bit more?
Who gave that crab a pilot's license, huh?
Get him out of the chair.
Get him out of the chair.
That's a cute little detail.
I really like the compositional difference here, Jake, as well. Yeah. It's so easy to hold with Sig, too, like all the way at the back and just shoot down at people on the point.
Yeah, I think Sig should have a relatively favorable matchup into Ram. Ram has been buffed recently, so it'd be a little bit better for him, but just in theory, right? Ram's block against Sigma's stun, not the best of a cooldown trade, and you know, usually Sig is happy to just slowly kite you back and drain your resources, all the while, you know, plinking away at you with those hyperspheres.
Oh, that's exactly what he's doing right now, up on the high ground. I'm just comparing ult charge here between Kalush and Hawk. Kalush is going to have a much more of a tough time even after the buff, getting ult charge, especially at these longer ranges. Hawk's going to be pretty easy because everybody's pretty grouped up. Oh, there's the speed boost in. They already force Sugar Free's block, and Hawk taking an overwhelming amount of damage. In fact, forces backline to toss him a lamp. Should be good though. No one's taking the point yet, but Timeless are pressuring. I wonder if Timeless are going to be able to jump on the point and stop Primus Tornado taking it. No, doesn't look like it. And with Vega dead, that's a worrying sign for Timeless. Their ability to escape now away from Kalush is going to be next to nothing. High ground control for RuPaul though, as he does unleash the window again, looking down on this point. Everybody carrying away, waiting for that window to dissipate, and now he's up to Hyden to try and find these kills.
Yeah, big window used from RuPaul, but it's not able to find kills. This fight's going very, very long. It looks like it might just be a reset into another 5v5, but Primus in point control, not feeling too bad about that.
Yeah, Timeless are wrapping around this point as well, but yeah, good luck touching. Kalush using the Annihilation, even receiving the beat. Hawk is just getting run over. I mean, speaking about the matchup, Jake, at the very start of this round, like, the Sigma's great for poking away, but if you need to actually get on top of the point, Primus Tornado have got you locked down.
Yeah, I mean, both heroes, I think the ult is very good against each other, right? You know, like the Annihilation is, you know, Sigma doesn't really have a way to mitigate that. Shield, Kinetic Grasp, they don't work against Annihilation. But on the flip side, you know, Kalush, he's going to rely on that block to, you know, resist a bunch of damage, but it doesn't work against Flux. So I think really there's a chance here for Hawk to find a big Flux and reopen the map for his team.
We have to defend the point.
Seeker and Hydron, both with overclocks. Hawk already using the hands. Hydron's going to pop his pretty early on, and here comes the Flux as well. Hawk in the skybox right now, hunting and searching for targets. Sound Barrier even invested here from Timeless to push them forward as that Blizzard was launched by Sam into the backline. Everybody's able to skirt around it though, and this is Timeless's fight to win.
And now with no ultimates, Primus Tornado heavily committing to that fight, trying to clutch it out. It ends up being a relatively fair trade in terms of ults, but the point comes back into the favor of Timeless. They're going to have to hold on here, but I'm struggling to see how you retake as Primus Tornado. I think when they have the space and they can set up with players like Mei, Ramatra, and just sort of be durable, take a long fight, that feels pretty good for them. But Sigma, you know, controlling the point, slowly backing out. I feel like Primus, you've got to force point here, but it's not so easy on retake.
Super tough. I mean, it's only one more fight really, and then maybe an extended one at 80% for Primus Tornado.
Oh, nice pick from Seeker.
All right, big reset here. You just want to go again. OG does get
you got to chase these kills. Getting these would be so high impact later into the round. They really are going to be hungry for this. Might not be possible though. Very durable heroes left alive. Yeah.
Too much healing. Everybody's super durable. All good. Reset, go again. But still, a couple extra picks there off the back of that fight is nice.
Yeah, I mean, you go for it, right? You put the pressure on, get Hawk a little bit closer to that next Flux. Could be a crucial ultimate. He is only at 50%, but if he farms this up quickly, this could really, really help his team in the next fight.
Was it 50% already to that Flux? Jake? They got Blizzard advantage too. Maybe just a chance to run them down. Window, oh, this window is nasty. As long as they can break that wall, and which they do quite easily with that amplified damage. Kalush now on the point, pressuring. If anybody walks up to him, it's all good. He's got the annihilation if he really needs it. Vega almost ends up going down just to that staff. Seeker ends up falling to Ultraviolet, and there comes the annihilation. This is time to just trying to make their way back into this fight, but Primus Tornado were just shutting the door on them. And even slamming their foot in it as well, making it painful. RuPaul down, these fights, these deaths are so late. They are stalling for extra time here, Jake, but Primus Tornado capping at 82%.
That's a beautiful fight by Kalush. Really, really well played, getting the perfect ultimate, snowballing pick after pick. Normally that ultimate is used so defensively, but he finds the window to get aggressive, and now Sugar Free feels the pressure to go to Tracer, just a touch point, and that's rough in this mirror match. But Seeker keeps the fight in contention.
Okay, OG ends up going down to a random railgun. Who can actually touch it? Does look like Sugar Free's gonna make it. There's a flux going off the backline as Hawk kills two. That sound barrier from Vega was the difference maker in that fight as Sugar Free gets the cap on the point. 85% in ticking for Timeless now. Primus Tornado, they got ults to come back in, but can they actually touch? It looks like OG's going to be the one to do it.
Now it's Kalush's turn, taking a suboptimal pick, just feeling the pressure that he must touch the point. I think he has to, but it's scary.
Kalush super low. There's the sound barrier, but window on the high ground just going to be devastating to Primus Tornado. Want to make themselves known on the point. I mean, there's just no way, right? Not without Kalush there, not without OG's heals. I mean, look at how free Seeker is on the high ground. Just a Sojourn ace, just mowing people down. That'll be Timeless, taking the first map.
An incredibly close series in terms of skill here. Both of these teams very, very high level, and both making their respective comps work incredibly well. I mean, normally after watching a map, I start to feel, okay, this comp maybe has a bit of an edge, but I don't think you can say that after that map.
Even.
For me, I really think both look viable. It looks like a 50-50, at least on those maps with a little bit more space, a little bit more separation for Sig and Sojourn to get their value. But so well played there by Sugar Free, right? Coming into the point at the last possible second. Enemy team tries to rush in, tries to take a quick brawl. Hawk falls back, he trusts, okay, my Tracer's got the point touch, I don't have to walk up.
He's almost trusting in Hawk 2 to land a big flux, and he did. He got 2 kills off the back of that flux. Vega was able to use the sound barrier just in time to just generate overshield, and hey, that was my parting gift to the rest of the team, and end up helping them win the round there as well. Pretty close fought battle. I mean,
oh my god.
Wait, okay, we didn't catch that. Thank goodness we did on the ops. Shout out ops.
To be honest, I don't think that matters. I think they lost the fight anyway.
I don't think so, yeah.
But it's
still funny.
It's a tragedy. I mean, he was like full desperation trying to heal. Like his team was all going to die in like 1 second if he doesn't go in. So yeah, maybe he slipped up a little, but I think that fight wasn't going to go his way anyway. Kalush though, this annihilation was crucial. Both tanks just back and forth on this map, really vying for primacy. I see Hawk and Kalush as, you know, really players competing to be the best tank in NA. Really, these guys are the biggest names you talk about when it comes to that position, especially with those players who are a little bit more focused on the off-tank heroes.
Yeah, it was nice to see Samoa as well, honestly. There's lots of different play styles you can play that map, and seeing the Sig and the Ram just kind of duke it out, and like you said, it looked pretty damn even, and I expect the rest of the series is going to be that way as well. We're going to jump to a quick break. Map number 2 coming up soon. Primus Tornado, it's your chance to pick. Make it a good one. Welcome back. Map number 2 coming up, and I gotta say, I really like these little bump-ins.
This is my favorite one.
He's looking at his own head, smiling.
Selfie snowman.
How's he looking?
How do you look at your own head?
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought of that, and I said it, and I was like, actually, how'd you do that? He was looking at him. He was looking at his body, like, hey, I'm looking good. I'll look around.
That's how you take the optimal gym selfie. Just remove your head.
Remove your own head from your body, spin it around.
I have never taken a good gym selfie ever, not once.
I've seen them. I've literally liked your gym selfies.
Yeah,
it looks good.
Jake, though.
You need a tripod and a timer, all right?
That's a tripod.
That's a secret hack, actually.
I need to figure that out, man.
Wait, do you actually bring a tripod to your climbing gym? Please say no.
No, I've got a thing that like folds up that holds your phone. It's like a little pocket thing.
Yeah.
So yes,
you need the down lighting. Like I've never seen collarbones like this guy's. He gets in the right lighting. It's unreal, mate.
Which is my biggest bodybuilding fan. I'm so here for it. I'm feeling confident. I'm ready for the next match. I can take on the world, baby.
Let's go.
I can take on the world. Let's go.
Hope Primus Tornado ready to take on the world, mate. Easy transition.
They're going to need to because the world is bearing down on them in the form of this Timeless squad. Like, they kind of got bopped. Maps were close, but just a little outplace here and there. Get them the 2-0.
No, it's looking good. I mean, King's Row, I'm always happy to see King's Row, going to be honest. Are we going to see just more Ram, though? Or are we going to actually see a little bit of variation with, like, Sig and stuff, too? Are they going to want to prefer to play opposites here?
Based on the first map of Samoa, right, that close quarters engagement, both teams preferring the Ram mirror there, I kind of expect that we'll see more of the same since King's Row is a pretty close quarters map. I think Sojourn, you know, it's possibility. Also Baptiste in the comp, possibility over the Moira. I think you know, that can kind of go both ways. But I do kind of feel that once you're leaning into this full-on, you know, rush mirror with the Ram and the Moira, you kind of want to go all in. I think if you play BAP, it might end up being a liability. But I think both comps make sense, right? Either you're playing for a little bit more range, play more of a kiting style with the Baptiste, with the Sojourn, or, you know, you're just going all in, super close aggro brawl style with the Moira and the Reaper. They can both work.
God, I cannot believe I'm seeing Moira in my Overwatch. This is crazy.
I mean, honestly, with the Bastion nerf, that really would have been the hero to hard counter the Reaper and Moira, you know, in the previous patch. But Bastion losing a bit of damage, maybe he does get overwhelmed. I'm still curious, though. I wonder if these teams have practiced that in scrims and it doesn't work, and maybe that's why they believe in this comp. But I kind of feel like Bastion might still be good against this.
Well, unfortunately, we'll never find out. Not at least right now, because no Bastions in sight. We have created the Christmas box, the Christmas present. Unwrapping it will result in a kill. Unfortunately, the unwrapping was quite unsuccessful there. It's just so, especially with the Baptiste too, like your Exo Boost, your passive is just so clutch against these Mei Wolves.
It is clutch, it's going to enable you to escape. However, I think Hawk is really going to rely on the immortality field. Can he fight without it is the big question right now.
Oh, well, it doesn't look like RuPaul's used it just yet. Kalush, I mean Ultraviolet too, just taking so much damage. They do end up trading, but with Kalush dead, who's going to be a frontline brawler? I mean, maybe the Mei, the Reaper? Well, maybe not Sam anymore as he's dead.
Seeker just jumped up to that backline high ground and he was just, you know, absolutely eating them alive from behind. Ooh, what a quick shot there. Half a second later and Hydron's out, so Seeker really good about it, and they know about the Moira.
Cheeky Moira. Whoa.
He might be able to, okay, not taking the risk there. Get the Moira out of the flank, and honestly, I don't know if Primus Tornado can recontest this. I think this is going to be a hold the choke situation.
Yeah, for sure.
Seeker, though, if he gets on these off angles at range, Reaper is going to start to feel really unplayable. I wouldn't hate to see Seeker take really massive flanks here, because if Reaper turns around and engages on you, he's just not doing anything else in the fight.
There's the window. They're just cowering in this corner, but it's at such a good angle that they can hit those players that are cowering. And there you go. There are the kills are racking up. And I like that point, yeah. I mean, Seeker, his best hero, definitely the Sojourn. Like, his ability to land rail after rail, just the consistency factor is just off the charts with this guy.
And especially with what Primus Tornado is playing, right? We've talked about this, this Reaper, this Mei, right? As soon as they get low, they just press their shift, they get out of there. But when there's a Sojourn in the equation, you're at 120 HP, are you really going to press shift? You know, you're at 190 against a headshot. Are you really going to press shift?
Right,
I mean, you start to play so scared at that point, you're just not getting any value. And so with a player like Seeker piloting the Sojourn, it's really scary to play Reaper and Mei. Like, you have instant saves, but he's got instant kill.
He's perma going to have charge too, because there aren't too many shields you're shooting into. You're mainly just shooting into the Ram body. So that charge is pretty easy to get. It's going to be a tough fight too. I mean, this is just going to be an all-out bloodbath, I think. Oh, Vega. I'm not sure what happened there, but Vega went to like 1 HP.
Hydron on the flank, though, does sneak up, but he gets out-dueled by the BAP and the Sojourn.
Oh, here come the ults. Here come the Blizzards. Oh, Hydron trying to get in there. He wants to. The sound barriers are going to come out. Going to save everybody for the time being, but there come both the Annihilations. Oh, they're just ticking away. Kalush is backing all the way up, though. OG takes a body shot. Railgun. There's just no way. Not sure that overclock was really necessary, Seeker, but it does the job, and they're probably going to be able to get second for it.
Honestly, this match is making me doubt whether the Reaper Moira was ever good to begin with, right? When you have, at least at the elite level, right? I think anything below this, anything less consistent than players like Seeker on Sojourn, and okay, maybe the Reaper ends up just being dominant. But I think when you have a player this good, you start to really feel painful when you're not mirror matching with a hit scan. He can just kind of do whatever he wants on the map.
No overclock. It's a bit of a pain right now, but look at how easy he's able to back up as well. Hydron tried to go for a sneaky play on the sidelines using his Reaper ult, but yeah, that Death Blossom was shut down rather swiftly. Now RuPaul can jump onto high ground too, right? Use the Exo Boots, get on top of the high ground with Seeker and just start raining hell from above.
Hydron pulling out the Fleta special. Widow on King's Row defense. Just going to try to, zone the high ground and go back maybe to... Okay, it is going to be Sojourn. I think this is smart. At this point, it's kind of clear that the Sojourn is outclassing your comp, and now you're on an even longer range portion of the map. You've got to swap. Wouldn't be surprised to see Ultraviolet make the same swap over to Baptiste, take the mirror after he uses Coalescence.
Oh, Window on the low ground instead of that high. Helping out the mate, more than the Sojourn here.
Yeah, just make sure you can't get booped down, more about focusing the tank brawl. And Kalush can't back out because of the window. Gets caught alone on the flank.
Yeah, that's really rough. You have to wait for Kalush to come back. I mean, even on the Ram here, it's going to be tough to actually get out. Vortex, like Disruptor Shot, everything is going to stand in his way, and they don't even manage to get the touch. Wow, 3 minutes and 40 seconds in the time bank for Timeless. They are anything but their namesake.
Yeah, well, they got a lot of time to work with, that's for sure. I'd expect, honestly, after this map, I would be really surprised if Primus Tornado doesn't Sojourn mirror from here on out. Right now, like,
it just seems
sometimes the result is tight, right? Sometimes it feels like, yeah, it can go both ways. This does not look like it can go both ways. This is Sojourn all day. And King's Row, it's not the best map for Sojourn, but it's certainly not the worst. I mean, you're right, there might be those points, certain spots in the map. Okay, maybe this full rush works. Maybe New Junk City, maybe that opening team fight, the Moira and the Reaper, just really get in there. But if Sojourn gets space, she just runs with it. The Baptiste isn't dying. I think that might be a hero you can try to pressure and kill with Reaper, but those Exo Boots, like you mentioned, a player like RuPaul, he's going to use that to maximum effect, and Vega as well. They're not too scared to fight short-range heroes like May and Reaper.
I mean, I've got to say, especially with RuPaul, Vega in the backline, you mentioned Vega before, maybe a bit more of an unknown name to people out there, but just unbelievable. Like RuPaul, championship winner, of course, and one of my favorite players from this year to actually watch. Not because I'm a support player, but just his ability to dish out as much damage as he does healing is just extraordinary. And paired up with someone like Seeker, it's going to be really tough, I think, for Primus Tornado to really dislodge them. I mean, Seeker's also going to be super free on the high ground again. You have to send someone after him, and if it's going to be Hydron, he's going to get chunked down before he even gets there.
They're staying confident, though, in the Moira Reaper. Maybe on the offense, be a little bit easier to get in there, mix it up, take more fights on offense. Maybe there's hope for them yet, but Seeker on these high grounds on first point, I'm having trouble seeing how you dislodge him. Even if you teleport him on his Reaper, he's going to just slide away and take another angle.
And we'll see how they navigate this entrance. I see the health bar of Hydron pretty low. Oh, and there is some donuts for his afternoon coffee. And unfortunately, with Hydron dead, there's no damage, so we back up.
Yeah, and if anything, right, now Baptiste and Sojourn have an even easier time. They can start on the high ground off angles. They don't have to use skills to get there. They're already up there. Then Reaper's the one teleporting after them, and you got Vega on the case, right? This guy knows his Lucio. He's always going to be there to mark the Reaper. You better believe he's got eyes on Reaper at all times and is ready to boop him away. Just one boop can really just destroy Reaper's team fight.
You can see Vega just kind of hanging around, making sure the Reaper... Oh, well, there you go. Instantly forced array. I mean, you got, what, one shot off, maybe? Maybe a half of one? Oh, OG ends up falling too, and now Primus Tornado are in an odd situation. They're going to have to... I mean, they can try and back out here, but with no Lucio, there's just no way. I mean, Vega's also picking up a hella kills.
He's smoking them. He's riding, dancing on their head. 40% more ult charge for Timeless, and... Yeah, this is, I mean, for me, this matchup is looking not winnable. I think, yeah, Hydron on the Sojourn, I think it's a good call. He just hasn't found any purchase on Reaper. When you play against elite players, yes, the Reaper's more consistent at like a lower skill level, but these there's no lower skill level in this match. Like, you have to be able to win on the best heroes in Overwatch.
Right, and Hydron was also a player that made his name on the Sojourn too. Two Sojourn Warlords clashing now, but Zika obviously with a massive ult advantage, having his overclock already. And the Blizzard for Sugar Free. Everybody's trapped in Hotel right now. They have to make a play here, but they're just going to run into a giant icy dome.
Yeah, and Matrix is baited out though. Nice free ultimate for the attackers. Sugar Free's got Ice Block though. He's fine.
He's
we'll see if they can kill him. They've
right
got to
now.
catch him at the end. Oh my, he's going to be frozen in there. He should die.
He should die. There's just no way. Oh, they land him. Sugar Free, and he gets the beat. Saving Private Sugar Free. Mission accomplished. Still alive somehow. And here comes the annihilations from Kalush and Hawk. Kalush does end up receiving the beat around the corner though, so managed to take out Sugar Free eventually. Hawk is super low, still receiving a ton of heals though from RuPaul, who's just situated on that staircase as Primus Tornado make their way onto the point. Now they start capping, so it's up to Timeless to try and stop them, but you have to win this fight decisively.
Overclock is just the opener you need, though, in this contested situation. We'll see if Seeker elects to swing wide. If this high ground gets uncontrolled, I can easily see Seeker taking a flank and just cutting apart these attackers.
He's swinging right on the high ground right now.
Vega, big mistake, though. Takes a risky rotation.
A lot less healing now, but through this amplification matrix, Hydron ends up falling over. Amplified healing too, worth keeping in mind. Kalush is pretty low. No Nemesis form to speak of and just trapped in a corner. No heals can save him now. Within a minute to go, too. Timeless are in such a good spot coming up to this next fight. Seeker saves onto his overclock.
Yeah, for me in this matchup, Moira is like, once you get off the Reaper and you're not trying to just like completely brain dead Zerg on the backline, then, you know, this BAP, if he's not dying, BAP is going to do more than Moira. I mean, Moira's only advantage is her survivability. Sometimes Cole is a little bit better, but typically Window is just so much more consistent in the Sojourn mirror. And Moira, sometimes she tries to heal, but, you know, people get one-tapped. Right? And then you're feeling pretty bad to be on Moira. I honestly think UV needs to swap.
Oh, there's the overclock. Seeker sliding away from Hydrons. Being slowed by that Vortex to just a brief moment. Still trying to line up a nice little collateral there, but didn't end up working out for him, sadly.
One more chance for Hydron.
Oh, he's got the shot. Ends up sending it wide, and he gets trapped off by the wall from Seeker, from Sugar Free even. And then Seeker, the final nail in the coffin. Is a really good amount of damage now, pummeled into Hawk, but still kept alive for a brief moment. But Coalescent finishes him off. A nice icicle from Sugar Free will cause Ultraviolet to fall over and go back to spawn. And now there's just little to no healing. There's even a window if they need to play around it, but I don't think they're going to. Seeker just rolling with this game. They managed to take out Hawk, but it didn't matter. There was just too much firepower on the side of Timeless, and they're going to hold first. Timeless with a 2-0 start in what feels like one of the quickest series we've had over the last couple of days.
I thought this series would be kind of close, and it is not close. This is an absolute shellacking. To be honest, though, the comps here are looking rough. Like, I can respect the idea. Maybe this Moira Reaper can work. Maybe you can believe on a map like King's Row. I don't hate them playing that. But I do hate that once Hydron starts to feel like, you know, we got to have a Sojourn here. It's getting too much value. I need to mark it. Ultraman's got to get over to the Baptiste. Like, you don't want to play Moira in that situation. The Amp Matrix, the one-shots, you know, that Immortality field, Moira's not keeping up when she's not. I mean, the best case scenario is you're healing 5 players. As soon as you go Sojourn, it's only getting worse for you. I really want to see him take the Bat Mirror if they're going to take the Sojourn Mirror as well.
Yeah, I'm curious how much they did actually practice this in scrims in that case. I wonder if they've only really played with the Moira. But UV is also an extremely competent Baptiste. Like,
these guys should know how to play it all. There's no
exactly.
like, oh, I don't know how to play this. I mean, these guys are pros, you know. Like, I don't think you can ever say, there's no way Ultraviolet can't handle the Baptiste, right?
Exactly.
So for me, right now, there's a little bit of comp gap, but there's a lot of execution gap, a lot of just outplay. Honestly, I think if you look at the backline, look at Vega and RuPaul, they've just been having so much more impact in the match.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, RuPaul, who's really surprised that he's having massive impact. And then Seeker too, just kind of getting the better of Hydron, even in the Sojourn mirror. As we go on to our next map, it is Primus' chance to choose once again. We're going... Well, we don't know what we're going to yet. We're going to find out that in just a moment. But is it going to be a map? And are they going to change their comps completely and just roll out with the BAP and with the Soj? Like, that's going to be the big question on our lips. We'll have to wait and find out after this break.
waiting. But now that I'm here, let's have some fun. Yep, that's my name, all right. And this right here is Gunny. And she can light up the whole dance floor. And this one's Cha-Cha. He's a sensitive little fella, a real hothead. And when I fire them both, it's double trouble. Actual gameplay footage. Going so soon, I'm gonna miss ya. Don't tell me that's it. Both hearts pumping. I got your back. For now. Here I come. Say quick Kiki. We got him where we want him.
Unbelievable.
So was I worth the wait? We're gonna have a hell of a time. Woo!
It's Season 8. Unfortunately, no Mauga, though. I can't wait till we have a tournament with Mauga, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, they're still got to, get some balance patches on him right now. I think he's a little overtuned maybe in quick play. So we'll see how he plays once the devs get a couple of reps on him. I think that makes sense. A new hero like that, especially with so much explosive damage, it takes a couple tries to get him balanced. But I'm excited for the hero. I think it's very interesting, very unique tank, and maybe opens up possibilities for the tank role. Kind of like a Junker Queen,
I mean, he's excited because he gets to play Echo Shooter all game, then copy the Mauga, then jump into the back line, and then just destroy everybody.
No. You want them to play Mauga.
Okay, my bad. Play Mauga against Jake.
This is a psyop.
It's very good.
It's a bloody psyop, boys.
It's good. It's
Everything
great.
I do is a psyop.
Hey, real quick, Jake, tell us why your faith is shaken in the zombie comp, like the Moira Reaper May, because you were high on it watching in Europe, but we saw it on defense on a hybrid map and looked pretty weak.
I think maybe it's just the level of play. I feel like these teams are incredibly strong, and the Sojourn just has more top-end potential. But it's the one-hit potential from Sojourn, right? Like the May and the Reaper, even when Sojourn isn't actually killing you with a headshot, there's so many moments you don't notice where that Reaper just sees the Sojourn spamming you, looking at you, and you have to Wraith form because there's the chance you get one shot. And so it's not actually the kills you get on Sojourn, it's that effect you have. The enemy is just not as efficient as they'd like to be. And we're seeing Hydra and UV, they're feeling it as well. Honestly, I think it's kind of really hurts them to be down 2 in the series, making this swap. I feel like Hydron felt that limit many times in the series, and he wanted to make this swap. I feel like kept going to Sojourn. I think UV was honestly too slow to come to the map. Maybe they can make the reverse sweep happen though, right? Win this map, maybe pick up some momentum. In the end, if you are better on the comp, you might be able to bring it back.
So Vaso, their map choice too. But yeah, I mean, Mirror in here after the last 2 maps, not too much of a surprise. We'll see what they can do. Both teams heading in different directions here, to the point.
Yeah, 2 different ideas. Actually, from what I've seen, I kind of like Timeless's approach a little bit more. Just don't even fight. As soon as the point opens, Kaluj is going to step onto it, and then I think Timeless is going to rush into him, try and get his cooldowns out.
Well, Kaluj has already stepped onto it as the point unlocks. Where is the rush? Well, the Vortex is going to go down to at least stop Sugar Free, and he takes a couple of Icicles too to force that little ice block. There's a block on Kaluj right now. Should be all good though. Especially with those Exos boosts, you can get onto that high ground super easy. And Vega's already dead to a Rogan headshot.
Yeah, crucial. This Sojourn matchup decides so much over and over again in these team fights. So Hydron really has a chance to bring the series back just with his own pressure. Ooh, beautiful 2-tap from Sugar Free.
Pretty nice.
Should be too little too late. But hey, it's nice, showing you shoot back. You can't be too confident.
Yeah, I do love taking that high ground really early on too. If you're a Hydron or Ultraviolet, BAP or Soj, you could just shoot down on people basically. And if anybody wants to come up to you, you've got your sights trained on them already. It's just such an oppressive position to be.
Yeah, I think the Mei wall favors the attackers there, but the Sojourn position on the high ground favors the defenders. And so ultimately, Hydron ends up getting more impact in the team fight. We'll see if Sugar Free, or rather Seeker, can find a way to retake. I think retaking the high ground is going to be one of the most crucial parts of the fight. So you don't want to get too distracted by Man or Matra. Eyes on the Sojourns.
Well, I know where one is right now. Looks like they almost traded there, but it's actually Vega up on the high ground. There's the window. Wall up. No, Kalush. A little bit too slippery there. Jumps off of the high ground away from that window, but you're happy with that. If they find the flip, that's fine. You're grouped up as 5 and you can already go for a re-engage.
Yeah, UV has window to get the retake off here, so very doable. See if he pops it early.
Oh, cheeky angle.
I like this off angle from Seeker. He knows the window's coming out. He has to respect that.
Yeah, he does. He getting a little bit of charge, going for the peak again. Whoop! Hits a headshot, but it's only on a May, so no insta-kills there, sadly. Oh, RuPaul, though, jumping up to the high ground. Speaking of off angles, Hydron had a nasty one. Annihilation ripped as well from Kalush. Just, well, there's the flip, and that will be the point.
And Hydron, I think, is really making his presence felt right now on the Sojourn. Won them that first fight on the mid with the opening pick. Now closes out the second with the kill on the BAP. So, you know, for me, I think this is finally we get to see Hydron's real form here with the Baptiste to support him properly. He can take that matchup against Seeker. It can go either way. So Timeless gonna have to find a way back in. They do have a big ult advantage. Should be solid in this opening fight.
Windows would be nice right now to open this one up. Really nice positioned window can end it all, especially on a first fight. But Seeker's going to opt for his ultimate instead. That overclock, finding body shots right now, but it's forcing players from Primus Tornado all the way back. Sam ends up falling over, and Hydron did not receive that overshield, that overhealth, sorry, from OG's sound barrier. Vega dead too, so no sound barrier even for Timeless right now. I mean, you're in a good situation if you're Timeless. You grab the point, you can force Kalush to try and touch, and he does so rather unsuccessfully. Doesn't manage to get a little bit of stall there, stopping them from capping. And with OG down, that will be Timeless winning this small engagement.
Yeah, very closely contested fight. OG and Sugar Free going down again. See if they're going to be able to get back to the fight. Or actually, this time it's the opposite players on the May and the Lucio who drop. UV with the opener window. Should be too much.
Should be too much, you think. Oh, they got the sound barrier in. Hawk is just taking so much damage though, but still managed to kill Sam. How is Hawk still alive? Eventually falls as RuPaul returned with a window of his own, but unfortunately, Primus Tornado ready for it.
Yeah, so many trades going back and forth. Really, the Sojourns, the Baps, finding tons and tons of pickoffs in this series. It really feels like those are the most crucial heroes right now. And it's up to the Maze, the Ramatras, to just stay alive a little bit longer. Primus now sitting pretty. I feel like Hydron, especially in the retake on this point, I was going to say flanking overclock can happen, but sometimes you get sniped down, right? That's the threat of a great May player with wonderful projectile aim. Sometimes they find the opener and not an expected play, but it absolutely is going to give them a huge edge in this team fight.
Way more damage than they were expecting there. Hawk frozen up. Nice defensive wall by Sugar Free. They're creating some sort of triangle right now to make sure Hawk can get out alive. That shield plus the wall. There's the Annihilation, though. Good little boop from Vega. Does force Kalush all the way back, but he's got a speed boost of his own. OG's helping him get in range of everybody, making sure that Annihilation ticks for almost its entire duration. Seeker and OG end up trading here, so there's a lot less damage now available for Timeless, especially as Sugar Free is now down. A Blizzard was thrown out too, but little to no effect. Timeless just not really finding the foothold they really need in this map at all, Jake. Primus Tornado, they're going to claim this next point, and that will be a point for this map here. That window, oh my god.
Yeah, pushing into the window is a really rough ask so many times. And right now I feel like Hydron's taking over the game. I feel like Seeker's been very, very quiet since we've seen this actual full mirror come out. I think showing how important the Baptiste is to the mirror. And UV, it's like, I mean, he's handling the BAP so well, making great saves, staying alive late into the team fights. I think Primus Tornado maybe has a little bit of a better angle on how to be aggressive with this comp. Like, when they push in, it just feels a little bit more dominant now that they're in the true mirror. Seeker, though, this is a great moment for him to potentially strike back. OG does have the sound barrier, but sometimes sound barrier against overclock can be pretty scary.
Taking the high ground, or attempting to, away from Primus Tornado right now. There's the overclock, falling through this tight choke is going to be a rather sticky affair, I'd imagine. Seeker taking off angle, just double tapping OG from across the way. And now Ultraviolet's in trouble too. Luckily though, Hydron dissuades Seeker from taking that second shot at his supports. Seeker is on the point, and they do actually manage to get the cap here, and it will be a small retreat from Primus. Hopefully they don't lose any more. UV going down. It's going to cost them a bit of extra time there.
Yeah, that's a great opener. They get a little bit of late kills too, so building up that capture time. You know, if they win this next fight, they could be in a really good spot to at least start bringing this map back and get a point on the board here on Flashpoint. I wonder though, you know, is it going to be enough like for Timeless to come back? They have a long road back. They've got to not only win this point, but the two more that follow it. And so Primus Tornado really have a lot of chances still. They don't need to be too anxious about the map just yet.
Not at all. Annihilations available from both sides once again. Sugar Free taking a beating. Oh, block straight onto the point. That Christmas hat wobbling a little bit there. On top of his little head. Timeless are happy with this though, stalling out, waiting for Sugar Freeze Blizzards. They can use Sound Barrier in the interim. It will be a just an annihilation. I mean, sure, just run straight towards the Mei. She's got no box, she can't protect herself, and that's a Blizzard out of the fight. But Seeker and Hawk are still making this extremely punishing for Primus Tornado right now. Almost no ults there used in that fight. Primus, they still have both DPS ults available, and that will be Timeless grabbing that point away.
Yeah, I think Primus were trying to kind of bait that fight, knowing they might lose it, just pop one ult, maybe try to get an over-response out of Timeless, but they're showing a ton of discipline, ton of experience, not giving anything away for free, and so they still have all the ultimates they'll need to make this a very hotly contested fight. Like, yes, OG has Sound Barrier, but we've seen many times Sound Barrier isn't enough to save somebody if they get caught by the Blizzard in a dangerous location.
Speaking of dangerous locations, this point is pretty hard to get in and out of, so Blizzard's going to be the utmost effectiveness on this specific point.
Seeker is so scary on this off angle. This is a massive threat.
Someone's got to stop him.
Oh, but Hydron trades it back, still winnable. No maze.
Yeah. 2 maze down, no blizzards, both overclocks used too. Or a little duel across the way, but no. A little bit more of an advantage now as OG lays down that Sound Barrier and Seeker's actually getting chased away. He used the slide, but a little bit too late as Kalush just chases him down with that Nemesis form. Timeless, they are almost capping the point here, but Primus Tornado making sure they don't sneak it away from them.
Yeah, just didn't quite have the slide in time. The beat too much from OG. Timeless still fighting back.
Yeah, but Sugar Free and Sam have rejoined this fight, and there goes the point. Timeless finding that cap.
Yeah, in the end, it's a bit of an awkward beat from OG. It finds 1 kill, but it doesn't wipe Timeless. They're able to hold on to the point. Hawk in the corner, but he's got a great position. Hard to follow up on that Blizzard.
Yeah, there's just no way. Hard to follow up on Kalush as well. That nice little wall and the lamp's going to save him, so the Blizzards don't result in any kills whatsoever. Everything thought out, and now Sugar Free just chunking away at the back line, and you can see Seeker just following up with the kills. All right, now this is Timeless's point. 50+% now for Timeless. Primus Tornado, they're going to come back in with just that window.
Yeah, and we are primed to go to the 5th point, which, by the way, is going to be in a priority position for Timeless. It's going to be that one in the top right of your screen. So if they can win here, they might have an advantage to the next point. Could be closing out the series here. If I'm Primus Tornado, I'm starting to sweat here. But, you know, these guys are pros. They've been in the situation before. That shouldn't affect them.
There's just no way. Nice little window there coming through from Timeless. Going to help break that ice wall and make sure Hawk escapes. And a headshot through the window. Hydron's already dead. Now Primus Tornado, they need to make a decision. Are they going to fight or are they going to back out? And it looks like it's going to be
you don't want to wipe
latter.
right now. If you wipe right now and you give the free cap for the next point, man, the game is really, really out of your control. I still feel like Timeless, because they're going to be able to hold the chokes, potentially have priority to cap the point. This should be a good position for them. However, it's really all on Hydron and Kalush here, right? If they can get those aggressive ults up first, might be hard. You know, we've seen the overclock before be deadly to Lucio's with Sound Barrier. Not really the most convenient counter, especially if you get low. You know, you could always Ajax that beat. Very, very scary for Lucio's in these high-pressure moments.
Yeah, especially with a lot of burst damage from the Sojans, that's for sure. I love this little high ground here from Hydron. It's really nice to have your Lucio your back as well. Sugar Free taking a lot of damage just on the walk-up. Annihilation available from Kalush. He's got to imagine Hawk is pretty close. Of course, we know he's about 75%, and just Hawk ends up backing up, just taking a lot of damage. No one's checking Hydron right now. There's a couple of rails being flung in by Seeker, but that's just about it. They do put a wall up on the point, do Timeless, to try and stop this point going over for free, but here come the ultimates. That Sound Barrier unleashed from Vega. OG's going to have a better beat here if he chooses to use it, but they might not even need it. Sugar Free isolated, alone on the sidelines, even forced to pop the block, and Hydron and Sam just chase them down. 10% up for Primus Tornado right now as they do try and find some stragglers.
I think a bit of a strategic mistake there from Timeless, electing to hold the high ground. Yes, that building, it allows you to pressure the enemy at the choke, but if you don't find any picks, they're going to be able to rotate and take that ultimate high ground on the top of the point. And we saw, like, even though Timeless, they did well stalling the point, ultimately they're just getting split from a much wider angle. There's a much better concave for Primus Tornado on point, so well played by them, using the map geometry to their advantage. We'll see if they elect to do it again. I want to see Timeless try to retake the high ground.
Seeker and Vega on the sidelines there, little speed boost in the overclock. Seeker trying to turn people to plasma right now, but OG uses that Sound Barrier. There's no chunking through that health bar, especially at this range. Pretty hard to hit, but Seeker's still making it work. But 2 players down now for Timeless. I mean, and losing the Blizzard Primus Tornado in a prime position right now to take this map and take themselves to a 4th map in the series.
Yeah, Tracer comes out for Sugar Free, and I think Primus Tornado, they can learn their lesson here. You don't need to fight early against Tracer. Just cap the point, right? The enemy's going to have to come in and fight, and without Mei, it is so much more difficult to take these frontline brawls.
They do manage to touch, but look at that wall. It's just too good. They're going to have to burn through it. Sugar Free takes an off angle here as the Annihilation from Hawk tries to force Primus Tornado off of the point. There's the kill onto Sam. It's a good one for the time being. No blizzards available, obviously, for either side, so no chance to lock down Hawk. And it will be just a backup here. Look, 99%, that is one fight for Primus Tornado.
I want to see Sugar Free jump off the map right now and go Mei. I think they actually really need to do that. I think keeping Tracer could be a huge mistake here, especially on a point that is so important to have a Mei, right? All these 4 entrances to the point, perfect spots for a Mei wall. There's so many of these chokes that are just the right angle for a Mei wall, but Sugar Free, you know, he doesn't find that in time. Maybe he's a little worried he won't get back to the fight. I think it's not crazy to keep the Tracer, but ultimately he might end up regretting that here as we come to the final fight.
Yeah, 50% in building. We'll see how long Primus can kind of stall this one out.
Yeah, once
see
again,
if they can make it final fight for themselves.
Primus is going to take the high ground and get these better positions on point. Hawk, he's going to get squeezed from 2 angles.
Yep, there is. There's the squeeze. There's the pinch. Hawk holding up the arms in the Nemesis form. He has to back up around this corner, and this might be a free cap for Primus, unless they can get back on. No, they don't. Timeless. I mean, Sugar Free's trying to interject himself into this fight. He's got a pulse more in 5%. This is going to have to be the difference maker. He does get booped away. He's got UV in his sights. He lands it, but the lamp is just too good. That pulse bomb finds absolutely nothing as Hydra just rips and tears through the enemy team. That overclock is just too good, and Primus, they end up taking the map.
And we got ourselves a series now. I mean, I think both teams have kind of found where their footing is on the meta. They've got to take this mirror. This looks like the dominant one. And, you know, a couple fights here and there make the difference. And I think Hydron really came alive in this map. We've been waiting to see him truly enabled by the Baptiste, right? Truly on even footing with Seeker. And to be honest, I feel both players played well, but I think Hydron had the better of the Sojourn mirror in this match, and we've talked about it so much. It's just critical at this level that your Sojourn wins those duels.
Well, maybe it really just was a comp differential because they come out on mirror and Primus Tornado end up taking the dub. So Hydron sticking on the Sojourn wouldn't be too much of a surprise. Same with UV on the BAP. Like, I mean, you got to run it again. You really do. I mean, Hydron, like you said, coming alive at the very end. And honestly, Seeker looked a little bit more muted than I thought he would in this map.
Yeah, I feel like Hydron, not a player who I'm worried about in a clutch situation. I think that's a crucial aspect to have on your hit scan player, right? You've got to be able to call on them in your hour of need to take a ton of resources and produce a ton of results. And on top of that, I feel like strategically, I mean, Primus Tornado made a couple better moves for me on that map. Just the way they're rotating around the map, the position they elect to fight the point from ends up favoring them. So for me, this starts to feel like a good potential for a reverse sweep. This is how you want it to start. You start winning the mirror, and the other team might start to doubt themselves, might start to question themselves. And
sure,
from here, there's no recourse, right? It's clear that the Reaper's not going to win you the game.
Yep.
It's clear that you need to win on this mirror, at least from my perspective analytically. And so I wonder, can Seeker do the same thing that Hydron did, you know, turn it up after taking a bit of a beating in the series?
Well, we'll have to wait and find out. I mean, look, that Tracer pick at the very end, if that pulse bomb did land, but the clutch lamp saved it. If that pulse bomb hits and it gets a kill, that's a very, very different fight for Timeless. But we're going to map number 4 now. It's their chance to turn up and see if they can end it right here. Of course, Jake, it is going to be push after this break. we go, map number 4, it is Push. We're back here at the Overwatch 2 FlashOps Holiday Showdown. Primus, Tornado, Timeless. It looked like maybe Timeless are just going to run away with the series, but Primus, they're looking great.
Is McGravy coaching this Timeless team as well? Because he's in this lobby.
Man's working double time, baby.
SRP
Let's go.
check.
A little bit
Let's
OT.
get it.
Man,
Respect the hustle.
talk about every freaking pie this guy has a finger in. I mean,
A man after my own heart.
Really? Yeah? Okay, I mean, again, looks like the call was pretty clear for Primus Tornado at least to mix it up here. And all of a sudden, wow, shocking, they managed to get some results here. I don't like calling Hydron streaky, but I will say, when he's on, he is extremely terrifying.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, Hydron, like, when Sojourn was, like, perma-meta at the start of Overwatch 2, that's where he was, like, just so explosive. It was like, whoa.
He's kind of better with the hard hit scan, right? Like, remember how Florida used to pick Gibraltar just so he could play Widowmaker, right? And just force that map every time.
It's almost the same. It's funny because you say streaky because it's like the Widowmaker player kind of streaky mentality.
It's like, everyone gets stuck with that, like, time with the same brush.
Right, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Sojourn's looking clean right now. And look, at the end of the day, if the comp's working, it's working. And a lot of those fights on Suravasa, they looked extremely one-sided in terms of Primus Tornado. There were a lot of very early picks that you wouldn't expect to really happen, like Mace just ran and chuckling people out with icicles, and Hydron just finding these little small creative off-angles as well. Colosseo, not too many crazy off-angles to really be had here, but it is a very snowbally map.
Yeah, a little bit more front to back, but still a lot of opportunities to make plays. I think this might be a map that maybe emphasizes the Mei players a little bit more. There's, especially in those early fights in the tunnel, you know, it's just a much more choked out situation where maybe Mei can have a bit more impact. And honestly, for me, Sugar Free has been finding just a few more of those picks. It's not really Mei's job, and I don't think Sam is playing bad if he's, you know, not getting as many of those random one-shot kills. But it does start to matter, right? It starts to add up. The question is, though, I think really, you know, where's Seeker, right? I think that last map was a bit more Hydron-sided. And to be honest, it really does feel like that decides so many of these team fights. Everyone else has to play perfect, but these guys are all so good. They can all provide a platform of consistency. And if their Sojourn just adds that little bit more on top, it's just too much, too hard to play against. So we'll see who can open this fight up. As you said, it's a snowballing map, and a lot rides on this first opening engagement.
Yeah, I do remember casting this map, and it had the longest time for someone to get a kill. Like, not every competitive Overwatch, but like majority of the league's time at least. It was the most ridiculous fight. I think it took like 2.5, almost 3 minutes to get a single kill. I'm not sure we'll see that here, just how explosive the Sojourns are, but you never know.
Yeah, and I think Sam, Sugar Free as well, want to contribute, want to be a part of these opening kills, but I think this map just generally favors both teams playing a little bit slower, playing a little bit more passive. Pushing in is very, very difficult, and so the onus is really on the DPS players to find some opening that, frankly, they're not supposed to get, but through some incredible mechanical skill, maybe they can make it happen.
Hawk's cloak there was like peeking out, and Hydron was taking full advantage of that, just doing a bit of extra damage, plus charging the railgun up. Speaking of which, not quite. And that has been, yeah, okay, a single minute. I don't want to jinx it, Jake. I'm not going to do it.
Hawk's getting very low, not really able to get healed, trying to take this forward position. I'm wondering, is this really that advantageous? But he doesn't go down, and so in the end, it's just a little bit more ult charge for RuPaul.
Oh, Hydra!
Much faster window as well.
There it is. All right, first blood going to Seeker. Railgun shot mixed with that E. All good. And now you can just kind of walk on forwards. Very little damage left available.
Oh, that window, though, that's a very much too passive of a window, and honestly, it's going to get wasted. So when Hydron returns, major window advantage for Ultraviolet, an uncharacteristic mistake out of RuPaul.
Yeah, that was way too far back. Maybe even not even needed it, to be fair. Primus Tornado, like you said, window advantage now. Sound barrier available too from OG. Window for Ultraviolet, yeah, he's lining that one up. The wall does come up to stop a lot of that damage coming in, but, I mean, damage already dealt.
Yeah, and Kalush now going to win the fight, and ultimately, I think this starts to play in the favor of Primus Tornado. So yeah, one pick goes the way of Primus Tornado. That wins them the early part of the team fight, but really well played to full kite out after losing your Sojourn. Don't lose anybody else, and a wasted window ends up being really costly as Primus Tornado taking the lead here. OG pushing the cart, and everyone electing to forward hold here. Interesting choice. I feel like they're going to back off from this. It's pretty hard to hold this forward position into the 5-man high ground.
Yeah, it's going to be super tough. Well, they to take the lead, which is always nice.
Still anybody's game here. Sojourn can absolutely bring it back. Speak of the devil.
Well, Seeker pops the overclock as soon as he gets the kill on Sam. Just finding it very tough to actually find a good angle. Almost takes a railgun there. He was walking through the trail of it. It looks like he got hit, but narrowly avoided it. And there's the Annihilation. Everybody backed up into a corner. They were trying to avoid Seeker that whole time, and they just kind of cornered themselves. And now the Annihilation is just going to destroy them. There you go. Triple kill for Hawk, but back in their control.
Yeah, and I think the lead might as well swing back in the favor of Timeless. Still anybody's game, though. No one is really running away with the map so far, and the late pick onto Sugar Free is going to make it hard to snowball forward. Honestly, we could even see Primus Tornado hold on to the lead here. I think they might take the fight knowing that Sugar Free's not back. Ooh, I don't want to see them give up the lead here. I feel like maybe that's a slight misread. Maybe you could have held the lead at least.
Yeah, you definitely could have sent, it feels like Kaluge down there just alone. Oh, Blizzard being invested really early on. Oh, the wall is really nice. Lamp 2 around the corner. They can't even see it, so can't destroy it to instantly kill Hawk. All right, big ultimate investment there from Sam. Return Blizzard, speed and bid out. Oh, OG gets caught. They know. Okay, no damage follow-up at all, and a lamp to save Kaluge as he pops the Annihilation, starts running it down. All right, a sound barrier from both sides too. No one's dying just yet, but this Annihilation is still ticking. A lot of members of Timeless right now, and it's only a matter of time, and there it is. Sugar Free eventually brought down.
Ults end up doing the job, and once again, the fight's just going back and forth, back and forth. Timeless would love to get some trade kills here, and getting Sam down might be pretty nice as far as, you know, denying some of the snowball. We'll see. I don't know if Timeless is going to get back to the fight in time. I think the lead could once again, I mean, we've just been going back and forth, back and forth. We talked about snowball, but there's not really any in sight. Anybody's game still. It all comes down to these micro plays on the flank. Just showing, I think, how incredibly evenly matched these teams, these players are.
Yeah, it's still a snowflake, Jake. There is no snowball to be had. You need a few of them to actually make one of those. And 41 to 30 meters, and we're halfway through the game already. Like, no meters have been made, basically. Oh, that was risky from RuPaul, I'll say.
Yeah, that jump getting caught potentially, but he does get out of it. And Hydron, so far, not connecting much of these rail shots. Seeker.
Oh, Vega, one shot through the window.
That is tragic.
They do end up trading, but Vega for Sam is going to be a bit easier. Oh, Hydron.
What a read. Times that perfectly, and they're just trying not to get traded right now. This is very clean, consistent play for them. Even with the kills, they know they're not in a rush to chase them down. Making sure nobody drops means they might be the first team to take a capture point, although this map is notoriously hard to push past the bridge. There's like these high ground stall locations that are so brutal to clear.
Yeah, you can just sit on that edge of that high ground and just perma-stall the bots. Not fun, but it does look like they've managed to get the bot under the bridge. Yes, they have, but here comes the stall. They're going to jump down onto the bot, in fact. Well, the Vortex almost bringing them down back down to Earth.
Yeah, just going to take the fight.
Like you said, it's tough to actually get it past this position.
Yeah, but Primus Tornado, they're kind of okay with just stalling the team fight out here. Oh, what a big opener. Sugar Free and Hydron coming together to get that pickup, or rather Seeker.
Little tag team onto Hydron there. Sugar Free still got that Blizzard too if he really wants to use it, but with the Kaluge HP bar just dwindling away, there's no way he needs it.
Still though, honestly, Primus Tornado, you're not too mad about this, right? You've gotten very close to that checkpoint. You've gotten past the first high ground stall location, still the backside of the bridge available to both teams. But I wonder right now, if Primus Tornado wins a fight, they're starting to feel like the lead. You know, many teams I think have won this map with a lead smaller than the one Primus are working with. So Timeless under a lot of pressure to equalize the game by winning this team fight right here and right now. And you can see Primus, they're ready to play passive. They don't even want to drop to the low ground. They're just going to play the stall game.
Yeah, more than happy just set up an high ground, just throw their abilities at each other. Although, saying that, Kaluge ends up walking forward, taking back control of the bot. Now, we're just going to return to just a classic mid-fight. Pretend it was like the start of the game. Apart from there's ultimates on either side. Two windows being opened up. Decent angle here from Ultraviolet, allowing Hydron to get a nice disruptor shot through the window, doing a little bit of extra damage there. Just stalls out this push for a little while.
Yeah, neither window getting value, but now the other 8 ultimates in the game online. Looks like a good initiation from Hawk.
Sound barrier, 2 Blizzards on top. There's the wall, saves Hawk. That lamp again, just so valuable. RuPaul is so good at being so sneaky with it, hiding around corners so it can't instantly be destroyed, and Hawk is going to thank him for that one. 37 meters to 57 right now is 20 meters in as the mid-fight does continue with another Annihilation being popped from Kalush. Seeker trying to find an avenue into this fight with a railgun charge shot. Ooh. The overclock's going to do it. And there you go. A kill onto Sam's going to open this one up. A lamp to save Kalush's life around the corner, and it's going to keep him up for the time being, but a later lamp from RuPaul, and Seeker's more than happy to step up to this one. OG does find the collapse kill onto RuPaul, who's hiding off to the sidelines. A nice sneaky Lucio kill isn't going to unfortunately result in anything, as Timeless are going to get that bot moving now.
Again, though, good presence of mind by Primus Tornado, calling the fight lost and going for the trade pick onto RuPaul is going to mitigate some of the losses here. I think Primus Tornado should be able to hold on to the lead, but it's going to be very tight. Both teams potentially going to get under the bridge, and yeah, see, wise decision from Timeless, back out early. They might be getting caught here, though. Is Hawk in the
kind of caught. They just ran into a wall.
They got him out.
Oh my.
Could have been very dangerous there. Good by Timeless to back out so early that they do not end up dying.
Yeah, like you mentioned before, that OG pick onto RuPaul was just so massive, stopped them from actually getting the lead. Really early window there from RuPaul, forcing Primus Tornado to hide behind the ice green truck for just a moment. Ultraviolet checking to his right, looking, seeing, searching for Seeker, who's trying to get some railgun shots on his backline. And there is the window as well, just being planted. Another nice little angle, but look at Hawk. He's right in the mix of it. Vega drops the P, but it doesn't actually connect with Hawk. No overhealth and a swift death for Hawk now. That bot is still moving though, Jake. Someone stole it away. They almost stole the lead away from them. Vega, a little cheeky play, almost netted them something large.
Yeah, a nice fight from Primus Tornado, keeps them in the lead, maintains position, but the clock is ticking low. Vega, he did his best, and he still puts his team in that one-fight scenario. You know, if they can retake the lead, they can easily win the game from there, but those tiny differences in meters, 1.5 meter difference makes the world of difference here. Primus Tornado can play defensive. They know all they have to do is hold the lead and take a draw. A draw is a win here, right? If you could just hold position, play to your spawns, you can win, but Timeless absolutely in contention. One pick changes this entire game.
Seeker again, just finding these cheeky angles. Tried to go for the double tap there onto the main, but Hydron just peeks him. Completely turned on. 45-degree double shot onto Hydron's chest, and that'll be it. Seeker taking down Sam. That's 2 kills for the Sojourn God. Make it even another one. Ultraviolet down. Timeless in control of this bot once again. 2 meters and 30 centimeters separates them from the victory. 25 seconds to go too. This is final fight.
Yeah, I wonder, can Primus Tornado hold on to the lead? I think they have to try to go for this defense on the low ground, but you could be dropping into a death cap. Sugar-free sitting on that Blizzard. Hawk with the Annihilation could be incredibly difficult to win a fight in the close range on Car.
Vega almost stole the lead away once again. Sugar-free jumps on top of the May. Knows they've used Ice Block already, so maybe he's trying to like collapse them, but no, Seeker ends up taking down Hydron. Seeker once again comes up large with a big kill. 2 Annihilations on the point once more, but Ultraviolet comes up big with 2 kills, but Hawk is still standing. He's still standing strong, just on the point. His Nemesis form's going to run out in just a moment as that Annihilation does end up fading away. Spawn advantage for Primus Tornado right now. Just they're hoping they can just stall out for long enough. OG trying to boot people away as the overtime wit will tick down so fast if they get off of the bot. And Ultraviolet still doing just an unbelievable amount of damage. Finally, people make it back. Hydron on the Tracer finishes off Sugar-free. Primus Tornado clear Timeless off of the bot. Overtime ticks, and there it is. A map number 5 is on the cards.
God, talk about a high-pressure set. We are going to go to a decisive map 5 here. Timeless, they're staring down the barrel of the salty reverse sweep of the we mirror you and beat you strat. Seeker, though, I think came alive there at the end. I really feel both Sojourns went toe-to-toe. For me, a couple of the maps before has been like, one or the other, having a big lead. Now, it's not the case. This is really anybody's game to win. As we come to that 5th map, I think so much pressure on, and what's interesting too is going to Escort, we could see a huge tempo shift. Like there are unique maps on Escort that could change the comp matchup altogether. I want to see if these teams, like what the pick is from Timeless. They've earned themselves the edge on this last map, being able to pick the Escort choice.
I mean, a reverse sweep, and like you said, hey, you play that comp, we play it better. It all started map number 3 when they ended up switching off the Moira, switching off the Reaper. Sojourn, Batiste, that is the comp for this match. Primus Tornado taking us all the way to a map number 5. And look, Timeless, no slouches either. Like you said, Seeker just taking them to Pound Town for the first couple of maps and really coming alive. These really aggressive flanks working out super well for him.
Yeah, I think when he wasn't matched by an enemy Sojourn, sure, he was tearing up the lobby. Survos, I think, went a little bit more Hydron's favor. For me, this one, though, this was absolutely a 50-50. I mean, when you come down to a fight like this, I don't think either team can be upset. It's like, all right, you know what? it was a difference of inches, of millimeters, frankly.
Literal millimeters.
Yeah, so incredibly close.
I mean, Vega, a couple of times there, could have just stolen that one away. Like, he was so sneaky with the back caps too, and really helped them almost push their way to victory. 2-2, salty reverse sweep of Primus Tornado, but Timeless, they do get their map choice. We're going to jump to a break. Escort up next.
What a day. It's good to be alive. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I wasn't always the friendly, carefree guy you see before you today. I used to take things very seriously. I never had time for fun. One day I realized something had to change. I needed to work on me. Now I've got a whole new outlook on life. I realized that it's okay to put myself first. Found out that I have a knack for bringing people together. Whoa! And I learned how to let loose with friends. I work hard, and I play hard. So, I only have one question for you. Ready to have some fun?
There's nothing better in Overwatch than a salty run back and Primus Tornado. Well, they're almost there. 5 maps in this series. What did we all pred? I preded Primus Tornado 3-2. You said Timeless 3-2.
I had a very confident 3-1 for Primus Tornado. But I also genuinely did not expect him to just continue running into a wall with the Moira comp and whatnot. Like, because he can play the Baptiste. They can play the Lucio. Like, there was no reason for them not to play that backline and like really accommodate the rest of their team, such as Hydron, to like have those pop-up
Hydron
moments.
felt it, you know. He kept getting off the Reaper, going on the Sojourner.
Yeah.
I think he felt the inevitable tug of a hero that's just rewards skill to that level.
I was feeling pretty good about Primus Tornado until the first couple of maps, and I was like, okay, like, and I was sold by like the Reaper composition. I'm like, they can make this work, but I think, like you pointed out, at this level, especially when you're dealing with very consistent Sojourn on the other side, like you're just playing in a disadvantage constantly. And now we see them obviously just adopt that same composition, and all of a sudden we're seeing why these guys were so great at the top level. The level in general in NA looks pretty sick right now.
It's insane. I mean, there's just so many players that have come from the league that are now forming teams. I mean, Primus Tornado looks pretty familiar. It's weird that. Yeah, it's kind of, it's a bit strange that. And then obviously with Timeless, like Sugar-Free, known prodigy coming up through like every stage of level of competition. Everybody's like, this is the guy that is going to just destroy North American Overwatch.
And I think alongside players like Vega coming up out of the contender scene, for me, there's a lot of other really exciting prospects who, yes, we know most of these names, but in NA right now, there's like there's 2 more teams worth of exciting prospects who I think will be competing with players on this level in the coming months and years. And so I think it's a very exciting time for North American Overwatch.
Bruh.
Ooh, bro, Define should have played like this during play-ins.
I mean, hold on.
Okay.
They did play a pretty exciting, like the Iliari Baptiste composition. Like it was fun, and they were one of the best teams at playing that style.
Agree. I think to be honest, you can't criticize their play-ins performance. Maybe overall this season, maybe it took them too long to find their footing here, but ultimately they did, and here in this tournament they look good. So, you know, we're not here to reflect on the past. They're looking at a reverse sweep right here.
Yeah. Look, the map. Shambali Monastery. That's a rare one.
Okay, so I think this is a move by Timeless to potentially change things up. I think you can absolutely play the rush style, but there's an opportunity maybe to bring out that Sigma again that Hawk showed at the start of the series. I wonder though, because it can start to feel pretty scary when you've had 2 insanely close mirrors where, yeah, like both of those last 2 maps could have gone either way. Primus closed them out in the end, but I mean, they were down to the absolute wire. So I really think for a lot of players, you just feel, guys, let's keep mirroring, because the first team to back off from this mirror, if they don't immediately win with the counter comp, might start to feel a lack of confidence and want to go back to the mirror, and then you've kind of just wasted some of these ult charges. So it looks like it will be a mirror. Hydron probably going to Sonic out of the gates. You know, there's a threat of a spawn camp here by the defenders. I mean, pretty confident he's going to go Sojourn here. Doubt he'll stay on the Hanzo.
Yeah, I don't think so. Just a quick Sonic, just to see what you're up against. But yeah, I mean, time is just there. They're going to run the same old here. They're going to hold close by the looks of it too. I like the close hold here.
Yeah, I think there's reasons for, reasons against. I think fighting 3 times on defense is definitely doable. But if the attackers, if they can break out quickly, this is a very, very snowbally map. If you can start to build some ultimates up, you know, I think it's not a full commit forward hold by Timeless. They could back out of this. I think they will. Actually, I think they're just going to stall the cart, be annoying for a little bit, and then try and retreat to the high ground without really taking a trade.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's pretty open, like you were saying. This street here can be a little bit annoying when it comes to May walls, but Seeker Deads, okay. This is a go button, I think, for Primus Tornado.
Yeah, it's a huge pickoff by OG, opening up very, very effectively on the offense. Vega, though, striking back, though the spawns are going to be so favored to the attackers, it's just going to be a stall from Timeless. And I think, you know, even though they lose this fight, right, 40 seconds off the clock, you've got to be mindful of the clock. These fights can go so long, and on the escort map type, unlike Push, right, these defenders have an incentive to just delay the game. On Push, on Flashpoint, you know, it's 50-50. It's right, you got to win the fights. But on defense, you can kind of adopt a different posture, and I think, you know, Timeless really playing to their outs effectively that way, respecting their opponents, frankly, to make those decisions.
Yeah, they're at least going to be able to take 3 fights here, like you were saying. this second one now on the corner, and then potentially a third one just on the point itself.
Yeah, this is really a good one too for the defense. Hard to break. It's a brutal choke, and like look how tight it gets when you keep the cart in this position. The cart itself obstructs the attackers, limits their push in. Hawk really wants to hold on to that Nemesis form though. If it gets forced early, he could be in trouble.
Oh, Hawk, a little bit of trouble. The Vortex, he's just going to punch through the window though. Fortunately, it's not his own, so he's going to have to back up. That car, yeah, it now contains the window. Nice little bit of tech there, put it on the payload, so it moves up with you when as you do move it, so not bad. Big pick onto Vega, yeah. Now this is just the defense crumbling, so maybe they won't actually get a complete third fight here, especially since how late these deaths are.
Yeah, the fact that Carp is able to move up there, pushed up by, as you said, that window on the car from UV is actually crucial because it allows the car to push forward before the fight ends, meaning there's no third fight. And so honestly, I think Timeless could be regretting that choice to fight in the enemy spawn, not getting the payoff that they were hoping for with the 3 fight.
Yo. Hydron just darted out of that window, 100 miles an hour. How fast does Soja move in the rocket shoes?
35.6 meters per second. No, I have
good
no
to know.
idea.
Good to know. Okay. Right, everybody write that down. Mods, write that down. There's the Blizzard. Hawk in a little bit of trouble. Annihilations are coming, I would imagine. Oh, Sugar Free goes down to UV though. Again, this lamp is just so sick at the back there. No one from Timeless could touch it, so the backline of Primus Tornado is just so safe. But of course, Seeker's in the kill feed with RuPaul just gunning him down from high ground. Another incredibly brutal choke, Jake. There's so many of these in this map.
Yeah, it really does favor the defense, but the attackers as well. I mean, they've got a comp that can kind of break through sometimes, so it's not a free fight by any means. And now Hawk might have a little bit of a harder time touching Car. OC comes out, but looks like Primus are going to be able to full kite this, so Seeker potentially a bit overeager, not able to catch anything, and now it's Primus's turn to strike back with an overclock.
Yeah, they back up into the caves. Everybody's taking a large amount of chunk damage though, but that should clear off of these stairs. Yeah, there's no way Timeless are going to want to mess with that, so they're going to be pushed up around this corner. Railgun available from Hydron too. There's a lot of sneaky lineups here. Everybody's kind of grouped up together. Chance for a collateral. Yeah, it's imminent.
Very scary moment. Luckily, it's Sugar Free taking that headshot. He's the only one who's going to survive something like that on the team besides Hawk.
This window is so nice, though. Again, it just kind of trades this positioning back. It's forcing Hydron all the way down this ramp here, so he can't get some clean shots off with the overclock. Hawk in a little bit of trouble too, but he's actually more than happy just sitting behind this shield. RuPaul can just fling those healing grenades over this wall, hit the wall on the backboard and heal him all the way up. But this Annihilation is going to force them back even further. I mean, the AoE damage just too much. Vega, sorry, no chance to amp. RuPaul didn't have his shift, and that will be the second point for Primus Tornado.
Yeah, Hawk trying to hold that wide angle. I think there's a good idea there, but again, it's like you're fighting earlier than you really have to, and that's costing you the best team fight on the point, which is this final corner. And so once again, same as first point, right? You know, Timeless, they're not getting the best fight. You really want to fight at the end of these points on Escort. Really most efficient way to commit and use ults, but the greed from Timeless looking for 3 fights has not paid off. Primus has punished them very effectively.
My God, as well. Almost 4 minutes on the time bank leading into this. Like, that is a speed run for this map. Normally you're in OT at this position.
Yeah, it's a tough third point to crack, though. We'll see if this position is as easily broken as the ones that preceded it. A lot of ults are ready for Timeless, so it's up to them to just meet these out carefully. On defense, can be scary to commit ults early because those attackers don't mind running away.
Oh, here's another overclock and another Blizzard. Seeker, he's looking for headshots, but there's the sound barrier. Luckily, though, saved the shift, so he's able to escape. And that counter Blizzard from Sound was absolutely massive.
Yeah, in the end, Sugar Free finds a little bit more, though. Might be enough to just stall out the position. Defenders, attackers, pretty much equal spawn advantage here. Hawk really does not want to give up these corners, though. It's so crucial on Ramatra to play these corners where, I mean, look at them. Both Ramatras just waiting. I mean, right? Like, they just wait for their teammates ready to fight as a unit. And a great wide swing with the window here.
Oh! Seeker, cross map, railgun through the window. That's a one-shot body shot.
Yeah, the window for Rail, you know, ultimately goes in favor of the defense, right? It's a little bit easier when you're just holding those quarters of Sojourn. A little bit favored. Seeker, maybe over-aggressive, does get out with his life.
He's chilling. It's all good. A lot of time burnt off the time bank as well. Almost at 2 minutes. High jump with an overclock though. Seeker nowhere near his, only 50%. So overclock's going to have to be rather large, but I mean, Hawk can play on this payload indefinitely, although Sugar Free just goes down, he just falls over. They do trade him for Hydron, but look at the low health members on Timeless right now. Vega and Hawk just so low. Kited, corralled around that corner, so there's no way RuPaul could heal him.
Seeker does go down, but again, these attackers losing a couple members. Yes, you're going to be able to move the cart a little bit more, which could pay off later, but the defenders respawn, probably going to get them in control of the car here. So Primus going to get as much push as they safely can, and then probably try to meet those respawns. Yeah, as they start to fall back. And so everyone's here, though. So now we're on that 5-on-5. We'll see if Hydron can find anything. OC big at this moment. Wide open space.
Big, and they've got a nice angle, too. Oh, that annihilation couldn't come quickly enough. Unfortunately, RuPaul was already dead. Seeker just making these opening picks, but can they make it stick? Looks like Primus Tornado just running away with this one. 1 minute and 28 seconds going into last. Like, that is an immense time bank for this map.
Primus aggression here, snowballing out of these corners time and time again. Is when they go as a unit, and maybe showing a little bit of the value of that synergy that they've built up. As we said, these players have played against with each other rather, for much longer than this Timeless squad. Both star-studded, right? Both mechanically excellent. I don't think you can call a clear advantage there, but I do think maybe this team synergy is starting to weigh on Timeless. Are they losing a bit of focus or confidence here, facing down a reverse sweep? It sort of feels like that to me, but I haven't given up faith just yet. I do think this Timeless squad, they've got what it takes to pull it together and make it happen. Seeker is still finding kills. You're still getting your chances. Just maybe they're being closed out a little bit more quickly by Primus Tornado.
A reverse sweep. Primus Tornado with 1 minute and 28 seconds. The confidence must be going crazy in the core right now, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, you know Hydron's hyping the boys up. There's no question about that. There's no question about that.
All right, Timeless, what have you got on your offense?
I mean, they do have shooters, though, right? Like, Timeless not a team to go down easy here. These players as well. Also, Primus going to go for this forward hold. We'll see if this one pays off for them. Will they be able to get the 3 fights, or will they be punished as their opponents were on the defense? I think really what was so crucial is those first 2 points. You know, Timeless going for 3 fights on both of the first 2 points. Very greedy, very risky play, and it doesn't go well for them. So I'm curious to see if the defenders this time around actually get value out of that mindset.
Another forward hold. A little bit of a different angle though. Hall putting his collusion, putting his back to this little wall here, just hiding among the market stalls. Good pick onto Seeker too. I mean, this is exactly what you want.
Yeah, very
kills
big
on the defense here. This close to the spawn, disastrous.
Oh, huge pick though.
Big kill.
That's gonna break the spawn camp. Yeah, this is the attacker spawns are so big here. You might die, but only unless everybody dies again, then maybe the defenders might hold.
I mean, Sugarfree got booted out, Lamp dead, Hydron gets another kill. Well, Sam, it looks like they're going to back up anyway. They know they're down a player right now. Sam's going to rejoin them in just a moment, so they're going to be able to at least hold this corner.
Yeah, very long spawn for Sam, but I think a very wise decision. Back off, don't fight without 5 players. And look, they're able to stop the cart again so early. So as attack, you start to get a little anxious. Ooh. You need something to open up the map here, because you start trading ults, the clock could run down very quickly.
Seeker just hesitant to show his little head there. Oh, that's a precarious position for a little Lucio to be in.
The 2v2 on the flank. The window,
look at that window. Oh, wait, it was the map in the high ground. What the?
Yeah, open the May wall. That's funny. Oh, beautiful wall by Sugarfree. Does catch Kalush.
Oh, the window on the high ground, though, is just so good. They got to make sure Kalush gets out of this alive. He's holding that Nemesis form. That Annihilation is going to wear off in just a moment, too. There you go. Both Kalush and Hawk make it out alive, but Hawk with Annihilation can just run it down. Hydron doesn't receive the beat. Oh, gee, it's only a 2-man. So Seeker taking out Hydron, and now he's just got a free angle on the backline.
It's a good idea from OG. I think if he finds Hydron there, it could be a very, very different team fight. But it goes the way of the attackers, and now Timeless gonna start the cart rolling. However, you start to, I mean, you're a little bit worried about the time bank right now as an attacker. Like, you can't think about that right now, but we as observers can just take a moment and say, you know, time runs low. As long as you finish the map in overtime, you're okay in this match. But if you start getting into overtime here on 2nd, 3rd point, there's always that fear of like just that 5 ults coming down on the cart. You can't get off the payload in overtime. Things can get bad.
All right, they're going to be able to hold once again. Really nice defense right now from Primus, being able to hold at so many individual choke points. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go. Hydron trying to find an angle, and there's the slide away from the Blizzard. Oh, hello, Vega.
Vega dead.
Package delivery service, first class. Kalush has ended up getting traded, though, so honestly, not bad. I would be pretty happy with that if I was Seeker picking up that kill. Hydron, again, sliding away, but Hawk's presence on the payload might be a little bit too much for them. They need to somehow dislodge him. His window might do it, though, but Hawk not at the best angle to kind of shoot him from.
Yeah, it's going to hopefully buy time for Kalush to get back to the fight, and with the tank, we might see another 5-on-5. And again, even if the defense lose this, the clock is still running very low. Primus want to close the series out right here and right now.
They want that salty run back, and they want it right now. Like you said, Hydron goes down, though, just carrying in the caves. Lamp on top of the... well, it was on top of the wall. They have to get on top of the payload to use it, but all good. It was the thought that counts. Sam dead too, so this might just be a little bit of a snowball here. Yep, there it is. But, like you said, Jake, that time bank's so valuable right now. And Primus Tornado, they're making this one hurt. Only 3 minutes coming up this second choke point now.
Yeah, fun and irrelevant fact, the Vaptron actually works on top of the Maywall and people on the ground because it like hits your head hitbox. Maybe Torb is too short for it. That's an Overwatch Mythbusters episode right there.
Yeah. Is Torb too short?
Yeah, are you too short to reach the Immortality Field hitbox from the ground when it's placed on top of a Maywall? We'll never know.
We'll never know until Kaki does a video on it.
For real. Request formally put in there.
All right, Primus, what have you got? This choke point is just so deadly, man. Especially with these Sojourns. 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Clues 1 HP, receives the lamp. Seeker takes it out with an overclock, and there's the sound barrier in response. And now time is to make a decision. Are they going to get out or are they going to stay? Looks like they're going to stay, but Seeker's already dead. Hawk has popped his ultimate, has received a lamp. Not too much really more he can do. He needs his annihilation to take people down and the rest of his team to finish people off, but it's just not to be. Kalush just trying to get a few more kills. And these small kills at the very end here, they're going to leak this time back out. Vega's going to come back with a sound barrier, Jake. They're going to have another window and a blizzard. They're going to need this to make this one stick, because with 2 minutes left and how long these fights take, it's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, Vega, he's got to be careful with his speed amp. They really need it to get out of the blizzard. Everyone has to play perfect, because if Sam catches crucial backliners here, even if you win the fight on offense, you're not going to be able to finish the point based on where the car position is. So Sam, pressure on him to find a big blizzard here. This could be a map-defining fight.
Oh, jeez. That would have been a nasty kill.
RuPaul 1 HP.
Take it. There's the blizzard. Oh, through the window. Ultraviolet finds the kill into RuPaul. Sound barrier hits 4. Vega's frozen up right now, and Hydron's still got his overclock. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds to go, Jake, and Primus Tornado, they are holding. They are steadfast in this cave right now, and Hawk has nowhere to run or hide. These stagger kills are going to be ginormous. This is going to be last fight after this reset, and if they can stagger... Okay, not going to choose to stagger Vega there, but they're going to hold up.
Yeah, Lucio tough to stagger. He can always, trickily slip away sometimes and get back and taxi his team. So I don't mind taking the kill. In the end, you're still going to have one more fight, pretty much no matter what. So it comes down to this. Sugar Free with the Blizzard, Hydron with the Overclock, and this is such a scary situation. It's so easy for Hydron to flank. He's got so many options, and RuPaul, I mean, he's got his work cut out for him. Has to keep healing the front line, but not get picked off on his own. It's such a challenging position to push into a defending Sojourn.
I mean, Clutch Master Extraordinaire right here for Hydron. He wants to find it. Blizzard comes out. Hawk is going to have to find these kills. Kalush receives all the support in the world and then some. Nice little sound barrier. Now Sugar Free's trapped. Pops the ice block, but he needs help. And Annihilation is going to tick him down as everybody split up. Kalush just running through the rest of Timeless, and there's no frontliners anymore. Timeless with 30 seconds to go might just get another fight if someone touches.
Yeah, that fight went so quick that actually I think you will have a fight here for Timeless. But again, Hydron, he held on to the overclock. He knew that wasn't the last fight, and he's ready for the real one, the one that counts. And now this is the moment, I think, where he's going to hit a nasty flank. Sugar Free has to go Tracer just to be able to touch Car without compromising his team's position.
I mean, Jake, they've got so many ults, though.
Blizzard
in 10 too. They've got the window in 10. Hydron's got the overclock. Sugar Free's going to have such a hard time getting any value whatsoever. Seeker using the overclock, jumping up onto the high ground almost to try and find a pig, but he doesn't find anything at all. Annihilation to surge them forward. The lamp comes out as well as that window to force them out. Hawk is getting bursted. There's nothing that could save him. Hydron with a double kill. Overtime is ticking, and that's going to be it. Salty run back success. There's a beat. There's overhealth. This is going to last too long. Seeker finds a kill, but it's all on Hydron here. Clutch Master Extraordinaire. Salty run back complete. Primus Tornado with a 3-2 victory over Timeless.
That's a pop-off for the Primus Tornado boys. No doubt about it. They're going crazy in the comms because it's not every day you get to run that salty reverse sweep against guys, they all know each other. These guys are friends. And they honestly, these teams respect each other. They know they're each other's best competition. I mean, I'd be pretty scared if I'm in the lower bracket, gonna have to face Timeless, right? Like, they may have lost this series, but they look like they're gonna be going right back to the grand finals. I don't know if anybody else can keep up with either of these teams in North America.
Man, okay. I'm feeling pretty smug too. Got my pred right. Sofa, people over there, how are you feeling?
The guys on the same page as you. I want to point out, though, that Again, like this left, right, good night team is pretty good. Like,
it's pretty scary.
I think
not a free win.
They
Not
go
a
to
free win.
5 against Timeless and get knocked down, right?
Exactly. So if I were Timeless, I'm actually not going to be incredible confident about that lower bracket. But first, left, right, good night have to make it through the lower bracket, of course, to get there. They will be facing off against Wisp. Let's see how that one goes. But
there's so many
Timeless.
revenge matches.
I know. It's so much,
in these
so much
brackets,
salty
it's insane.
storylines. We live for that stuff. We live for that stuff. But what a great series this was.
Look, I mean, straight out of the gates, right, we were dubious about this, you know, the zombie composition. We saw, obviously, the Moira and the Reaper. It looked good at times, right? This is sort of that first round here on Samoa. We saw the switch over, I think, you know, as soon as we got towards Beach, you know, both teams sort of opting into very similar setups. That's where Seeker, though, that's where he really starts to get out to a good lead in this series. And we're pretty convinced that Timeless has that Sojourn composition on lock. I think this is a confusing one for me. Like, why we're seeing this sort of Reaper Moira on this particular map? We see how it, as your defenders, like you want to like dictate the pace of the game with the Reaper comp, right? You want to start the fights, but the map doesn't always allow for that, especially if you get staggered. And if you don't get a big advantage early in these fights, you will lose them. You don't have to sustain healing from the Moira to keep you fighting, especially if you need to go and attend to someone like Hydron or the Reaper, someone on like an off angle. Moira does not do that well. She wants to be healing everyone all at once.
Was this just a case of we're going to stick to our playbook? We practiced this on this map, and therefore this is what we're going to run?
Well, I mean, I think both teams stuck to the playbook until it just felt impossible. I mean, I think we started to feel that with Hydron going Sojourn a few times on Kings Row. The team wasn't quite on the same page. UV sticking on Moira. I think that honestly cost them Kings Row, as it seems like they've won the next 3 maps playing the mirror. I think Hydron had the right read. But ultimately, for me, it comes down to like high grounds. I think the Reaper works on a map. If there's no high ground for Sojourn to play, then, you know, she might not be able to slip away from heroes like Reaper and Moira chasing her down. But on Kings Row, every time Seeker like jumps up on the high ground, and as Reaper, you could TP after her, but that does not feel good. I mean, you're TPing into Disruptor Shot, Lucio boops you down, you're done, right? That Sojourn on the high ground just eating you for breakfast.
Yeah, TP is just so hard to so easy, to telegraph too. Like, you're dead before you even actually come out of it and can actually do damage. There was a couple of times he did it, but it's just unsuccessful. This Sojourn comp is just nasty as well.
So good. It's so well-rounded. Like, it works everywhere. Like, it's so many, like, good, middle-of-the-road, like, you know, Jack of all trades, King of none heroes in this comp, like the Mei, the Sojourn, the Ramatra, just kind of do everything, whether it's shorter or longer ranges. There's tons of mobility there as well. Like, is nasty.
Well, and with that, Primus Tornado are finding themselves in that final spot, waiting for their next opponent. We do have a winner's interview already. Not entirely sure who is it going to be. So, who do you want to talk
I want Hydron. I think we got Hydron.
It better be Hydron.
It better be Hydron.
If King Hydron's not on the call, we got a problem. I'm gonna call him up, get him on the cell.
Yeah, I want to know what he's been up to as well, and and get like a sort of vibe check. We've got to ask him about that Kings Row map, and maybe just because from the outset it looks like they realized the comp wasn't working and switched off it. But I kind of wondered like what was sort of going through their heads, and like I want to talk more about the value proposition of the Reaper and the Moira comp, right?
Yeah, because I mean, as an outsider, you can make all those educated guesses, but in the end, sometimes it's literally just like, we just really wanted to play this. Sometimes it's just that.
I'm changing roles with you, Mitch. You're making a very, very eloquent, analytical point. I think that's well said. I want to see Hydron talk a little smack. Going on to the grand finals, gets to watch his potential opponents fight for the chance to face it. How does that feel? You know, that's what I'm curious. Is it even Hydron? We don't know.
It is Hydron. Of course it's Hydron. Of course it's Hydron.
No doubt.
We wanted Hydron. We're getting Hydron. It feels very much like the holidays already. Hydron, how you doing, my man?
I'm good. How are you guys? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you. We're doing great, even better now that we got to see the salty run back from you guys. What a reverse sweep. You guys started to make those changes after being down 0-2. Why did it take you 2 maps to make those changes in your composition?
You know, I don't know. I made the audible get me off Reaper, and that seemed to work really good, so I'm gonna keep doing that. Getting
Sounds good.
Don't play Reaper, man. Nobody wants to see that. Anybody wants to see this Reaper Moira comp. Come on now.
I mean,
the Sojourn. That's what the people want. They're begging for it.
Hydron, I mean, this is kind of sick because you know, obviously we have a chance like to really open things up in NA and see sort of who the best in the region is. How do you kind of feel about NA as a region now? Obviously coming off the league and having like a lot of mixed teams, a lot of international presence, we sort of go back and sort of see what the NA crew has been up to. How do you feel about it? Looking over at EMEA, looking over at other regions, like how do you sort of feel NA stacking up? Because I got to say, the matches at this part of the tournament seeming much closer in your region than maybe in EMEA, for example?
Well, since the dawn of time, the Tornado Boys have been the best in North America. Now, not in the World Cup, not in now, but in America, it's us. This is our territory. This is our domain. And it will stay that way till I die.
My guy. My guy.
Respect. I'll just let you know, we all get old. You know, I was there once as a young man.
You are still a very young man. Thank you very much.
It's been a long time since the J Silly took over the servers, but it's good to see the King back in place, you know, taking over your rightful place in the grand finals. Looking ahead, though, you know, who do you see? There's a lot of, I think, impressive teams in the tournament. You know, maybe not quite as impressive as y'all, but, you know, there's respectable opponents to be faced for sure. And who do you see as, like, your most expected opponent? You think it's going to be a rematch? You think Left, Right, Good Night is going to come up?
Nah, I'll see those guys. So, like, there's absolutely no way on God's green earth that they don't come back to the grand finals tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'll see them tomorrow. Hopefully it's not as sloppy. And yeah, I'm going to keep my unbeaten streak of never letting sugar-free, not Lenny. So we're going to keep that going, rolling until tomorrow.
My guy.
Sounds great. Hydron, one last question very quick. What's with the hammer and power tools behind you? Would you renovate it?
Hey, home improvements, bro.
What are you building?
We're back home now, so we're back in the gutter. We're back in the trenches, back in the home field office, you know, kind of where I started my career and, you know, going to start my career here and end my career here.
That's right, with a hammer and a power tool. We love to see it. Hydron, thank you so much for chatting. We can't wait to see you guys back in action tomorrow. For now, rest well, and once more, congratulations.
All right, thank you guys. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you and the team, of course.
We got a term back in Australia. If someone's getting busy, someone's getting it done, we say they're on the tools. He's on the tools today. They're in the background, you know what I'm saying?
Sure is.
On the tools.
Well, of course, we have a lot of opinions here watching those matches, chatting with the players, but so do you watching that guy. I've seen that one around.
He's around somewhere.
Who that?
Johnny!
Globetrotter himself.
Yo,
what is he doing over there?
He can afford in-flight Wi-Fi?
He did
a tour.
Oh my God.
Dead ass, he won't tell me. I saw him. He was like chilling, got a couple pints, living his best life. You know what I mean? Yeah. Don't forget about us when you're a superstar, Johnny. Whatever it is that you're doing.
Wasn't he seeing the King? I thought that was
private audience.
I was just
I think he got knighted actually.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh, lovely.
Well, I can't afford him now.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think SAG-AFTRA has control of knighted people as well, apparently. So sorry, mate. It's over. The producer's like, get out.
Like, yeah, that's enough of that. Well, it's your fault, production. Should have shown us a Johnny tweet.
Gets me going.
Yeah, well, big shout out, of course, to all our friends and colleagues out there. Matt, unfortunately, couldn't be with us today, but we're thinking of you and love you very much.
You're kind of mid, Matt. It's all right. Yeah, enjoy your flight home, brother.
Right, that's very heartfelt. Thank you so much, Mitch. For now, we're heading into a short break. Afterwards, we're back with more action here
Low
in our
impact.
NA bracket.
2-minute mile, my left foot.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with the FlashOps Holiday Showdown, day number 2 of 3. And this is a snowman. Cute. Vibin'. I love all the snowmans on those maps. Generally, like, they make me happy.
All the snowmen's. Yeah.
Snowmen's.
In different,
snow people?
like...
We don't know.
Yeah,
Snow people.
Snowfolk.
The snowfolk.
Yeah.
I like that snow.
The snowfolk. Loving them. Also loving looking at brackets.
Yeah, big fan of
brackets. Big fan of brackets. May or may not be one
Especially
of
when I
my
can
favorite
interpret them.
hobbies. Exactly. Now, Primus Tornado, of course, with their victory just now in the upper bracket final against Timeless, secured their spot in the grand final, getting a little closer to grabbing those $15,000 and bringing it home for the holiday season. And now we need to find out which team will be facing off against Timeless for the honors of joining Primus Tornado potentially in the grand finals. Wisp and Left Right Good Night will be duking it out, and we will be talking about that in just a little bit. But before we jumping into all the action and discussing those two teams, I want to do some team building exercise with you.
Right.
Yeah,
it's only been
we
6
need it.
years of working with you adults. We still need to do this.
Exactly. You can always get closer. You can always love each other more. Right? There's no limit to this.
I love to love you guys
over there.
from a long proximity. Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. We're going to play a holiday-themed Pictionary. Jake,
Right.
something you might
Naturally,
not know.
we chose the most talented artist of the group.
Well, you are very well known for your pencil and ceramics work.
They say I'm a great drawer, all right?
Yeah, he sure is.
The people say.
The people, the word on the street is that he is the best of us.
Streets love Jake.
Yep.
Streets love him.
He will be drawing something, 5 prompts in general. We have 60 seconds to guess whatever he may be trying to draw, and we'll see how well we do. And if not, it's his fault because he's the
I'm definitely not taking that place.
He's not bringing us.
Yeah.
Well, I'm ready.
I'm excited.
Are you guys ready?
Let's get it.
That's a yes.
All right.
3, 2, 1, draw.
All right. Free hand here.
Santa.
Gingerbread
Gingerbread man?
Not
Oh, yeah, gingerbread man. Yep.
All right,
we're
all
good.
right. Not bad. That could have gone. That could have gone either way. Could have gone either way.
I was having some fun with you guys.
All right. Santa hat. Stocking.
Jellyfish.
Mushroom.
A chair, a table.
What on God's green earth am I looking at? Snowball.
Snowball.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Defeated.
Get what? Gets defeated.
Yeah. Hot cocoa.
What?
You guys getting rolled?
Actually, where are we at? 22 seconds left.
Jumper.
Sweater.
Holiday jumper.
Yeah, what?
Nice.
What is it?
Okay.
Jumper or
Yeah,
sweater?
sweater. Yeah.
What is a
Easy.
jumper?
Easy.
Snowman.
Easy.
Snowball.
That's me. That's your boy. That's
That's what's
so
up. I ran out of prompts.
It's a box.
Easy.
That was me. Easy.
GG.
Easy.
Did you
I
just
definitely
dab?
won
I
that.
did.
Hold everyone. Did you just dab?
I did.
Yeah.
For the
roll back the tape. Roll back the tape.
the people.
back.
Hit the replay.
And then delete it.
Hit the replay.
Who won? This is all that matters. Who won?
Wait, was that? I thought we were winning as a team.
No.
I won.
Wait,
Everyone's
This
a winner.
sucks.
It's
I
the
want
holidays.
zero-sum competition. I don't want a bloody participation awards.
It may have sounded to the uneducated
I
ear
definitely won that.
Yeah,
no way I win that.
But you were just
the
allowed
loudest.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, you
We're
need
the
to hang
fucking
your own
loudest.
off.
That's how I made it in life, all right? It's worked for me so far.
That's how he got an award in the end, so, you know. Must be nice. Jack,
Goodbye.
as the close runner-up of this game, which
Be
is
loud.
definitely not a
Be loud.
competition.
Be loud and I might win an award.
Yeah.
Probably not. It's not.
Loud is funny. Loud is funny.
Loud is very funny.
A wise man once said.
When in doubt. Well, as those two are getting ready for this match, let's chat a bit about it, Mitch. We have seen both of those teams play again. No, actually, we haven't.
Not Left, Right, Good Night.
Left, Right, Good Night, we have not seen. But they had a very impressive performance in their first 2 matches. They went up against Timeless. It was a really, really close match. And we know that Timeless is a very stacked roster. How do you think Wisp is going to stack up against
So
them?
they have already lost to Left, Right, Good Night in the upper bracket, right? And that's a game that we didn't get to see. What I really like about Wisp is that flexibility. I think the whole conversation yesterday was talking about how Europe really would like to play those rushdown comps. Reich has played like 4 or 5 different tanks over the course of a series, not afraid even to go to the Winston at times, which I think we really enjoy. So the team seems like they have a level of flexibility, but Left, Right, Good Night, they beat Wisp 3-1. They do drop down in a close game against Timeless and then destroy their opponents in that next round. So, if I'm purely looking at the bracket here, I feel better about Left, Right, Good Night, but we, on this show, haven't seen them yet. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they come out of the gates. And if Wisp, like we asked, can you learn your lessons from that last game? Are there any key takeaways that can give you a better shot? Riker seemed to think so I'm curious to see what the evolution looks like.
Well, we're about to find out as we're getting ready for this game, so please give it up for the incredible duo of Jack and Jake.
The Pictionary losers.
Most generic names. How does that
Pictionary
actually feel?
Champions.
Second winners.
Greatest of all
Second
time.
Winners. It was
That's
actually it was a team game, okay? Everybody
sucks.
won.
Spoken like a real loser.
I
Yeah,
actually,
exactly.
We all lost together.
Yeah.
I got baited into a kumbaya, all friends win together game. I'm actually offended.
Are you though? I love that I just insulted both of them and no one was offended about that.
No, because it was fine.
I can tank it
It's
all.
fine. Yeah, I'll tank it.
Really?
I've been playing online
I got
PvP
Nemesis
video games
form.
for a long time, so I feel nothing. I feel nothing.
Felt much worse. Samoa is our first map. Left, right, good night, and Wisp. Losers semis here in North American FlashOps Holiday
Why were you
Showdown.
belong, Jack?
Huh?
What?
Funny.
Blood is spitting on the sofa. Can't hear him, thank God. I've got my headset on. All I can hear is little mumbly.
Turn Jack up in my headphones. I don't want to hear anything else. You
I don't
know,
want to hear Mitch.
let's get going.
I don't want to hear Mitch ever again.
Oh my
No,
God! Wait, that's a great.
Nah,
guys,
we'll see him tomorrow.
We're getting intense. This is the holidays. I love everybody. Love everybody. ELE, baby. That's a good rule to live by.
Bringing people together and then arguing around the dinner table.
Exactly. Don't forget the arguing part. I love having a good argument around the holidays.
All right, here we are, Samoa. Yeah, and we haven't actually seen Left, Right, Good Night on this stream at least. Jake, so it's good to see some familiar faces back.
Yeah, and to have Rocket and Chopper here together, Squid back to support, I think back to a little bit more of his comfort role. Looked great on the May, frankly, last time we saw him, but I think this team will be a little bit stronger. I saw Rocket on Twitter, took a little bit of a trip, had confidence in the team. They don't need me to win, but I do think this is probably their stronger look as a unit. Rocket and Chopper. For me, some of those I've talked about exciting prospects out of NA. These guys on the DPS, they're exactly that. However, Vision and Lethal on the other side, no slouches. Probably favor Left, Right, Good Night overall as a team. I just name value alone is pushing them a little bit over the edge. But it is going to be BAP Sojourn versus the Reaper May. We'll see. This is the map both teams before played the Reaper May, but does it even beat BAP Sojourn here in probably one of the best situations possible for Reaper and Moira?
Yeah, does it hold a candle?
Yeah.
I wonder how Wisp, if they're going to change quickly, or if they're just going to stick it out with the Reaper and the Moira. Have to wait and see. Of course, like you said, it's so much more beneficial on this certain point here, just because of how close these corners are. Reaper's in effective range pretty much all the time to anybody on the screen.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Sojourn. No real flank to play. You're basically just going to sit on the ground, but I mean, he's standing and delivering. The Reaper is just getting bullied. I mean, this doesn't look too good, but the Maywalk comes in. There's an opportunity to punish.
Oh, Lethal taking a large amount of damage too. Maybe a stray icicle. Point has been capped though by Wisp. The whole time they were taking a lot of damage and Reaper hadn't to back out. Did result in them actually getting a point cap at least. Icy does end up getting walled off. Oh no, Nemesis form, no block to be had, and no health either.
Look at Liar getting in there and mixing it up, somehow not taking any damage. I don't know. Oh my God.
He's won.
He went actually insane there. I can't believe he didn't die for that.
All good. Now, wow, this favors the Reaper comp pretty well. Just playing it all the way up like this.
Yeah, and just stalling out on point, really. Like, you don't need to end the fight.
Oh,
Beautiful Cole.
Window. Cole.
Potentially no value from it. One kill is all you need, but Lep will be back quick. There will be an opportunity for Left, Right, Good Night to reset. And like we said, I mean, I think this is best case scenario for Reaper and Moira. Oh, Vision, beautiful wide flank.
Huge wide flank. Just clobbers Chopper in the head. Now Lethal just trying to get an angle here, but it's going to be pretty tough, especially you have to navigate yourself around that blizzard. Speaking of blizzards, is Visions, and yeah, Riker getting caught completely off guard. 50% plus for Wisp. Not a bad first cap, honestly, all things considered.
Yeah, very winnable and no great retake ult for Wisp. Beat is one of those ults you don't want to just run in aggro with the beat. It's too easy, especially with Lep. He's going to get a much better beat. The fight's going to be really, really rough for Wisp. So I think they got to find some kind of opening just with their skills, with their cooldowns. Maybe get this Annihilation online with Riker, but it's kind of tough, kind of hard to break into a position where the enemy team has control. We'll see if they're able to evict Icy from these corners of the point that Hawk was abusing so well in our last series.
The Camino a little bit separated from the rest of the team. He's going to eventually make his way back to the rest of the squad. Surely they're not going to let it go for free. No, I see pops the Nemesis form, but that armor's getting shredded right now.
You can't give up point. You cannot give up point here.
You've got shield. At least you're throwing those little bees across the point. Riker's taking a lot of damage though. Annihilation for Icy. Just perma headshots, by the way. And there it is. There comes the rundown. Lethal with a nice double kill with the railgun. Chopper Liar down, and that will be the point secured. 50% for Left, Right, Good Night. Just pushing Wisp all the way off.
Yeah, a bit of a wasted beat from Lep, though. I feel like I gotta call that out. I don't think they needed it there, maybe just for safety, but could be punishing now with so many ults coming down. You would love to have the sustain from that sound barrier. As it stands, Luke Mino, you might have window, but so much aggressive potential here coming out from this Cole, Annihilation, and Death Blossom. Sometimes that's just going to cut through something like an Amp Matrix. You know, you just can't kill things fast enough. Look, TP right onto the back.
Right onto the back line. Death Blossom available. Oh, he's going to Wraithfall straight in. Why not? There's no need to use Death Blossom now. Everybody's already dead before you even popped out a Wraith.
Yeah, good hold of the ults. It does take 2 support ults, so again, you know, yes, Lethal uses that overclock. Both support ults, though, being expended. I think still anybody's round. However, retaking into the Blizzard is a tough task. Icy is going to take a ton of pressure. And I love this position, holding the high ground for Reaper. If he doesn't get detected here, I mean, this could be a very, very scary flank.
Surely someone peeks. Oh, no, okay.
Maybe. Boy, they're going very early. Oh, whoa, big headshot from Rocket, opening up Chopper's distraction.
That is not good.
They're thinking about going in even deeper, but I do think Left Right Goodnight going to have the opportunity to reset. Trying to maybe flip the map here, but going without Mei, very risky.
There is a flank angle here. Yeah, Lethal. He's on the wrong side of the Blizzard right now for the rest of his team. Just slide through it. He's, not narrowly almost getting frozen up there. But look at these trades. I mean, Lethal just in the worst position possible. Couldn't get healed by the rest of his team. Ends up going down. The point is going to get contested as Icy makes his way there, but Riker is also just going to match him. And with the Mei, it's going to be so tough to really get any damage done. I mean, the Reaper on the sidelines. Chopper still holding on to that Death Blossom. Vision's ultimate here is going to have to be big. The Spitzer's going to have to separate the enemy team, otherwise it could just be all over. Chopper TPing into the backline, still has the Death Blossom at hand. He notices the poop has been utilized already and ends up just laying it down. Squid on the sideline gets a double kill as the Moira, and Chopper merely a distraction tool than anything else at this point. The Annihilation, it's not really good for anything. The Coalescence, there's just too much focus fire coming in from Wisp, and that'll be the round.
Yeah, this point does seem pretty compelling as a place for the Reaper and the Mei. Time and time again, they're able to just take the positions on different corners of the point, and it's just not possible for Icy to actually contest. His Sojourn doesn't have any kind of off angle. No one's really pressuring the people in the corners, and they just can't hold on to the point. So kind of showing, I think, why both teams started the last series off with that Moira mirror. The question for me is, though, will that be maintainable throughout the course of the series? This is a much more open map. Sojourn going to get a bit more purchase in the team fights. And yeah, both teams, I think, maybe, I mean, almost certainly watching the last series, right? I think they had the opportunity to have the read of the meta, let the other teams kind of experiment for you. And now, you know, it's pretty clear that this looks like the dominant choice, as long as it's anything but the most close quarters of a map.
And I love that little crab. All right, yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised, Jake. I will say we're not seeing a little bit of Sig here, but I think this just is the better comp for the meta right now. I mean, it does look like we are switching. No more Reaper, thankfully. And I much prefer also the Sojourn variation too. Just like Mitch was saying on the sofa, the ability to just basically do everything. Long range damage, poke damage, there's a one-shot potential there as well. It's just so hard to play around this Sojourn, especially when you've got a Lucio taxiing them around as well.
Yeah, and for Overwatch League fans, you know, Chopper and Lethal aren't the same kind of household names as Soldier players in our last series, but I think they're very much contenders to be at that level.
Okay, Riker just fell over. Not really sure what happened there. We were following someone else's POV, but looks like the rest of Wiz also don't really know what's going on. Now going to be able to back up, at least escape with their lives, potentially all blocked just in time, but no, still gets taken out. That's an unfortunate late death.
Dominant opener from Left Right Goodnight, switching onto this comp, so I think it's going to be easy to shrug off that round one loss, because, you know, really, as long as you win this mirror, I think this is going to pretty clearly decide this series. There might be those couple marginal spots where the Moira is dominant, but BAP and Sojourn, you've got to be able to win here, or you just aren't taking a series here in North America. The competition's so intense, those cheese comps are not going to work against players of this caliber.
Yeah, there's absolutely no way. All right, high ground control being contested right now by Riker, who's walking forward. Does force the wall, which is quite nice. Punches through it, makes himself a little opening to get some more damage in, and Leb just steps, wrong place, wrong time. A little bit of AoE damage, of course, with the fists, and yeah, that's one dead Lucio.
Yeah, that's exactly the opener you need. Should be a point flip. Vision playing well, gonna get a massive stall on the point, and Luke does find one kill. Oh, Vision gets popped before he can really get to the annoying stall with the ice block. 50%. Anybody's round now. Wisp in control. We'll see if their hold on the point is as devastating. Retaking into Blizzard can be a fraught proposition in many cases here.
Blizzard for Rocket, and Vision will have his, I would imagine, 80%. That's a couple of icicles to the dome, especially in just the random little bits of poke. You should be able to get it. So pretty matching ultimates here, close to at least.
Yeah, Chopper getting the wide space, though, on the low ground. I kind of like this position for Sojourn. I think Lethal playing with his team, trying to pressure them. I'm not sure that's as good. I think being wide and threatening one to take picks on the backline is just so impactful in this matchup.
Just Romancho's trading Nemesis forms there. Good, really early wall from Vision. Is going to delay time here as Rocket tries to go super aggressive. Walls himself off. Is there any kills? No, there's not. A lamp there just to save them. And Vision actually peeks, super aggro peek onto Vision, who thought maybe it was a bit of more of a fair 1v1, but just gets double dinked in the head. 52% in building for Wisp now is Lep trying to taxi the rest of his team back. Too many casualties in this last fight. They might just want to go for a full reset. Looks like Lep wants to do just that.
What a move from Lep! Knocks the Annihilation to the low ground, completely denies it. Riker totally shut down on his ultimate. Would have loved to have that for the retake. Still, though, Wisp in position to win the map. Chopper, he's been hanging onto this overclock for a long time and potentially could combo with Window. That's devastatingly powerful, especially in this matchup where there might be Ram shields, but there's no like true mitigation like Kinetic Grasp or Matrix. You know, Sojourn is going to get her chances.
Oh, yes, they are, especially if you've got a Window in front of you as well. This is last fight now for Wisp to take this entire map. Samoa might be theirs. Chopper's still got this overclock too. Just the patience holding on to this one. Spots the window, opens it up, tries to get some cheeky peeks through it. Is going to take a massive off angle again, Jake, as Icy is just decimated on the point. There's no healing available for them now, or no tank even, sorry, on the point available to them. There's a nice little angle for Chopper, completely uncontested too, and now he tries to take the fight to the backline. Lucamino high in the sky, still manages to check Chopper, and now comes still the aggression from Lethal, which is, yeah, extremely willable, but they just need to find picks. But with Riker on the board, Jake, I'm not sure. Icy's come back on the Doomfist, and they do manage to find the flip, so a bit of time awarded now to Left Right Goodnight.
At this point, though, they've dropped so many players. They get the flip. Lep getting close to the sound barrier, and the flip buys them another overtime bar. They can, you know, maybe come back in and really stall this out. But the comp is rough, I think, for these long fights. Lethal, though, overclock, beat as well. He can make something happen here. It's gonna take magic, though.
Yeah, beat hits 3. Here comes the overclock, decimates the window, and oh, two kills for Lethal. 1, 2, maybe a third. Rocket and Riker still in this fight, though, killing Icy and Lep. Lethal tries to go for an aggressive peek onto Squid. Squid ends up falling down to another railgun shot. Lethal is coming up clutch, but can he get to the point in time? The Blizzard is just isolating everybody away, but Vision is there to touch, to cause overtime to trigger once again. Somehow Left Right Goodnight throw a haymaker at Wisp and keep themselves in it.
Yeah, staying alive in this map, but it cost them so many swaps. They wind up on a kind of a rough comp here. At least Kiriko and Tracer, you know, they have some potential to make something happen on the flank, but they really, it feels like they must do that, right? If you don't make kills with Tracer and Kiriko, you will lose a long brawl fight. You know, we've seen this before. It's so hard to fight without the Mei really assisting that Ramattra in the front line. So Icy gonna have a tough task just staying alive from this overwhelming pressure coming in from Bap and Mei.
Pulse bomb from Vision, looking for the Bap. Oh, this is the one clip, forces the lamp. Now the pulse bomb is pretty much free if you can find a connection. He's looking for it, but Lethal finds yet another large kill. Final fight now for Left Right Goodnight as they're nearing the 95% mark as Lucamino takes down Squid. Vision still searching for a target for the pulse bomb, but honestly, Wisp might already be dead before it even uses it. Overtime is still here. Someone from Wisp has to get the touch. Oh, luckily Riker's there just in time. Squid pops over to the Moira to try and get back for the rest of the fight, but it doesn't matter because Lep is now coming out with big kills. 99%. Left Right Goodnight just finding the cleanup kills that's required, and Wisp, they had it in their clutches, but Left Right Goodnight come up massive at the very end. Lethal just went on an absolute tear.
There's no way they bring that back without that absolute pop-off by Lethal. Really impressive performance by him. A player we've seen a bit of in the Overwatch League in the past. Players might remember, but I think now we're getting to see his true form. I think he's known for me as a hit scan player. That's really his comfort zone. And when he's able to maximize it, as I see that, wait, they're about to roll swap. Lethal's been playing Sojourn this whole time, and they're locking in a roll swap here. Maybe it's because they're thinking gonna go Sigma and play some different swaps later down the line, maybe bring out Echoes or Tracers or something of that nature. But it's an interesting choice here, kind of surprising actually. Usually you don't see Mei and the hit scan roll swap typically, but Lethal and Vision actually I think can both handle both roles. Really modern Overwatch 2 DPS in that not committing themselves to, oh, I'm a hit scan player, I'm a flex player. That's not how the game's played anymore, and I think you do have a bit of an advantage if you can swap back and forth and still play confidently.
Yeah, completely different look though, Jake, with the Sig. Exactly what we saw a little bit earlier on in the tournament.
Yeah, I think a hero that just does a little bit more damage over time, but obviously much more vulnerable, could get caught. dies much easier when frozen by Blizzard, especially. So, Riker just dies on the cross. Uh-oh. That's not how you want to start this map.
Yeah, it's really not, especially against a Sig comp who's going to be permanently poking you on the re-engage. Oh, surely you don't get another pick here. Oh, narrowly avoided.
Think about the Unreal Discipline it takes. I'm sure they planned this comp swap. The Unreal Discipline it takes for Lethal to give up Sojourn after that performance in the end of the last round. He's like, no, bro, you got this. And then Vision opens with a kill. Two incredible Sojourn. What's better than the one Sojourn player, right? The two incredible Sojourn players who can both pop off and carry.
An unlucky wall there from Rocket. Try to isolate the Sigma in Icy. Still getting pushed off, and this stall, it's like City Center on Oasis. It's just so tough to break sometimes because you could just play Ring Around the Rosie. But that's a good kill to start it off, Rocket. Taking down his like for like in Lethal as the point eventually gets flipped. Oh, look at me now.
Yeah, still anybody's game here. You know, those picks from May and Soj can always change things, and really that's what you're fighting for in these early poke phases. It's all about the DPS, trying to find some kind of opening. It's a tough map to flip too. I mean, I think if the tanks can stall the point for a long time, Riker electing to play in the center of the point, so the formation getting a little weird here for the defenders. I don't know how much I like this. They're going to try and rotate back to main, but this looks awkward for Baptiste. Like, is this really the best way to play?
Yeah, not having a... Oh, nice little split window. Okay. Split the aggression too. They want to jump on the point, sure, but if they don't, they don't.
Yeah, ready to peek whichever angle he needs. So it is a beautifully placed window and should get them control again, but can they actually get the cleanup here? Icy low, but he's got...
Lamb, wall still available, don't need it. That's the problem with the Sig, like you were saying, Jake. Plus, you don't even have that armor on the Sig either to tank a lot of that extra damage.
Yeah, if he gets caught by wall, things can be pretty tough. However, it's his timing with the flux, right? I mean, I think killing stuff like Baptiste and Sojourn when they're caught up in the air and they can't really be saved can be very threatening. So even for Ramacho, right? Typically tanky, but when you drop low, that flux can sometimes just finish you off.
Vision looking for an off angle to use this overclock. Just taken to this little high ground. I mean, at the end of the day, he can be shoved off, but it's whether they actually want to commit resources to it. There is 3 of them on there. Both overclocks used.
Oh, Ajax!
With the Ajax. Chopper just scoring him with a headshot. The flux to try and even things up a little bit, but no, Lev, he's going to be kicking himself with that one. Lyre did manage to get his beat off in time, but Wisp still controlling the point. Again, Jake, it comes down to... Oh, nice little
combo.
Nice little techers there. Icy's going to get forced down. Here comes the Annihilation. No shot. Icy survives. So
After
nice
the
from
Ajax?
Wisp.
No way.
Oh, goodness. I mean, look, they're walking into Blizzard now, and they're walking into Window. There's just no shot, right? 99%. Lep trying to get back in time, too. Adding salt to the wounds. Yeah, good luck, Doomfist. Ain't no way, surely. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Lethal, Lep, Vision, they're already dead. Nice bit of aggression there at the very end. Oh, that Ajax costing them dearly.
I mean, they did it on the second round, but yeah, not enough here. And wow, what a difficult fight and incredible performance from both teams. I feel like every player on the DPS role especially is really popping off, finding their openings and making chances for their team. So these teams, I think, look a little bit more unstable, frankly, than what we saw in the last match, but they can still pop off and hit the same peaks. Just a matter of locking those in and, you know, kind of preventing the maximum number of accidents from your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, it's not every day we see an Ajax, and it feels like, at least before this tournament, Ajax were aplenty, but so far, only in this broadcast at least, we've only seen a single one. Lethal's pop-off here as well, Jake, was just stupendous. It's going to be a close series for sure.
Yeah, I expect so. And I mean, for me, that's kind of a forgivable Ajax. When you get rail headshot, it's like, okay, you're like 190 HP, and you Ajax, it's like, okay, that can be unlucky. That can be unlucky. Sometimes that's what happens. Ooh, nice play on the Tracer. I mean, these DPS from left, right, good night, absolutely fighting very, very well. I can't help but feel, though, Wisp maybe making a little bit better comp decisions on this map. Sure. You know, that first round, the Moira ends up being dominant.
Oh,
wow.
I mean, he was even around the corner, so
you can't even really blame left, right.
Yeah,
that's a
no
monster frag from Chopper.
Yeah.
Even dies to get that kill. So, you know, in the end, it can happen. That's one you can write that one off.
It's painful when you see it and when you are on the receiving end, but yeah, sometimes it's just the Sojourn or whoever's killing you, it's just them out. You're just kind of gapping you just a little bit. Plus, he was getting sped around the corner. You can't blame Liv for that one. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Don't go anywhere. Map number 2 coming up soon. This is going to be a banger series. welcome back. Wisp taking that first map on Samoa. I mean, left, right, good night. Still putting up a hell of a fight, Jake. Looking great so far. I mean, both teams. I think it's might be potential for another map 5. I mean, I think what's really funny is what we're seeing a lot of teams now. Well, Reaper, Moira. It's very fun and very cool, but the Sojourn is
fun nor cool.
No, it's
Sojourn is fun.
Sojourn is very fun and cool. Kind of like, yeah, amplifies the fun and coolness factor by like, I don't know, 100 times. Yeah, Sojourn is just the name of the game right now. That's it. That's all you got to play. Sojourn BAP, and what better map to play on than Midtown? Yeah, no way you're playing Reaper here.
Yeah, and they're well positioned, I think, to continue pushing those long range hit scan. And honestly, so many players so far have impressed me in this series. Like even Vision and Lethal, swapping, role swapping, and still both looking good at their heroes. Kind of a surprising choice, though. For me, as a coach, it's like regardless of you both being flexible, I'd rather see players commit and just like lock it in, at least for the team. You know, maybe in the future you could swap, but right. Getting more reps in, you know, being more consistent, like even just hearing the calls, knowing who you're talking to, like, oh, that's my Mei, you know, and just that being automatic. I think it helps a little. I don't know if that matters much, though, at the end of the day. You know, I think it does just come down to which team is better. Samoa goes the way of Wisp, but I foresee a long series as well, Jack. I think these teams are very evenly matched, and Wisp benefited a little bit from the comp swaps there.
Yeah, Midtown was the pick of the left, right, good night. Let's bring the rosters back up on your screen if you forgotten about them already. Of course, Flashpoint, Push, and Escort is the maps in just a moment as we jump in. Vision, Lethal, Lucamino, Lep, and IC. Like I said, a lot of name value on this team.
Yeah, I think probably well, I mean, honestly, both of these teams similarly well known. I think Dynasty, or rather not Dynasty, rather Rocket and Chopper have been climbing the ranks pretty effectively, and anyone who's been following the Tier 2 Overwatch scene and NA knows about these guys. They've seen them come up, playing the rank ladder. For sure, you've seen them. They're out there grinding and hustling, and I think this is going to be potentially a very, very competitive series. Bigger roster, doesn't matter much, though. It's 5-on-5 in the end, and I kind of like those tight rosters. 5 players, playing everything they need to, swapping everything they need to. I feel like that's the Overwatch 2 way for me.
Yeah, just the most practice possible. I mean, maybe you have a different tank for different situations, but yeah, I agree with you, yeah. Maybe
a third DPS or a third support. Don't hate it.
Sure.
But I like, for these tourneys, I like just every rep matters, right? Like getting just that little bit more team synergy. Some of these guys, they probably played together, they know each other. But, you know, in the end, just having that 5-stack, just building synergy, that's beautiful Overwatch. And it leads to, I think, some of these clutch team fights where, you know, you just have that trust. It's that chemistry as a team makes all the difference.
Absolutely. Right, we load on to Midtown. Left, right, good night on the attack. Whisper on the defense. They got to choose their side. So, see how they want to run. But yeah, it's just going to be the Soj. Yeah, not sure we're going to play Kiri yet.
Yeah,
we might play Kiri.
There's a possibility. I don't think this is... I mean, this is a map where maybe there's an opportunity for Tracer to flank, but... Okay, with the double flex support, this does look like a commitment to the Tracer. And Rocket, known as a Tracer specialist, you know, I think that's really his best and his most comfortable hero. I wonder, though, does it work? I mean, frankly, I don't love this comp. I think what Left, Right, Good Night is fielding, just being... Assuming Vision, you know, he's going to take a shot on Widow and probably go Sojourn. I think it's a bit more consistent. I think you need to pop off on Tracer, and there's always that risk of just taking an Icicle to the
Widow
dome.
skin check. Default. Actually, I really like the default.
I'm a default Reaper skin. Default Reaper with the gold guns. That's the flex.
That is a very funny side, thinking about it. I just got the new Cyber Devil Widow skin, which is my favorite. Finally came back into the store.
Dude, that new Honor skin, so good, actually.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Out of control.
Honestly, I am eating, bro. I got the Honor skins, the Widow skins out the wazoo. It's going crazy this season.
Yeah, Squid and Rocket trying to hold on desperately to the flank, but Lep is just fighting fearlessly with Lethal, and so far it's pretty much an even trade.
Yeah, they're not allowing Lep to kind of take this choke. Oh, good headshot.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Double headshot. Oh, get him, get him. Oh, the wall.
Oh,
that would have been so sick if he blocked the pack. Oh my god. Well, Rocket burned all of their cooldowns, so there's no chance to escape on the Tracer. Absolutely not. Very nice start from Lethal. I mean, holding it down there with Squid and Rocket, that's really nice. Just making sure they can't get some cheeky flank angles, but sometimes you can't predict the double heady.
I just feel like Mei is like, I mean, double heady on Carry is like, that's sick, that's unexpected, and a big opening for the team. But I feel like on Tracer, God, that's going to be a terrifying matchup, right? You just get one tap by Mei. The healer being with you doesn't make all that much difference when you're facing down a one tap. And I don't like this. I feel like, you know, in the end, the Lucio, the Rush, staying tight as a unit, I feel like I'm starting to favor Left, Right, Good Night. I think Wisp, it's kind of weird. I feel like you won the Rush mirror, you know, like maybe keep playing it, keep dominating, but right now, maybe Rocket can make something happen, but to be honest, this is a bad situation to be on Tracer.
Maybe overthought just a little bit, maybe? We'll see if they want to end up changing for this second point. If they left, right, good night do end up pushing it a little bit further.
Yeah, a lot of wide angles on this map. There's an opportunity to make something happen, but I need to see some kind of big kills coming out from Squid, coming out from Rocket to justify it, because I think Riker's going to have a hard time holding the car against May.
Nice cheeky shot there from a chopper from the high ground. See how quickly the Sojourners charge up their railgun too off of the ram, especially when they're in Nemesis form. No shield, which is a diminished charge. Riker takes down Lethal though. Very stally this point, and especially, again, Rocket on the side. Someone does need to kind of deal with Rocket here. Getting a lot of free damage in, earned himself a pulse.
Yeah, I mean, if Rocket can just evade these headshots, right? Like, it is incumbent on Lethal to actually find the kill, and in the end, if you can just dance perfectly on Tracer, it can be done. It's just scary. Just there's always that threat of a pop-off, and you know a player like Lethal is ready to do it. Beautiful shield by Icy, blocks the Bionade, one of those core threats from the Ana here on the defense high ground. Look at Icy, just dodges the front line as well, going straight to the back line.
Oh, Icy is
not
maybe he's okay, dead, though. Maybe okay. There's the Kitsune rush. Rocket's still holding on to this pulse. Nice anti. Can they follow it up? Don't think so.
It's so good. You can't kill him.
You can't at all. Like, it's kind of insane how much damage you take when you're in block. It's next to nothing.
Yeah, monster ability. Nade on the only Icy kind of would love to have hit a squishy now as Sojourn overclock on the high ground. Very scary.
No way you're thinking that. Oh, no, double body shot. Vision, solo. Oh, predicts the recall location too. Rock ends up going down. Squid trying to find some kills of their own. Nice teleport away. They are on the point right now, Jake, so they're stalling just a little bit, but this tight, compact unit, like you were talking about, just so good at just storming high grounds like this and dismantle the backline.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great spot for the dive where you've got a great high ground as Ana. You can kind of pitch nades down to the low ground, maybe punish those backliners. Lucio and Bap, I mean, you don't love using an immortality field just for an anti-nade, so a little bit more fight in that spot, but retaking, reclaiming position when the May could just run into your backline. It's got to be scary.
Super scary. See, I still wonder if they're gonna switch in the end, because like you've kind of committed to this comp right now. Maybe you switch for third because you're fighting on second, and you're not going to be switching anything crazy right now. Window up on the high ground. Wow, through the bushes. Has a free head streaming service as well as a kill there for Lucamino. Rocket just come up with a big kill. Amp in that heal, amp in the speed, trying to get everybody to point right now. As Wisp have kind of outmaneuvered themselves. Left, right, good night with a free payload push. Are they just going to be able to get it in? Nice little poop. Rocket, triple blink onto the point to get there in time, and now Riker's going to hold down the fort as Let falls over.
And that might be just the retake they needed, as now it's going to be a very long reset.
0.05 meters.
That is to wait, hold up, no way they could clutch this.
Oh, Riker hoping he has the shield in just a moment. I mean, Rocky still has the pulse bomb, Jake, so a big connection here.
I mean, that would certainly end it, but still only 3 players alive for Left, Right, Good Night. They need to respawn, get back, and Rocket wants to punish.
Oh,
Vision once again.
180 railgun headshot onto Rocket. No more pulse bomb for you, sir. Chopper with the overclock, but Vision is still just doing an immense amount of damage. Another ultimate gone by the wayside, and this should just be the point. There it is, that point, 0.05 meters finally locked in.
Oh my, Vision is just having his way with Rocket. I mean, this is the thing about Tracer, right? No matter how well you play against Sojourn, against May, you just get popped. You just get popped, right? Like, you have to just, in the end, you have to gamble that the enemy DPS miss, and then you can get the kill, and then you can find your chance. But if both players are just perfectly on point, it's going to be the players with the one shot who have a better chance. And with Lucio, with Kiri, I think this Tracer pick is just, it's not looking too good.
It's looking rough. Doesn't have too much ult charge either, so is an opportunity to swap to maybe something like a May. Squid and Lyre, on the other hand, of course, do have the Kitsune rush and Nano Boost. And the Annihilations potentially too. There is the rush and instantly backing out.
Great speed by Left there, very ready for that play. And they're going to push even before it ends. This is totally fearless from them.
Yeah, Annihilation. It's going to be deadly. Again, Rocket's trying to find an entrance into this fight, but you're finding into an Annihilation plus a rush. Payload's moving, Jake, right now, and they're just going to pile on this tempo. There's a beat, a nano boost onto Riker to try and sort this fight out, but look again, Rocket ends up going down. Tried to insert himself into the fight, take down Vision, or at least pay attention to him to make him look 180, but Rocket just having the worst time right now as Left, Right, Good Night are pushing this payload in. Lyre gets back on, instantly dealt with. Rocket, same consequences for the Tracer. it's just really not working out for Wisp right now. And with 1 minute and 41 seconds in the time bank, you're feeling very happy with that.
Yeah, you know, Rocket, I think a great Tracer player, very, very solid.
Oh, yeah.
But if Vision's on point like this and he's just hitting these rails, I'm starting to feel the limit here, you know, as Tracer. In the end, if your opponents are that on point, and this time it's Luke Mino, right? It's not even the DPS. Switching over to the Kiriko, now it's like even if you hit that pulse bomb, it's not gonna, it's cleansed, no damage, you know? And then Kiriko, one more hero that threatens to just pop you on Tracer from high HP. Very scary. For me, this is a little too much for Rocket. Like, I don't want to see this Tracer played into impossible matchups. Like, he's a great Tracer, he's well known for it, but he can handle the other heroes. He's shown that. He's looked good on that first map, and so I'd love to see an adjustment here on the offense. Maybe there's a way to like kind of push the cart maybe on offense. You know, you don't need to fight as constantly. You can kind of come in and pop off, make a pick, but there's just so many ways for it to go wrong. I don't love it. I don't love it. I think the rush is the way to go.
Yeah, definitely the dominant comp right now in NA. This is what I like about both, obviously EU and NA running simultaneously too, because the differences in the regions are quite pronounced.
Yeah. Yeah, NA is good and EU is bad, so...
yeah, pronouncing that way, huh? Yeah.
You
wait till we get to an Atlantic Showdown, buddy.
This is a good old era of Overwatch. You could just fearlessly talk smack on other regions.
Because you don't play each other?
Once in a year you play each other.
Right.
I love that's good esports for me, baby.
It is very funny. All right, okay, here we go. Wisp, no more messing around with the Tracer. It's just back on Rush.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to break this choke now on the mirror. I think it's a little bit late, but it's not too late to win the map. Still definitely in contestation here as Wisp pushing in. The rotation's a little sloppy though, getting punished.
Yes. The punishment is good. Yeah, Rocket had no business whatsoever trying to cross there.
And a clean fight, no picks given over, so defense, that's a huge fight to win. Getting a slight lead in all these ultimates doesn't seem like much looking at the numbers now, but when they come up like that 5-10 seconds earlier in the team fight, you really feel it. And so probably one more chance for Wisp to have that no ult fight, you know, maybe no harm, no foul, but you slip up one more time and there's gonna be big ults coming down the pipe for the defenders. And they can just stall the game out. Oh, that is oh no, you're committed?
Oh, and they're committed.
Uh-oh, no Mei is, you can't fight in here without Mei.
Surely you dupe them and then speed out?
Yeah, this is good though, right? Because I mean, left, right, good night have to ensure that they don't get map flipped and you know, the attacker's starting to cap the point could be bad. So they are gonna just be patient, you know, respecting it. I think this is the safe play. They could have looked to punish, but why do it, right? So far your setup is rock solid. Why force something crazy?
Do you not get killed on the cross challenge?
It's a very hard challenge on this map. This is a super scary cross.
Yep. Nice little slide there from Vision.
Oh, he's got
a the railgun shot.
He's gonna have one shot here.
Big
They're lined up.
Oh, how did he weave
wickets.
it through 3 people? Oh my goodness.
That's a little... Oh! Chopper wins it this time.
Okay.
Just what this team needs. And the disruptor shot to clear that flank. Oh, look at
They're so low. But they're forced to pop the lamp. But Icy comes out with a big kill onto Riker. There's a little bit of point presence here too. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get back in. I mean, the windows are being used too. And here he goes, yes.
Look,
retake's coming in. And they don't even get a tick. There's no tick.
That is brutal. It's a late lamp from Squid, causes Riker to die, and I mean, he's going to be kicking himself for that on Batiste. That was really their chance to open up the map, get the payload rolling, and now it looks, oh my, and another pick from Lethal. Okay, I mean, these guys are crazy, man. They just like play different roles. They're like role swap halfway through the first map, and they're just both still popping. I mean, these guys, this is exciting stuff, I think, on DPS, because in the past in Overwatch, every DPS player is in one category, right? Oh, are you a flex? Are you a hit scan? Maybe you play flanker. Like, everyone's got their limited pool. But this next generation of players, they don't see it that way, and I think that's because of the nature of Overwatch 2. You've got to be able to swap back and forth and be able to bring anything your team might need in the situation.
Yeah, you've got to play a little bit of everything. And then have your fallbacks, that's for sure. Chopper, narrowly missing. Good wall by Lethal. Stop Chopper getting off that last shot. There's one more shot though. Still charging up, waiting, hunting for somebody.
Still one, but
just maintaining the charge. Yeah, there's just no way. There's the sound barrier. Good stuff. Hits 5-2. Right, taking the brunt of this damage right now. His Vision lets off a really late overclock and just scores Squid out of the sky. Jake, there's 45 seconds to go. Left, right, good night. This is a piece of cake. A walk in the park.
Yeah, at this point, right, the time bank starts to become a real issue, where because even if Wisp, right, even if they win this fight, even if they start getting the payload, it's hard to see them capping in anything but overtime, which of course left, right, good night means at worst, probably they're looking at a draw here on Wisp. But, you know, even in the situation, you have to keep fighting. If you bring it back from here and get a draw, I feel like that swings the momentum even more in your favor, right? You know, you're coming back from a very rough scenario, but frankly, this is just so rough. They have not succeeded on this cross a single time so far.
Yeah, I mean, they got to make that journey to the last point first before you can get a big draw going. Oh my god, the damage from Lucamino. They got a window to work with too. Squid and the boys just hanging back. Is it going to be worth it, though?
That's a crucial second pick.
Lucamino, I mean, he's just immortal in that side room too. He's got a nice little pocket there in Lep, who jumps in to save him. And, well, that will be the round and the map. Left, right, good night, with an unbelievable full hold on Midtown.
You know, that first map on Control, right, the comps got a little crazy. It started to favor Wisp. They were able to deathmatch their way out of it. But here, where, you know, this was a little bit more of a front-to-back mirror, a little bit more straight up, and the difference between the teams seems much more pronounced in the other direction. So, I'm a little worried for Wisp, frankly. I know it's a 1-1 series, but personally, the way I'm looking at the series, I'm worried for them.
I mean, that was a dominant full hold, like, not even losing a single tick, right? I mean, Lep and Lucamino, just their ability to act as a pair, as a duo in the back line as well. As soon as Lucamino was in trouble, Lep, they ended up just jumping in, helping him out, and there was nothing really that could stop Lucamino from just getting those shots down at the very end. Just windows himself, just doesn't worry about the rest of the team. Like, I can heal you through the window, get a lot of extra healing, and just dish out a ton of damage too. I mean, these windows from Lucamino were just spectacular in this round.
Yeah, an extremely comfortable BAP, and it really pays dividends in a comp like this. On top of that, though, for me, the DPS, Lethal and Vision, so many of these snipe kills, you know, those don't feel like normal team fights. It feels like, oh, it's not really a team outplay, just individual pop-ups, but really the reward to your team is just the same as like a solid team wipe, right? Usually that one pick snowballs into kill after kill and resets the enemy, grinds down their time bank. So, you know, consistently winning these DPS mirrors, Vision and Lethal are kind of taking over right now.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can continue taking over. It's one apiece, but Jake's saying it's looking a little bit more one-sided than it appears right now. We're going to jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, well, well. There's a bunch of enemies over there. I like it when the prey fights back.
You do not want to hear me roar.
Try and stop me!
We are the Apex Predators!
You will not be tased again.
I am a sly and stealthy hunter.
It's hammer time!
A steady blade never falters.
Blast it!
Working hard or working harder.
Let's go sledding. I've always wanted to try that.
A most impressive display.
Let the festivities begin.
Welcome back. Here is the map set on your screen. Left, right, good night, and Wisp. Currently one apiece as we go to Suravasa. That was Wisp's pick, by the way. As yeah, I mean, well, what do we really need to talk about on Midtown? Well, Left, right, good night won, full hold, like a very dominant performance.
Yeah, and honestly, it just struck me as very strange to see Wisp, going to the Tracer on their offense. Like, to me, that's, or rather on the defense, that's too much cooking. Stop the cook.
Stop the cook.
I just don't get that comp. Theoretically, I just don't think it's sound. And I think Left, Right, Good Night did exactly what they need to in terms of beating it back, punishing. It's clear to me that this series is going to be decided by the better Sojourn Ram Rush team. Maybe there's something else they can cook, but I'm not really seeing the weakness of this comp. I mean, maybe there's maybe dive or something could work, but with Vision and Lethal getting all these picks, it really doesn't feel like there's anything else that's gonna succeed. But Wisp might just feel like they can't win the mirror after that last match. They might just be desperate and feeling like we've got to mix it up. The Queen has had some success, but looks like, nope, it is going to be the mirror.
No, Zen.
So honest Overwatch here. I mean, hey, last series we saw a massive comeback late in the series from taking this mirror. So I feel like Chopper, you've got to, I still believe in him. I still think he can do what it takes. Overall as a team, Wisp, they just got to, not that.
What?
Can happen. Probably taking multiple poke, multiple sources, gets cleaned up. Probably gonna give a free flip the way of Left, Right, Good Night. And so, yeah, definitely starting this map off on the wrong foot, but it's a long map, Flashpoint. A lot of ways to come back in. Never over, for sure. Always potential for that. Even reverse sweep within Flashpoint, always doable.
That is very true. I do like that about Flashpoint. There's always ways to come back.
Yeah, just playing on the low ground here is Vision. Really threatening, very aggressive posture.
Yeah,
is going to slide away. Oh, and he forced him to slide very passively, so hurting his team a little bit out of the fight, but everyone is taking so much damage trying to come in on Wisp.
Yeah, the lamp's been forced, which is pretty nice. You can back up here just for a moment. Okay, not that far though. Okay, not that far.
Big Nemesis farm from Riker, gonna get point control.
Point control. Icy was forced out there, permanently low, didn't even get some of his armor back, so his survivability, not great.
Yeah, not having any cooldowns there. I think it's wise, though, for Left, Right, Good Night to back out rather than dying, and they get right back into the engagement. So not really giving up a full team fight, and Vision pays dividends for that play. Surviving, coming right back in against Liar.
Liar down, the healing is going to be down, that HPS is plummeting as we speak. Yeah, Riker falling too. Wow, this is a very easy cleanup. Shooting the feet. That's a new one.
Somebody shoot the drone.
All good. Don't worry. The disruption shot will get it.
Eventually. Still, 50% though for Wisp, earning a decent dividend from that team fight. Ult's starting to really lean towards left, right, good night, though. Not ever getting team wiped tends to favor you, right? No reset on Flashpoint really hurts, and it's going to be a different approach this time from Wisp, wanting to take the stairs position, see if that changes anything, but you're coming into Lethal's Blizzard, and look at him set up on the flank on the stairs. He could catch them. I don't think they realize he's there.
Do they know?
Look at this May.
Oh, that Blizzard is looking pretty sizable, as well as that window headshot. My God, that's a lot of damage. Nice
Rocket.
little clean up there from Rocket, but yeah, it is just too late.
Yeah, well played by left, right, good night. You know, this mirror, it hasn't been going the way of Wisp, to put it mildly. It feels like the picks are coming in so much more often from Vision and Lethal. And more than that, there's like the team setup difference here. I think Luke Camino's experience and confidence on the BAP is really playing an effect. I like it from Squid. Little micro optimization. Moira fade in the spawn, then back to BAP. You don't even lose ult charge. I like that. That's a little high-level play for you. A little pro tip for the people at home. A little bit quicker to the fight, and it might matter,
quicker.
right? Like, it helps you get into this fight, which every second counts.
That is true. Every pixel counts. Oh, what a shot. Lucamino jumping away. Chopper with 2 headshots, 2 kills,
Chopper.
3. That was a collat as well through the tank. There's 4. Icy denying him the complete team kill.
You count that. That counts. You can go off the map, but you know you were done to that Surge.
Ooh. I like he shot through Icy to get the kill onto the enemy Soge too. Yeah, easy 5k for the Sojourn there.
That's a shot in the arm that Wisp needed, right? A little wake-up call, like, come on, guys, we got this. We've got pop-off players. We can make it happen. Just play confidently and play aggressively and believe in what your Soldier can do when you give him that kind of space. And I think that's exactly what you need, the mindset you need to have in this comp to play with believing your Soldier's going to get those kills. It might not always happen, but you always have to believe.
Yeah, a little spike in adrenaline.
Yeah, it could be just what they need. Trying to hold on to the point here. Nice defensive posture from this Ram and May. Very hard to evict from the backup point.
Yep. Blizzard could be nasty too. You see that sound barrier coming out as Icy just makes his way across the map to try and take down the back line. It's going to be a trade of backlines by the looks of it, but Icy a little bit quicker. Chopper and Squid end up going down to Lep and Icy, just the 2-man gank squad. Just running it down, and there's the flip. 95% though for Wisp, not too bad. We'll see how left, right, good night can defend.
Yeah, late kill on a Luke Mino. Should be taxied no problem by Lep, but it might be a little bit of a weird early fight to the point. I think though, playing on Icy Shield, poking forward, it's going to be a little bit hard for Wisp to walk up, even though there's no supports to keep them healed. You know, you just abuse that shield and pressure the enemy team on the walk up. Wisp, though, good ults right here to make a retake happen, right? Window to open things up, but you are facing down Lethal's Blizzard, so you know, sometimes the sound barrier is enough, but I think it usually takes some nice plays from May and BAP, keeping Ram alive for a few seconds before the sound barrier comes down, or else he just gets melted. Whoa,
Lucamino.
That's a wide window. That's very aggressive.
Goodness. Oh, it worked out.
It does go window for window. I mean, you know, trading down ults is good on the defense, generally speaking.
Yeah, and you've got a Blizzard coming out right. You got your overclock 15% away. You're feeling pretty good. The only thing you're missing is that annihilation, but it might not matter if you take down Riker. 80%. I hear the little hit markers hitting, but here comes the annihilation. Sound barrier 2. Lucamino did not stand a chance. Riker, a distinguished gentleman in that skin, just running down the back line, making sure they're paying their taxes. 99% as well. That should be the flip. A little bit of stall from Lethal, but that will be the cap. They want a piece now.
Yeah, Wisp evening up the scoreline here on Flashpoint, going toe-to-toe in the mirror. So we could be in for a longer series than it seemed, I think, after Midtown. Both teams, I think, committing to the mirror is exactly the right call here, especially on Flashpoint. To be honest, Saravasa feels like even one of the best maps for this style. It really, even to pick this map is really to say, all right, guys, we aren't going to cheese. This is like, we're going to lock the mirror, because for me, it doesn't get much better than Saravasa. So many wide angles, so many opportunities for BAP and Sojourn to leverage their skill on the map.
And Vision. It's either Chopper or Vision opening these fights up with overclocks or just single railgun shots. I see a off angle. No, it doesn't want to go for the shot. Wants to save it.
It's a big point to get the first cap on, though. I think this one looks especially hard to retake, especially if one of these teams elects to hold the high ground. Left, right, good night want to forward hold, though. They predict right, I think, which choke the attackers are going to come through, and I'm not sure you can push into a full setup here. It could be hard. Like, look, I mean, this angle is so oppressive.
Yeah, it's like a head glitch angle. It's kind of disgusting, and then you can just wall off the whole choke, and there you go.
Yeah.
Punished for it.
They're trying to run through, but just getting bursted. Very defensive, and I mean, Vision might even get a chance for one more kill here. Will he find it? Oh, that would have been a kill. I mean, he had his opportunity. Chopper's going to count his lucky stars there.
All right, another rotation.
I like this
that
approach. You need to take this approach, right? Threaten to flip the map, to take the high ground. Crucial. I want to see Chopper take this right side wide angle. Gonna be a big exposed flank here. Sojourn's marking it though.
Oh, it's Chopper's turn to turn up, but no, that Vortex locking him down. And well, locking him down straight into a grave. Icy with a perfect response to that overclock. We know how much the Sojourn's a bit of difference maker, and this is just AoE ability after AoE ability. There's no chance you chewing through that HP, especially when you got a Lep using that sound barrier. And that'll be another point. Left, right, good night. 100-0.
I love the idea from Chopper. I think that's the right concept. To take that wide angle, but sliding into the angle, I mean, Icy was ready for it, right? And he just gets instantly punished, no way to escape once that Nemesis form comes off. I mean, really, Sojourn, incredibly powerful hero, but you are on a knife's edge. If you don't have that slide, I mean, you can get swarmed and killed so incredibly quickly. Your only survivability is that escape. So, you know, sometimes that glass cannon does get punished.
Yeah, shattered more like.
Absolutely.
All right, nice little approach here. Another very good point for May, too. Blizzard covers pretty much all of it, and you can hide in these little corners as well to stall out for some additional time. And there's, well, you want to take one angle? Sure, we'll wall it off, and then you have to funnel through another one so we can focus fire down. Well, there's a Blizzard yeeted into the backline. My God. And did it catch anybody?
No,
I don't think it did. It got completely zoned. A nice little speed boost there from Lyre, just escorting everybody away. Does force the lamp, and actually gives enough time for Left, Right, Good Night to get the cap.
Yeah, we'll see if Lyre wants to use his beat aggressively. It's their only ultimate, so they might need to commit it. Lethal dropping low. Annihilation, though, does come online, and perfect ultimate for the situation, forcing the enemy to recontest into Annihilation. It is a very tough task with no ultimates to flip.
Squid, wow, Squid
Vision,
goes
that's
down.
Huge, hold on. I think if they reset here, oh no, not another go. Lyre,
Lyre was 1 HP. Has to get back.
Too close for comfort.
Go for a quick reset right now if you're Left, Right, Good Night, knowing that Squid is not in the fight. Actually forces a sound barrier.
Yeah.
I think you're more than happy with this trade right now.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, spawners are going to be coming back, so we probably will get the 5-on-5 here. But Left, Right, Good Night going to start capping the point, threatening it before the enemy team is back. And even getting some cooldowns out of Rocket could get a little bit scary here.
Okay. All right, cooldown's forced. Even that lamp from Squid being used pretty early on. There's the sound barrier. Oh, can they block them in? Riker, yeah, body blocking Icy. That was super nice positioning there. He does end up trading it for his life, but 58% to 35 now as Left, Right, Good Night do end up finding the cap. Nice little bit of boopage there from Left, forcing Rocket's position.
Vision is really taking a lead in this series. I mean, Chopper's been great all series long, but for me, Vision has been winning way more fights, clutching it out in the late moments. When the cooldowns come down, feels like he's the one getting that first shot, and there is so much time pressure on Sojourn as now the team is very split, but I think Vision and Lep should be fine. Like, they can kite forever. These heroes are so mobile, and I mean, if they're not punished, this is going to be super annoying, right?
Because they also have to tax their bat back as well, so they need to be able to stop them from pincering them as they come out from spawn.
Unmarked overclock, though, getting past the flank here could end up punishing Chopper. Can he find anything?
No one in his sightlines right now. Oh, he gets one, but it's too late. Chopper and Rocket already dead. It's 99%. There is a point presence right now from Wisp, but is it enough? There's Blizzard, there's Annihilation. Yeah, good luck. Left, Right, Good Night, taking Suravasa and putting themselves on match point.
You know, really, Ramatra meta is just the perfect meta for Left, Right, Good Night. You know,
really
it's in the name. It's in the name, baby. That wump wump. Put him to bed. All you need is an Ana. All you need is an Ana.
It's true. Put him to bed, hit the sleep. I'd love to see it, but
Left, Right, Good Night.
I love it, man. It's really nice to see this comp coming together. I mean, I think Chopper and Vision both had massive standout performances here, but a lot could be said about the tanks as well. I mean, Icy and Riker just, they're standing toe-to-toe with each other. I don't think either one of them is really getting an upper hand. It's come down to a lot down to support ultimates and where Lucamino has been positioned, who's been an exceptional force in the backline to be reckoned with. And it is coming down to the wire, but Left, Right, Good Night this time around. Yeah, maybe their composition, their team right now, just more suited to this meta.
Yeah, I feel Lethal on the BAP and Lucamino on the BAP and Lethal on the Mei. These guys have been the standouts for me as far as like really making a bigger difference for their team. Vision as well, you know, coming out ahead in the Sojourn duel. I do think Chopper had these big moments, but Vision is the consistency and it's the innovation to be able to do things like they did there in the final fight, right? Get caught behind, but instead of trying to get back to your team, you escape, and I mean, you're so annoying on the flank.
Well, Wisp get their chance to choose yet another map. We're going to jump to a quick break. Could be a 3-1, could be a map 5 banger. We'll see you guys in a sec. Wisp just putting in some feeble jabs right now, left, right, good night with one hell of a haymaker on Suravasa. It's 2-1 right now in the series. Left, right, good night just look like they're in control of the entire game.
Yeah, you know, there just feels like there's not huge gaps between any individual player for me, but it's just those little differences, the team coordination, the positioning, end up favoring this left, right, good night squad, and they do look like the team who might go on further, but I still think Wisp, you know, they've got more to show us. If they can just tighten up a couple of these mistakes, the pop-off potential is there. Just a consistency question for me.
Well, will they keep it consistent in this next map? We're going on to Push, and it's going to be Esperanza, and that was Wisp's choice. So you'd expect them to be a little bit more comfortable with this one, but here is the scorecard right now, and or the map set even. Of course, this is the losers semi-finals, and Wisp, and it was a pretty close game on Samoa, but the last two maps, it's been a one-sided affair, especially on Midtown. We'll see if they can come back on Esperanza then.
And to be honest, for me, the Push map pick doesn't mean a whole lot, frankly. Like, I think these maps, they're all pretty similar. Same for Flashpoint, right? It's not going to give you a huge edge. You're going to have to win heads up. You're not going to have some...
Sure.
I don't really see any, like, kind of weird tech strats being good on these maps. I think it just comes down to raw skill as we jump into Esperanza. See who's got that, who can maintain in a long series. Comfort right now seems to be leaning towards the favor of left, right, good night, but maybe Wisp can pull something out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Only one way to find out is jumping into the game. Let's go. Could be the last game of the day, or the last map of the day as well. Of course, all the finals and whatnot is happening tomorrow.
Yeah,
a lot of prize money on the line.
What a finals I think there'll be. So many great teams have shown up in this tournament. You know, newly formed, some old faces we've already known, but just been great Overwatch today. I mean, I think day one, okay, a little bit stompy. You know, there's a little bit more disparity between the teams, but day two has not disappointed. Every match has been at least reasonably close.
Yeah, oh no, 100%. I agree with you. For sure.
We saw Roadhog today. Let's reflect on that.
Yeah, oh man, it was fun.
Maybe they should play Roadhog here, Jack.
I don't think they should play Roadhog. But you know what? I actually want people to play more the Ram, so people in my solo queue games don't play the Hog, which won't work at all. People just love playing Hog at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like Hog can work in solo queue. It's just these coordinated punishment, it gets really hard.
Yeah. Oh, yes. All right, so same comps. No real surprises here. No cheeky traces coming out.
I want to see this opening fight. For me, every team that has swung and taken this wide angle on the mid fight tends to win out from that position. The Sojourn has a much better position to take angles, and they're not even contesting the wide angle. Interesting. So left, right, good night has a very different mindset on this map. For Wisp is doing more what I expect, more what I think is the best. So interested to see how left, right, good night's approach ends up playing out for them. They're going to give initial bot push to Wisp, but just try to win a long fight.
Yeah, just more than content to hold this high ground for the time being. It's going to be tough. This little small straightaway here is just directly in everybody's line of fire, and everybody's very separated on left, right, good night's side right now. Vision's on the floor. A little slide though, and there you go. So it's just a small trade. A little Colosseo action we're watching right now.
I mean, it's true, but I don't think either team really wants to push in here, so it's just going to be Sojourn's Maze trying to find some kind of big snipe to open things up. Kind of anyone's game. I think it's going to be a pretty little chill early game here. Little chill aim duel. Little no rush 5 minutes.
I mean, who can really get the ults first? It's probably going to be the DPS, if I had to imagine.
Yeah, maybe BAP. I think the window
tends
to come up quick. But even BAP, it's like, can you even window to push this? I don't know. I think it's more likely for me to see a DPS get a pick to open this.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to window. I mean, if you're on a left, right, good night side, it's pretty hard. But I think Wisp has a bit of a better angle.
I like Wisp's position. I think it's like a very marginal thing, but I think just, I mean, every little bit of bot push counts, right? I mean, I feel like you're giving a bit away as left, right, good night. But then again, it just doesn't matter much. One fight goes your way, and it's all forgiven.
Slowly but surely. It's been 2 minutes. Almost hitting a record. No kills right now.
No one's going to do anything. This is a weird fight, man. No one's going to do anything. But I think this is the right call from Wisp. Like, you are leading. In the end, it is pushed. I mean, surely not. Surely we don't AFK here for 10 minutes, but I'm starting to believe.
Vision. I mean, Chopper and Vision are just taking it in turns to try and find little angles on people.
Funny. Like, come on.
Okay, it's been 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I still think they shouldn't go, though. I think both teams have an incentive to be passive, and in the end, Wisp, they are getting little tiny bits of push, you know? little by little, it does
2 minutes and
matter.
30. Headshots. Moves are being made. A little window down for Wiz. Little lamp too. They're getting the push on the bot under the bridge. Okay, here we go. Still no kills though, mind you.
Yeah, opening up the game a little bit, trying to wrap onto the high ground.
Hit 3 minutes. No, we didn't hit 3 minutes. 2 minutes and 45 seconds is almost a record. Sound barriers from both sides. Riker and Vision are already dead. I mean, Riker going down is not nice, and they are stealing the bot away too, mind you. So Chopper has to find another avenue into this fight. Oh my goodness. That was almost an insta-kill on Lethal. Oh, left.
One more chance. Is he going to find it with the overclock, taking the wide swing? No movement
Not
left,
quite, no movement. Surely Chopper
one.
is punished, but no, Lep ends up going down anyway. Icy trades, but Liar circled around and killed Lucamino. What a scrappy fight.
Yeah, an absolute scrap, a brawl after that many minutes of style. Teams both wanted to get into it. Vision committing as well with overclock, but with the shield available, I feel like this probably isn't going to get any value. A lot of players on respawn here for Left Right Good Night, and I think they might be losing a little bit of control on this map.
I think I just did maths wrong. I think it was 2 minutes and 45. I don't know. It was a long time since people got kills, put it that way. But now they have the high ground advantage,
10
Jake.
years.
It really did feel like that. Especially in Overwatch where kills happen so frequently. It's funny to see that situation happen. There's the Blizzard. Icy! Oh, true to his namesake. Yep. Unfortunately, ends up getting caught by that Blizzard. Nothing really to save him. I mean, Riker's in a good spot too. He can just hold this little choke here, Jake. They can use that wall and then push that bot. That checkpoint is surely theirs.
Yeah, and the lead's starting to get big. I think that there's a chance to come back and fight. I think if Icy gets speed boost, gets taxied, I think he can get back to this fight. There's still hope to deny the checkpoint. It's going to be desperate, though. Could be awkward.
Icy's there. Oh! Blocked off by the wall. The little vortex as well. Gets booped away. This window from the high ground from Squid is so obnoxious. Left Right Good Night just struggling to put themselves on the point right now. His heals are kind of crazy too. Squid dodging out of the way of the railgun there. Vision trying to make some room up at this high ground, trying to make Squid look opposite directions. Blizzard comes out, Lamp to save Riker. They got to focus it down. Riker's still not dead somehow. Squid is keeping him alive throughout this entire engagement. Somehow, some way, Riker gets out of that.
Yeah, and it's going to be late cleanups here after the checkpoint goes, so Left Right Good Night, they really want to slip out of this, but they're kind of all behind the enemy. Might be able to live, though, by virtue of playing the high ground. It's going to be a window as well. This could be really risky, but they find the kill. That one's all they needed, really.
Jesus. Get a slow-mo replay of that health bar going down real quick.
I feel like since we had like 4 minutes of just nothing happening, and then the last 3 minutes have been non-stop action. So a complete 180, but big lead generated for Wisp. Left Right Good Night, this is their chance, I think, to really get back into the map. You know, to at least even at least get the checkpoint. But that type of lead, getting past checkpoint, is a very big deal on push. Creates a major tactical advantage for Wisp, as they're going to go high ground, and someone's got to be on the bot. It's hard to continue holding the choke when you've got to have a player pushing.
It's super hard.
And they're waiting out the disruptor shot, gonna explode out of this choke.
Yep, there they go. Oh, get walled off. Oh, double wall. I mean, Rocket hit the hitbox there, the skybox.
Yeah.
Good luck getting past this one. Icy, look at how much ult charge he's getting as well. Just punching through like 4 people.
Yeah, big lead.
A little insane. Vision was like 9 HP there. Chopper once again trying to find these off angles and picks. Doesn't want to mess with that though. Liar hit with the Ajax. Oh, we don't see him too often. At least not in this tournament. We get 2 in 1 series. Can't ask for more than that.
Yeah, I go now 1-1 on the Ajax counter. Who will end the series as the Ajax leader? It's all tied up.
The Ajax king or queen. I mean, at the end of the day, losing your beat like that, I guess Lep also doesn't have beat. Like, we're voting up at the same time, you know?
You
like,
needed to get that beat off, and it didn't happen.
The Lucio copium.
Still a bit of a lead, though, right? Icy's dead. You know, I think Wisp still happy to be holding on to a lead. However, the Blizzard could be tough here, and now with the high ground in favor of Left Right Good Night, there's a lot of time for them to just find one more team fight to retake that advantage.
All right, 3 minutes to go. Fair amount of progress made, though, by Left Right Good Night, to be fair. Only 10 meters separates them.
Blizzard, he could be caught. Riker, okay, and early Nemesis form there, not really getting anything out of it. This could be punished.
Yeah, he can't really reactively use that now if the Blizzard's thrown his way as well. Couple of punches thrown in. Nice little window. This angle is crazy. Okay, they're going to force them all the way back into lead. His taken.
no.
And the Blizzard in this room. Oh, the Ice Block doesn't quite force Riker into a position where he has to stand in Blizzard, but it's good enough for 1 kill at least. And now Riker trying to even this one up. Rocket takes down Lethal, so Sojin and EMEA are down, but I'd be on the side of Left Right Goodnight right now. They still got that Annihilation. They can just run towards Lyre. Lyre ends up falling over, so no speed boost to try and escape this ultimate now, as Rocket is forced to pop the Ice Block on the point. Even that Lamp use, and now Vision can take over the game. Left, right, good night. They got the lead, and they're going to be able to get a little bit more for their bang for their buck as well. Oh, although saying that, Chopper did find 2 kills, but there's still a decent couple of meters here you can gain.
Yeah, they're big late picks, but you got to remember that forward spawn playing into Left, Right, Good Night's favor. They're going to be back quick. They are going to beat their spawners, but they have the opportunity to just hold this corner, hold the high ground. We've seen it time and time again. It's very powerful on Esperanza as Left, Right, Good Night regroups with a lead. Now Wisp, they have 5 ults, but it's still a tough task ahead of them. You gotta break this open somehow.
So many ults from Wisp, like you said. 5 ults, pretty much. It's go time. That's what Chopper says. Straight up into heights. Can't quite make that jump, of course.
Ajax danger rising.
Yeah. No one Ajax, please. Both beats are available, Jake. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for the sound. Icy dead.
Left, that's a dangerous beat.
No,
with no ram.
Icy is dead already. Later beat from Lyre. It's going to be a better one. 5-person beat, and this little duel between Vision and Chopper.
Juice.
Vision comes out on top again, but like Riker is still picking up large frags on the sidelines.
Yeah, and they're being so annoying. Luke Mino and Vision really pushing the limit. If they get caught, it would be disastrous for them, but taking a little bit of risk ends up paying off here as they're going to be able to regroup. And remember, they do have the lead. It is a final fight situation though, right? So Wisp wins a fight here, they retake the lead, they probably win the map from there. So it's probably going to be just a final defense of the choke point for Left, Right, Good Night. Just going to almost certainly hold it down here. There's no reason for them to push in.
Yeah, they can very much just vibe. They're ready. Window from Squids. Shield preemptively put up. Same with that wall. They're going to match it with one of their own. Someone's in trouble.
Rocket.
Oh, it is Rocket. On the other side of the wall, no heals to bear. As with 30 seconds to go, Left, Right, Good Night with an unbelievable defense. Riker's just going to pop the Annihilation. Needs to keep himself up. Squid is there to heal him. Has got the lamp too. And Rocket's even switching over to Emergency Tracer. Here comes the Blizzard. Lethal trying to chase people down, get the instant freezes. They get it onto Riker, but where's the heals? He manages to get out just in time as Lyre and Squid try to escort him away. But it's actually Lep that falls over. Riker finds the Lucio as Lethal also falls. And Wisp still in control of the bot right now as overtime approaches.
Yeah, it's anybody's game here. I think this is leaning the way of Wisp. Rocket falls, though, so the respawns are going to potentially favor Left, Right, Good Night. Lethal back on the Symmetra. His ability to stay alive, Luke Mino keeping the sim up, is what they need to stay alive and outlast in a long fight.
They need a window.
Squid's got Amp Matrix. That could blow things wide open.
They need the Amp Matrix right here, right now. 97%. A couple of shots will do it, or a burst of healing. There it is, the window. Fully charged railgun shot. They're trying to find the heads. They can't quite get there. Icy's kept alive with a lamp. Armor has been replenished. He's almost full HP at this point. There's Chopper ripping the overclock.
So well.
They're so close as well. Someone has to touch from Left, Right, Good Night. Whisper pushing this one in. Lyre hits a 4-man beat, but Squid's dead. Hardly any healing, but it doesn't matter if your damage dealers are dead. Left, Right, Good Night lose Vision as they got a beat coming up rather soon.
Yeah, Lep has to get this sound barrier 90%, has to find
Lyre
every
gets
point
the
of damage
boop
and
onto
healing he can.
Luca Mino. Lethal's here, flinging out turrets for their lives. Lyre hits the, Lep hits the beat, but it's only a 2-man. Chopper does end up going down. These spawns are going to be so clutch. They're going to be able to get back. Lep's on the point. They end up stalling for just a fraction of a second, but no, it is Rocket that comes back on the Tracer with the double, and there it is, a map number 5.
Wow, what an incredible comeback there from Wisp. Well done by them to stay alive in a map that looked like it was falling out of control for them. So the presence of mind, the confidence to continue playing. I mean, that last fight could have very easily gone either way. Multiple chances from both sides. So, great work from them, staying alive in the series. And now I'm starting to believe. Now I'm really starting to think, like, if you can win the mirror, everything's possible now.
A back and forth series. I said it was going to be map 5. I wasn't wrong. Wisp taking us all the way there. Left, Right, Good Night. It's their chance now to choose the control. We can't go to Samoa as we've already played that one. But think about to the very start of the series, Wisp did end up taking that one 2-1.
It's great to see how evenly matched all these top teams are in North America. I really think either of these squads can even pose a threat, in their next match in the lower final. So anything's possible here in North America. I feel like all 4 teams are still in contention we've just got to see who wins this.
Oh, yes, we do. We're going to jump to a quick break. Our final one to close out this series. We'll be right back. So map 5 banger on your screens in a couple of moments. Wisp take us all the way to Escort. Curious what it's going to be? I can tell you what it's going to be because I have the being in studio hack. It's called looking over the big monitor over there. Shambali Monastery is where we're going.
You know, I think this makes sense. Same as we saw in the last series. You know, I think both teams wanted just, you know, good, honest Overwatch, play this mirror, both believing that they can take it in a long series, and I think both have reason to think so. You know, that last map, incredibly close. Honestly, closer than the last two, so Wisp finding a little bit of footing. I can't help but feel like, you know, left, right, good night, just coming back to that mid fight on Esperanza, I wish they had played wide. I think it's better. I think that you know, Wisp, yes, they came back in the end, but they did have a lead early in the map, and so that meant they had less of a hill to climb when push comes to shove.
Yeah, I mean, those mid fights, especially on push, especially when they last that long too, without kills, really does mean a whole bunch winning them. The longer it goes, the more important winning that first fight is. Here we go, Shambali Monastery though. Left, right, good night on the attack. Wisp choosing to defend first.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious to see the approach of these teams, especially on the defense. You know, do you go for the spawn camp, or do you just take the best positions, the most optimal fights possible? I think both have merit. Both concepts have merit. And it's hard to say if there's a right or wrong choice. I don't think there is one. I think it is more about preference, about your mindset as a team. I don't hate the spawn camp at the end. I think there's a certain confidence to it. And when it goes well, when you win a couple fights in front of the spawn, it does, you know, put the enemy team on notice. That you're winning fights right in front of their spawn doors. It doesn't feel too good.
That's exactly what they're going to do. Feels pretty good. How are they going to handle it though? Quick kills, or is it going to be just a slug stall fest? We'll have to wait and see. It's not the closest hold we've ever seen, so obviously Hawk and the rest of the gang were holding right up to this wall. So they're going to be able to get Lethal a little bit of an angle here.
Yeah, it's going to be more of an extended fight. I don't love this position, though, from Riker. Not able to even hold the car, and his team's all front to back. No off angle for Sojourn. I mean, they're just getting eaten alive. I feel like they gave way too much of a concave there to the attackers. You're going to have to be a little bit more confident than that when it comes to holding position, and, I mean, they just get absolutely rolled.
Yeah, well, there you go. There's the very, very brief spawn hold.
That is when you regret spawn holding, right? Because you just gave away some ults, and now you probably don't even get this next corner. This might just be one more fight. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to stop. Like, right here, we see on camera, this corner has been a great spot for defenders. But when you get wiped that dominantly and staggered even a little bit, you miss this chance, and like, it's just going to be one fight to hold the end. It is a good position, though. I will say, this final hold, very, very winnable. Riker wants to go early. This is a weird play, but it works. They catch one.
Wow, they catch left.
Sometimes the unexpected is exactly what you need.
Just hits them with the boop. Easy peasy. Yeah, now they can hold this corner.
Yeah, Left didn't see that coming either. And they can maybe even clean up here. No Lucio means very hard to escape once you're caught. Now they could even get chased down more, right? No more May. Maybe you can keep fighting. You can overextend here in defense, though. The formation's a little bit split, so I wouldn't hate it to just kind of take the regroup, take the corner. Now you do maybe get that fur fight, right? Cart rolls back just a little. That's all the time you need sometimes.
Corner holders. Yeah, like you said, it is kind of nasty. Squid and Lucamino both have their windows up.
Yeah, great use of the disruptor shot there. Clearing Lethal off of the high ground. Forced to just group with his team in main. It's not really what you love on Sojourn, right? You'd rather be on a wide angle. You'd rather be, not shooting a shield, but poking the enemy backline past it, just like this window does. Wow, great position from Luke.
Yeah, really good. And the lamp is covered too, but it's actually Lep that ends up coming down to Chopper, of all people. Just a railgun shot through the window, and that's it. You're done.
Yeah, Lethal tries to commit here with the overclock. Does get the beat out of Liar, so not the end of the world. And it's going to be a full commit. Vision somehow finding the first Blizzard in this round.
It's double Blizzards. Oh, double annihilations. Okay, Riker is dead, finally. But Icy's actually cornered away from the rest of his team. Lucamino couldn't get those healing grenades out.
It's a true aim duel now, baby. Deathmatch. Let's go. There's no more shields. Shoot the head.
It is really just all deathmatch. Nice little regenerative burst there to keep Lep in the fight. Sound barrier is still available. Lai used his super early on, so Lep and the rest of the team do have an advantage.
Yeah, it will be just a full reset. Seems like no one's going to die here. Maybe Lucamino can hold on to this off angle. The vision gets so low there. Very risky holding that ice block to the ragged edge. But the clock's starting to run dry. I mean, only 1 minute left. This defense is looking pretty solid.
1 minute to go for left, right, good night. Oh, Chopper. Here comes the railgun, though. Was looking for a double tap there, but now it's going to have to worry about this sound barrier just careening towards them. But, handle it. Chopper does, quite easily, in fact. Oh, Vision and Lucamino just on the receiving end of those railguns. Just turned into molecules.
A lot of late kills, but even later deaths there for left, right, good night. So one more reset, and we're in the final fight here. You're trying to retake. I mean, you've got window. I guess nothing available quite yet. Rocket, though, 75% of that mailed. Hitting a couple spam shots here will absolutely define the course of this game. If he gets the Blizzard up in time to stifle the rush, pushing in with the window from Lucamino, it could be just devastating, right? It's overtime, that Blizzard sometimes just wins the game for free. You're forced to walk into it. You have no choice to keep that overtime wick burning.
Speaking of which, though, oh, what a window angle. They can just get through this wall. It could be deadly. Vision's also pretty close to their Blizzard as well. Jaco, must admit, that's also quite a scary prospect. But for Wisp on the other side, it's actually Vision who gets the Blizzard on a line early. Someone has to touch the point. It will be the May who jumps into the block. Riker ends up surviving all the damage and all the freezing capabilities. Left, right, good night in a whole world of hurt right now. It is time for Rocket to use their Blizzard. It is 0.57 meters away from actually capping, but it is actually Riker that just takes it to left, right, good night. Oh, and what a better way to do it too. Annihilation, Nemesis form, just punching them to death, and that will be that. Basically the first point. I mean, 0.56 meters. Wisp don't manage to get there. Left, right, good night just set themselves up for a win here.
Yeah, throughout the whole series, really, it's been left, right, good night in control. Just, very, very close clutches, but it's been Wisp here to hold the full hold. I will say, I will say this is a very full holdable map. Every point can be full held, and I think you really can't let this get to you as the defenders. That position at the end, trying to finish the cap on first point, very easy to slip up, very easy to make mistakes, and the defenders have so much agency about whether they want to flank you, whether they want to just hold the choke forever. They can play the high ground, they can play the low ground. There's so many variables there. As an attacker, it can be hard to break open, and so I feel you can't be overconfident as Wisp here. You can't just think you're gonna, we're gonna easily roll them over. That will lead to you throwing the game here, right? So same for left, right, good night, right? Be confident, play consistent, and don't be too scared, right? You've got to take some risks on the defense. You've got to go for picks. If you just play true, honest Overwatch, ults for ults, eventually Wisp is probably gonna win in cap. They're thinking about doing something funky. I mean, if left, right, good night spawn camps, I wouldn't hate to see something crazy come out to try and break it, but in the end, I think that's more risk than it's really worth. Wouldn't mind seeing, like, let's say an Ana go out for an early nade on those spawn camping heroes. Sometimes that's all you need to crack it open, and then you go back to a more normal comp afterwards.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it either. I mean, there's a lot of backboards you can hit the nade off, to be fair, especially when you're holding that very tight cubby where that mega health pack is. Quick Sonic.
By the same token, right? I don't love stuff like this Zen. It's like, if you don't keep this Zen, is it really worth the ult charge you build? And I mean, he goes Ana looking for a nade. Okay, they're just not going to do it. Once the spawn camp is confirmed not fully aggressive, yeah, just go to the normal mirror, start building your ultimates. It's more important to have that ultimate tempo than it is to get an early pick.
Oh, that mega health pack's gone now, unfortunately. Have to
Vision
use the block
really
to save
grinding the edge there with Ice Block.
Look at that. I mean, there's no way. Even if the healing grenades do end up reaching you, they probably just hit someone else.
I will say, if we think back though, right, same thing happened on the other team's attack. So, I mean, for me, yes, this is nice. It's the ideal start to the game. It wasn't enough to cap first point, for left, right, good night. So we'll see, can Wisp maintain the snowball, keep things going. Ult charge-wise, still pretty even. Just Squid with an early Imp Matrix. Might be all they need, though. Sometimes that Imp Matrix just ends fights all on its own.
Look at that golden box of victory, man. It's so close already.
Doesn't feel comfortable walking past that as left, right, good night. They try to flip the map here. I love this play, actually. I've seen this from the Overwatch League a number of times. But, Lethal didn't get the memo. Caught alone, and that's brutal. Although if they hold the card, they don't give any more time, they will get a retake opportunity.
Chopper's in such a nice spot, though, because he can just peep over this edge.
Yeah, no more Sojourn to mark him.
Exactly. It's going to be Lucamino trying to poop, boop him away, or the Lucio to boop him away, and then Lucamino to shoot him. Oh, speaking of shooting, you want to do it through that window, that's for sure.
Left, right, good night, though. Rotating back, and the window, no value, so it is going to be a full 5-on-5 reset, and they find themselves in the position they need to make the hold here, so that was a very dangerous scenario that I can't help but feel left, right, good night escaped.
Blizzard can be deadly. Straight on this corner. Rocket's 25% away from their own. That payload is moving so close to that final checkpoint. It's all on this fight, 2 minutes to go.
So many players low on the side of Wisp, though. So dangerous. They don't get popped at the window. Might just clean them all up. They really need to get out with no tank, but will they be able to escape? I think left, right, good night is very hungry for extra kills here. They would love a little bit more wind in their sails as they try to make the full hold.
Oh, yeah.
But Wisp wisely back out without their tank. I think a lot of teams have learned their lesson. Trying to commit without the tank is a fraud proposition in the ramp comp. Like, you really want this hero. Everyone is playing for him in the end, so yeah, don't fight without him. Play as a unit. But now, I mean, we really are coming down to the wire, and left, right, good night starting to believe, starting to see the way to win this. Chopper could just rip that hope right out of them. This wide flank on the overclock could be devastating.
Spots Lucamino up in the high ground or instantly walled off.
From Vision.
I mean, you can get through it, sure, but look at the damage you're getting down. You're just shooting Icy, and he's already in Nemesis form. Sound Barrier to try and split left, right, good night, but Left's going to unleash his. Only a 3-man, but it wouldn't matter in the end. Vision ends up getting frozen up as both Blizzards are landing on the point right now, and here comes the Annihilation, spotting a very vulnerable Mei who's trying to run away after that ice block, and now the focus fire onto Icy is just so good. Wisp, they might be able to just do it. Squid down, but Lyca just boot people away. The slow trickling health bars disappearing from left, right, good night, and that is it. A 5-round knockout as Wisp take the dub.
What a beautiful comeback from Wisp. I thought earlier on in this series that they were just outclassed on the comp, but they proved me wrong. They stayed true. They stayed confident throughout the series, and honestly, a pretty dominant final map there. A lot of moments to be excited for. Left, right, good night, I think, made great strides in this tournament, but that was the team I expected to advance, and now I feel like really this top 4 of NA, right? If you just do transitive Overwatch, right? Not always reliable analysis, but transitive Overwatch says this is going to be a very close rest of the bracket.
Oh, it definitely will be. We've got a whole lot of action coming your way tomorrow, but we're going to jump over to the server so those guys can round out the day. We'll see you in a bit.
That's right.
Let's
That's
go,
right.
boys!
And revenge. I love it. That's the note we're ending the day on. Mitch, we couldn't have asked for a better match.
No way. I mean, great to get to see them rematch each other. Like, it's kind of a narrative like we use and it's empty. Like, oh, you get to play these guys again. I bet you learned your lesson here. But that's the beauty of Overwatch at this level. You can do that. You can come back. Different map set. Seeing Shambali Monastery was really interesting. And huge props to Wisp. That hold was so sick. They really turned it on. Great to see Squid come in as well. I don't know, man. I love watching this roster. A lot of fun. They got a lot of potential, man.
Yeah, I love that it came down to the wire. That's exactly how I want to end the day. Now, let's take a look at the updated bracket so we see exactly what went down today, yesterday, and the day before even. We are now finding ourselves at the very end of the bracket. Primus Tornado, of course, have already qualified for the grand finals. Now, Timeless and Wisp will be trying to duke it out tomorrow to figure out who will move on and actually get to face off against them again. Not again,
well,
just one time.
This is the matchup we would have had if both those teams had won their first round games, right? Timeless and Wisp. So, because Left 4 Right Good Night kind of ruined that, we now get that sort of matchup. We've seen Timeless look so good. So, seeing them run back against Wisp, and you heard Hydron, he says there's no world in which Timeless don't face us again in those finals.
That's right. Well, here you're looking at the schedule for EMEA as well. At the beginning, in Neuvelboxe and SR Peak Check will be starting our day off. And Timeless and Wisp is already set in stone. Of course, Ex Oblivioni and Primus Tornado are currently waiting to determine who will meet them in the grand final. Honestly, it's been so much fun to cover the EMEA. Oh, I said that correct,
yeah,
right?
You got it.
Thanks.
Totally fun.
I'm doing great. And the NA region, getting to also compare notes a little bit from both regions. I felt like we haven't gotten that in a long while.
No, we haven't.
So.
And what I'm looking for in the future is not really in the scope of FlashOps here as well, but to get to see those regions test each other again. Because there's some banter, you know what I mean? Like kind of asking like Hydra, like how do you feel your region stacks up against the others?
Trying to bait it out.
Yeah, I love how those like narratives ferment a little bit. It's great to see so many stars of this year, obviously at the top level, still playing, still passionate, still turning up and give you some fantastic Overwatch.
Indeed. And I've missed them, I've missed them.
Right?
Missed those faces,
and
great to chat with them as well. We missed all of you guys. And of course, I also missed working with everyone here in the production team. Speaking of which, before we say goodbye, I want to take a sneak peek, pull back the curtains, looking at our production room. Can you spot a birthday boy? Because I sure can.
Hey,
Have
Michael.
some cake, my dude. Happy birthday, Michael. An absolute goat. And if this year in this studio has taught me one thing, this has got to be a Porto's fruitcake.
It's a Porto's fruitcake.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a Porto's fruitcake.
100%. Get me a slice, baby. It's time for that. I've been like, anyone's birthday? I thought about making up my damn birthday so I get a Porto's fruitcake.
You should have. I don't think anyone would have questioned. You know what? I'm pretty sure they can't eat it alone. Maybe they can, but if we're quick now, we might get a slice.
Yeah.
So
that is a ravenous production room, though, to be fair.
It's true, so we gotta be real quick. Do it for the cake. Guys, thank you all so much for watching. We will be back again to conclude EMEA and NA tomorrow in our FlashOps Holiday Showdown. Have a good night. Nice throw.
See you tomorrow, nerds. Nice if I'm trying to preserve the camera and not destroy it and get fined a lot of money and not be able to pay it off. Yeah.
Now give me cake.
Kevster cleans up my mind, and the sound barrier now is almost superfluous. Chase falls to the pulse bomb, and out of absolutely nowhere, Ex Oblivioni descend upon an Oval Boxy, snatching it away. One of the biggest comebacks I've ever seen.
It's just like boom, 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 boom. As Ex Oblivioni, his opponent's just.
See, we're working up his improv. Now he's using props. I'm really enjoying this development. Card is less than a meter away. Sorta trying to dodge. Consecutive hits from Kaiser forces the ice block once more with a bomb into the corner. That's devastating. Cookie follows it up with the dynamite. And that's 4 for SRP check. Cookie gets a team wipe.
Out as well as that window to force them out. Hawk is getting bursted. There's nothing that could save him. Hydron with a double kill. Overtime is ticking, and that's going to be it. Salty run back success.
3, 2, 1, draw.
All right, free hand here.
Santa. Gingerbread.
Gingerbread man?
Not
oh, yeah, gingerbread man, yeah.
All right.
Lion hits the Lep hits the beat, but it's only a two-man. Chopper does end up going down. These spawns are going to be so clutch. They're going to be able to get back. Lep's on the point. They end up stalling for just a fraction of a second, but no, it's Rocket that comes back on the Tracer with the double, and there it is.
Yeah, maybe it's just pure confidence that's winning them over. But
Very. Look at that dexterity. Did you see that?
So smooth like that.
Yeah,
very
I know.
smooth. God damn. You got that jump? I got that.
Happy holidays, everybody.
Happy
Happy holidays.
Cut the break.